If the track is damp, like for example turn 1, yeah, it's a little bit damp on the inside, but it will dry pretty quickly on the outside, it's almost damp. So yeah, the start for sure will be a little bit tricky. In some of the corners as well, it's still damp, but like honestly, like, it will be okay. Everyone will be starting on slicks because you cannot go on wet in this condition. But then it will depend how the race will involve with the rain, and that's where like it's gonna start to be tricky, like which tire to put in the car.
Okay, let's look at this. Thank you so much.
Merci.
Well, now the tyre situation is interesting. You can see everybody's got these dinosaur-skinned kart tyres on. Michelin have brought the hard and the medium here, expecting high track temperatures that might have been out of the remit of the soft. But today, you really want a soft medium option, and particularly if you're Toyota, that thrives on the soft tyre. But they don't have that option here, so they're going to have to work with the medium. I don't imagine in these conditions anybody's going to be using a hard, except maybe if you're triple stinting the right rear. So Toyota leading the manufacturer standings after 1-3 result at Le Mans. Toyota really back to their very best. And there you can see car number 7, Kamui Kobayashi, qualified that car, but had a 3-place grid drop for impeding the number 19 Genesis Magma machine, which in its turn had a 1-place grid drop for impeding the number 20 BMW in qualifying. So here's Brendan Hartley getting ready to take the start in the number 8 Toyota. He shares with Sebastian Buemi and Ryo Hirakawa. So there's Rio. Looks like Brendan will be taking the start. Mike Conway, incidentally, on the way out of the pit lane, we'll see that in a moment or two, I think, had a little bit of an incident. No major damage done to the car. It does start 17th in our hypercar class. And the sister Toyota, as you just saw, starting in 14th place.
Yeah, brush with the wall on pit exit, taking some of the Rolex bannerage away, but no visible damage, but they have changed the nose. 93 Peugeot is next up, 13th in the order. Paul di Resta will start this car. They'll be looking for a major turnaround in form from what was really not a very good Le Mans for them at all on pace.
But maybe quite low temperatures might help them. It feels like the car overuses its tyre. The one time we've really seen it look strong was in damp conditions, wet conditions at Le Mans a couple of years ago, 3 years ago now. It really looked on the money. Is that going to help them? Who knows? And what's going to happen with the 2 Genesis hypercars, brand new to this track, brand new to the series this year? They have really produced some speed here and some consistency. Both cars finished at Le Mans in their first ever Le Mans 24-hour race. So that is, again, a little bit of a dark horse, a bit of an unknown everywhere we go now. Antonio Giovinazzi will start the 51 Ferrari, and Giovinazzi a little bit disappointed with his qualifying. They didn't get through into Hyperpole.
Confused, I think, was the word. I think he expected, with his efforts, that the other 2 cars would be in trouble. They weren't.
Conseguimos conquistar com braço forte. Em teu seio, ó liberdade, desafio nosso peito à própria morte. A pátria amada idolatrada, salve, salve. Brasil, sonho intenso, raio vívido, de amor e de esperança a terra desce. Sempre o formoso céu risonho e líquido, a imagem do cruzeiro resplandece. Gigante pela própria natureza, és bela, és forte, pálido colosso, e o teu futuro espelha essa grandeza. Terra dourada, entre outras mil, és do Brasil, ó pátria amada. Dos filhos deste solo és mãe gentil, pátria amada, Brasil.
So the Brazilian anthem has been sung. We are closing in on the start time of the Rolex 6 Hours of Sao Paulo. We will be rolling in just a few minutes. Robert Kubica giving a little handshake and moment of encouragement to Yeye, who starts the number 83 car. He shares with Kubica and Phil Hansen. They start in 10th place on the grid. Qualified the 51 factory Ferrari. And the Ferrari looks a little bit more competitive now than it has done earlier in the season. Ricardo Nunes, Mayor of Sao Paulo, among the dignitaries on the grid.
Bit of a change, the 83. Normally it would be Phil Hansen starting the car. So clearly they're trying something a little different with the 83. Here's the 9th place 007 Aston Martin. Topped the times briefly in hyperpole before the really quick time started to come. These conditions, it's going to be quite interesting to see how the Valkyrie deals with that. There are two Brazilian drivers here. He's utterly delighted to be back racing in Brazil, I think for the first time in 11 years. Am I right?
Yeah.
I think Pipo Derani.
I was going to say, do we still call him Pipo?
Pipo, yeah, that's correct.
Or is he now too old? Is he now Luis Felipe? I don't know.
He still looks young. I mean, Pipo and I, we drove together in the US for a couple of years. We actually won a DPI championship together, a couple of races together. So he's been eager to come back to Brazil, no doubt. He's a local boy here, so grew up here in São Paulo. We raced in go-karts together, so he's delighted to be at home, and saw his family early as well, so pretty excited for the race.
Pretty excited for the race as well. Danny Unkadea, who slips aboard the Genesis Magman machine. So Unkadea in the number 19 car. It was the quicker of the two in qualifying. Got through into hyperpole.
We're going to have to stop getting surprised about the performance of this squad, I think, quite quickly. They are ticking off these waypoints, ticking off these achievements, and really becoming a factor in the World Endurance Championship.
50 Ferrari, the best of the Ferraris qualifying. Miguel Molina starts this car in 6th position. Let's catch up though with Alpine.
It's catching up with Jules Gounon, driver of the Alpine number 36. We've seen great performance of the car in quali, in testing, some consistency. What can we expect from the race? And do you know, is this going to affect the start?
Yeah, of course. I think we have been working well this week. We have improved the car every single session, but last night there was a big shower. So of course the track that was getting better and getting rubbered in is gonna get clean now. The tarmac is pretty wet actually, so I think for the start it's gonna be something tricky. Here we don't have the soft available, we have only mediums. Also the track temp are much lower to everything we have seen this week, so I think it's gonna be interesting. But yeah, I hope we can have a good race after a difficult Le Mans.
That's what we hope for you. Thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you very much. See you.
One of those situations, Felipe Nasser, where maybe you prefer to be the starting driver because at least you know what's going on. If you're watching in the garage, you're just,
Yeah, it's always a hairy moment, right? Because you don't know what to expect, really. But that's what racing drivers do anyway. They got to get the read on that formation lap, look around, look at the white lines, the curbs, the main stretch, and just work those tires, temperature up on the brakes. But again, difficult circumstances provide great opportunities, so we can see some action in this early part of the race, and that should provide some good overtaking.
I love that phrase, difficult circumstances provide great opportunities. All right, so we've just seen the Alpines and the BMWs. They qualified 3rd, 4th and 5th, but finishing 1st and 2nd here last year, Cadillac, Hertz Team Jota, they will start 1st and 2nd. Here's the 4th place qualifier, Kevin Magnussen, starting the number 15 BMW. The 20 car also fared a little less well than they had expected in qualifying. That car down in 16th place on the grid, so lots of making up to do. There's Brendan Hartley in the number 8 Toyota, and that car will start in 14th position. And again, they'll be playing with all sorts of traction control and other balances that they haven't had to delve into quite so much in the warmer conditions. 3rd on the grid then, the inside of row 2, Fred Mako starts the number 36 Alpine. So while ahead of them, the Cadillacs will be side by side, the Alpines will be nose to tail. And again, when you've got two cars close to each other, there is jeopardy there for the team. There is jeopardy for the team managers and for the strategists as well as for the drivers.
I think to mention, as we see here, 2nd on the grid, it is a front row both Cadillacs, sorry, on the front row of the grid, recast himself for the 4th time. And the 38 card is second, Earl Bamber. Jack Aitken looked like he got that, bailed out in the final lap. We think a bit of a minor error in the 3rd sector. That means they'll start from second. It will be Will Stevens in the number 12 car. Cadillac's 5th pole position.
Loving Earl Bamber's chrome dome.
Absolutely.
That's really gorgeous.
Cadillac's 5th pole position in WC history. That means they join Tota and Ferrari in getting to that marker point, the 3rd manufacturer to do so in the hypercar era.
So 3-minute ball being shown. The cars will roll off for 2 formation laps. And that will give them an opportunity not just to build heat into these unwarmed tyres and brakes, but also to start to get a little bit of a feel for just how slippery things are. On the way to the grid, they could come through the pit lane and do another lap, but what they haven't done is drive down into the first part of the Senna S, turn 1. So here's our grid. Cadillac, Hertz Team Jota locked out the front row. Will Stevens and Earl Bamber start ahead of Fred Makovici and Kevin Magnussen for Alpine and BMW. Alpine's Ferdy Habsburg, and the best of the Ferraris, Miguel Molina on row 3. On row 4 of the grid, Danny Honkadea in the Prime Genesis and Lloyd Duval's Peugeot. Harry Tincknell in the better of the 2 Astons, and the yellow peril, that is Ye Yifei. Tonio Giovinazzi and Andre Lotterer on row 6 of the grid. On row 7, Paul di Resta's Peugeot, and the better of the 2 Toyotas of Brendan Hartley. Marco Sorensen in 009 and René Rast in 20 lineup behind them. And then Mike Conway starting with Gray Newell, the LMGT3 pole sitter ahead of Johannes Zelger. Pedro Umbrarescu starts 20th with Tony McIntosh alongside him. Then Eric Powell, the better of the Ford drivers in qualifying, ahead of Martin Berry's Mercedes, Yasser Shaheen in the Bend Manthey Porsche. Stefano Gattuso in the second of the Fords, and Darren Leung in the better BMW, ahead of Sally Jolic in the Racing Team Turkey Corvette and James Cottingham's DK Porsche. Ben Keating's yellow Corvette starts 29th, Thomas Floor 30th in the 54 Ferrari, ahead of Antarazao and Ian James for McLaren and Aston Martin. Tom Van Rompuy in the Lexus, ahead of Francois Heriot in the 21 Ferrari, and the 35th starting position to Anthony West in his McLaren. So the 2 fields will start separately with around a 5-car length gap between the tail of the hypercar field, the last car on the grid being the number 7 Toyota, and the pole sitter. So Gray Newell, the heart of racing Aston Martin, will be pacing that field. And that is going to be the first time that he has had the opportunity to do that.
With these tricky conditions, the almost all-bronze LMGT3 field on this double formation lap might be one to keep an eye on. The only non-bronze in the field starting the race in LMGT3 is Sally Jolic. Of course, the silver for the Racing Team Turkey Corvette effort on board here with the 007, Harry Tincknell.
So cars getting ready to be waved off by Bia Figueiredo, who will also give them the green flag. Engines running. Will Stevens on pole position. Teammate Earl Bamber will be alongside him. So many Brazilian drivers started their career here in Sao Paulo, not on this tarmac. As you go down the stretch from the Senna S to Curva do Sol, on the right-hand side, just above, is the kart circuit where so many young Brazilians started racing. You can see how slippery it is. Of course, the drivers are exaggerating that because they're getting the wheel spin into those to try and build some heat into those rear tires. But Philippe, this could be really quite edgy in terms of traction for all these cars, hypercars and LMGT3s.
It is challenging, especially to build up the right temperature and to know where you're going to set up yourself in that turn 1. It's going to be tricky, so you got to be watching down. You could see the inside line of the turn 1 corner. Oh, we're going back here.
Yeah, this was Conway coming out of the pit lane, and that shows how wet the pit exit is. And he took a bit of banner with him as well.
Yeah, I saw Mike earlier, and I could see in his eyes he wasn't happy. But again, you know, it seemed like the damage was small. They changed the nose, and he's ready to go again. Yeah. And as I was saying, turn 1 looks like the inside is still wet. So you see a lot of drivers trying to go on the race line there to try and get the most grip out of turn 1.
On board with Paul de Resta in the 93 Peugeot, that car starting in 13th place. You can see the two blue Alpine between them, the Motorsport livery BMW, and the bright orange Genesis Magna colours that debuted at Le Mans have been retained for the rest of the World Endurance Series. So we'll get used to seeing those cars now in their bright orange livery. Quite a big gap back now from the tail of the hypercars to the lead car in LMGT3, the blue heart of racing Aston Martin. So Graham Newell's going to have to pick up the pace a little bit on the second lap. But again, for everybody, this is really critical because you need heat in the tyres, you need heat in the brakes for the start of the race. Just saw a little puff of smoke as the 19 Genesis locked up there, the Aston Martin as well. So you can see that they're still on and off the throttle, on and off the brakes, trying to build that temperature. But the track is a lot less grippy than it was. So what's our history with safety cars here, Graham?
I think we had a pretty clean race last year, didn't we? I mean, it's got to be said, we've had several very clean races in recent years in the FI World Endurance Championship, and it's also now highly unusual to have a race of attrition.
Yep.
It's a tribute to the kind of levels of engineering that go into these fantastic cars nowadays.
Sweeping down through the Senna once more. Plunging on down the hill. We're around 800 meters above sea level here, so you feel it, and the cars feel it too. A fraction down on power, even the turbocharged cars can't quite compensate for that. Cooling is at a premium, brake cooling normally at a premium. What's the air temperature now? 19 degrees. Often that will be up towards 30. Track temperature will be close to 60. At the moment it's 21 degrees, so this is a proper winter day here in Sao Paulo, and you can gather why the place is so green, where the water from the lakes comes from. Whether we're going to see more coming out of the sky or not remains to be seen, but everybody definitely wrapped up. So cars starting to work into formation now through the middle of Sector 2, down through curves 8, 9, 10. This undulating middle element of the track, rising and falling, pitching and diving, tight, twisty, very traction limited.
We're going to get an extra formation lap, so it's going to be 3 formation laps by the look of things.
Now, this is the decision of the safety car driver and the race director together.
Please inform drivers we are going for an extra formation lap. For the purpose of race distance, it starts once the safety car crosses the line. We're going for an extra formation lap. There will be no start on this lap.
All right, so we were expected to go green, but as you heard Eduardo Freitas say, the clock does start now. So the race has started, but this is a formation lap. So once more, the opportunity for everybody to just build a little more heat. The other thing it helps to do, Felipe, is just move a tiny bit of some of that moisture away.
It does help. Every lap the car's going around, it's probably
Giovinazzi, the 51
All cars
Ferrari.
to start closing up the gaps. All cars to start closing up the gaps, please. Car 69. Car 88 and car 69, let's close those gaps, please. Car 10, same to you.
So it's predominantly our LMGT3 field that is causing him a little bit of nervousness. There is your pole position sitter, Will Stevens. I suppose strictly you should say your current race leader, because the time has started, even if the race proper hasn't. Earl Bamber will be alongside him. Then Fred Makovic and Kevin Magnussen, Alpine and BMW. Then the second Alpine, Ferdi Habsburg, and red Ferrari, Miguel Molina. There is your pole sitter.
All cars exiting T12 to side-by-side position, exiting T11 to side-by-side position, please. Let's close those gaps.
And again, he wants to get the field lined up here before they get down to Junshao and start the long climb up the hill towards the start-finish line. The safety car...
Exiting T11, let's go side by side, please.
Safety car will rush away towards the pit exit to leave the track free, but the race does not start until the drivers pass the start-finish line. You may not pass. So the 2 gold Cadillacs, then the blue of Alpine and BMW. Second Alpine.
All
with a
cars
Ferrari
side by side. Do not forget, when the lights go off, you need to cross the line before we can really start racing.
Looking back from Will Stevens, alongside him Earl Bamber. Earl will want to be alongside if he can. Try and provide a united rear Cadillac so that nobody can squeeze through between them. Graham Newell pacing the LMGT3 field behind. Red lights are on. We come to the line after 3 formation laps. The lights are off. We are racing in Sao Paulo. The Rolex 6 Hours of Sao Paulo is underway. Cadillac 1-2 on the grid. They're shutting the door on everybody else down into turns 1 and 2. And a scramble between the Alpine and the BMW. The Alpine, Fred McAvicky with the BMW around the outside. Kevin Magnussen with the pointy elbows, really shoving his way around there. On board with Ye Yifei, that's the number 19 Genesis in front. Little bit of spray down the straight to turn 4. And the Ferraris gathering up. Few sideways moments. Felipe Nasser, nervous times for these drivers because they've not been round so fast.
Indeed, there's a lot of exploring now, but great start there from Kevin. You can see he made the outside stick into turn 4 there. Let's see how they go through this part here. There's a lot of battle going on.
A little bit of leaning for 11th place. That's the second of the Ferraris and the Genesis. Giovinazzi and Lotterer getting together. Antonio Giovinazzi winning that skirmish. And the Alpine dropped a long way back behind him, so that's Verdi Habsburg, who started in 5th place. He's down to 11th.
Yeah, I think Giovinazzi made up a couple of places at the start into turn 1, but lost them again as they came through the centre S.
Molina,
battling hard.
Molina in the first red Ferrari, then the yellow car, Ye Yifei, who's moved up as well at the expense of Danny Unkadea, who's in 7th place. The Peugeot of Loic Duval, the white car in 8th. LMGT3, looks like there's been no major dramas, but the Iron Lynx Mercedes, Johannes Elger, jumped into the lead from the outside of the front row, and our pole sitter has dropped down to 5th position. There are the 2 Brazilian livery BMWs. Looking for the lead is the first of them, Tony McIntosh on the inside of Johannes Zelga, and he goes through on the inside. Ben Keating's car 33, the yellow Corvette is, in fact, that's a long way further back.
That's the wrong one, that's the other one.
That is the wrong one.
The move is the Lexus has actually grabbed second from Tony McIntosh. Tony looking up the inside, it didn't quite work, pretty similar to what happened to Giovinazzi, but now he goes to the inside, tries to go from 3rd to 1st. That's going to work, not going to work either, and all of a sudden he's got his mirrors full of a double Mustang.
And of course the curbs are going to be very slippery indeed. No, the pass was Darren Leung going by Martin Berry's Mercedes. So it is the Lexus of Pedro Umbrarescu who leads from Tony McIntosh. Then the 2 white and blue Fords, and that's Eric Powell from Stefano Gattuso. Stefano Gattuso now from Eric Powell, as we see on board with the 77 car. So it's a little swap there in turn 4 between the 2 as they were scrambling with the BMW coming up the inside.
Yeah, Zelga's actually dropped back now to 5th. He's about to be swallowed up by the advancing pack, led by Sally York, by the way. He's had a good start in the 34 Racing Team Tokyo by TF car, but now back with the hypercars.
Looking at the battle for 3rd place, Kevin Magnussen with the blue, white and black and red colours, and then the red and blue, or the blue and red perhaps, of Fred McAvicky in the Alpine. We ride on board. Busy hands, Philip. It's still twitchy, isn't it?
Yeah, you can see at a moment there in Coupe du Sol trying to keep it flat and following the car ahead. It's always going to be tricky, losing a little bit of downforce. But again, if it's the time to attack, it's now, because, you know, as the track starts to get drier, let's say, you probably get everybody on that race line and then the opportunities get less. But a great start so far.
Yeah, then offline is still dampened, and there's a bigger offset between having the grip and not having the grip. You saw a good move down the inside for second place, the Proton Ford. Stefano Gattuso now up to second place and chasing Pedro Umbrarescu, and that is a world of V8 loveliness. Tony McIntosh third, Eric Powell in fourth place. As we ride with Ferdy Habsburg, disappointing start for this Alpine, down in 11th place.
Yeah, good move from Gattuso, and the Mustang's looking strong at this stage. Sort of mix around for the hypercar field, but still Cadillac 1-2. Kevin Magnussen in the 15, BMW runs third, Fred Makovic fourth in the 36 Alpine, and then the first of the Ferraris, the 15, the hands of Miguel Molina, running in a strong fifth. Moving up the field though, AFA in the 83 AF Corsa car. He's had a good start.
Yeah, made a great start, managed to find a gap and wriggle into it, and that's a real art form. Will Stevens leads by 1.1 from the fellow Corvette Cadillac of Earl Bamber, and he also 1.1 ahead of Kevin Magnussen. Let's hear from the 15 BMW team.
I have no flow at the exit of corners. Like something's wrong. Just at the beginning. The first part of the exit.
Copy, stand by, we're checking.
All right, 77 Ford, and that is a position change for third place. Eric Powell going by Tony McIntosh's BMW. And again, I wonder if we're going to see a change in the balance of power between some of these different brands because of the lower temperature. Some cars might drop out of their operating window, some be a lot happier with it.
Also, by the way, joining that lead group is Saliolic. He's dropped the pack behind him and has moved up to the rear end of Anthony McIntosh's BMW. So it's a hunting pack of 5 now, this lead pack for LMGT3. And a bit of a gap before we get back to the Jonas Elga car of the Arnlinks AMG.
Our winners last year were a Codis ASP, the Lexus claiming victory, the 87 car from the TF Sport Corvette, and Racing Spirit of Le Mans, and Aston Martin on the podium as well last season. But Saliolic with the bit between his teeth, and again, worth pointing out, he's a silver-graded driver. Everyone around him essentially is a bronze-graded driver, so he should be making that progress by dint of his better experience and better ability. So Magnussen and Makovic still battling for third and not being caught by the Ferraris behind of Molina and Ye. So looks like there's a little bit of a pace benefit there for the BMW and the Alpine.
Maybe the issue for Kevin Magnussen, but we're starting to see the two Cadillacs just pull a gap out here, Felipe, these early stages. We're just under 10 minutes into this race. At the moment, it is Will Stevens leading Earl Bamber by a single second. It's now 1.5 seconds back to Kevin Magnussen.
Yeah, the Cadillacs, they look pretty settled, don't they? And they started to open a gap here to Kevin. I mean, Fred has been keeping the pressure there, trying to find an opportunity.
Strange, because let's take a look at the start here in LMGT3. Johannes Elga a long way ahead of the Aston Martin, way before they got to the start-finish line. That might be an issue for that Mercedes, but the Aston Martin dropping back at the start. 23 Harter racing car being comprehensively overwhelmed by the field, so not the best start for Gray Newell in that car that he got through. There it is right in front of us, that he got through into Hyperpole. Just being cautious, and that's never a bad thing at the start of a race. You can afford maybe to lose a couple of positions here. On board with the 32 BMW of Darren Leung, Ben Keating just in front. There's Yasser Shaheen, the Bend Porsche, the 92 car. Leung looking to go down the inside on the front stretch, down to turn 4. A little bit of contact there as well. 69 BMW going through. So Johannes Elga having the early lead. Pedro Umbrarescu was right behind him in the better of the two Lexuses. There's the 27 Harter racing car of Ian James, who was battling with Francois Heriot and Thomas Floor. The Ferraris and the McLaren's right at the tail of the field.
Stefano, think on save your tires, okay? Don't over push. Your position and pace is very good.
That's sort of engineer speak for calm down.
A little bit.
But great start to the race from both Mustangs. And it is this 5-car group at the moment that seems to have the bit between their teeth and again the best of these conditions. Will Stevens is eking out more of an advantage on Earl Bamber. The gap, though, is pretty stable back to Kevin Magnussen, who's still fending off Fred Macko for that 3rd place.
Now, down at turn 4, the tail of the LMGT field has just cleared turn 4 as the leaders drop down out of turn 3. So maybe before the end of this lap, they'll be in there. A little run out wide from Yasser Shaheen, came back on in front of the bright yellow car, Ben Keating. Behind him was Darren Leung and the 91 car of James Cottingham. 3 wide down the straight. Kart circuit on the right-hand side there, just at the top of the hill. So here is your race leader, Will Stevens, Earl Bamber behind him. And Stevens will have the difficult job of trying to shoehorn his way through a very tight LMGT3 pack. And this is all part of endurance racing, Felipe. When you're in the quick cars, you've just got to make those moves, but you've got to make them clean.
Yeah, the risk and reward is always there, right? He always makes that question before making a move. But so far, you know, like I said, the early part of the race, when the track was still quite damp, you know, the drivers try to make the most of it. That's when the opportunities are there. And you can see a lot of action in both classes there.
Yep. Alexander West, the last of the LMGT3 cars, will have the race leader right with him any second. A little bit of sun starting to come out as well. So Will Stevens, the good news for Stevens is he's now 1.67 seconds ahead of Earl Bamber, so he's got a little bit of room to manoeuvre. He's already passed the first couple of cars, Alexander West and Thomas Floor, Francois Heriot right in front of him. And now they get into sector 2. So for Will Stevens, he actually jumped a couple of cars up the queue in the quick stuff. Everybody else is going to have to fight their way through in this tight and twisty infield section.
Like we pointed out before, the speed difference is not too far away between the GT cars and hypercars in this section. So knowing where you're going to place your car, and if you're able to clear traffic at the right time, that gives you a benefit. But also, you know, if you're not able to clear them at the right time, you're probably going to see a gap between the cars increasing.
That's nervous on board there, trying to find his way past the 21 Ferrari of Francois Heriot. And again, we, you know, looking at all these little differences between the corners, between 7 and 8 there on the top of the hill. There's enough room to get through if the LMGT3 car allows you. He goes by another couple. So it's give and take, ebb and flow all the way through the race. You're never going to get the best break in traffic. You seldom get the worst. Sometimes you lose, sometimes you gain.
But the change here is Kevin Magnussen is right with Earl Bamber, and they've dropped Fred Makovic with that just that stumble briefly in traffic. So the battle is on now very firmly for second place.
And here come the Ferraris as well. Miguel Molina in the red car, Ye Fei in the yellow car. They've dropped Danny Hunkadea. So the orange Genesis is a little further back, stuck in traffic. And again, there's the battle for second place. The blue-red motorsport colours of car number 15, piling the pressure on the Cadillac in front.
Okay, mate, good job. For information, caddies are flying. BMW is following as well with the Alpine. We expect the Ferraris in front to drag us down at some point, so if you see an opportunity later in the stint, let's use it.
Not sure which of the two BMWs. I think that was Tony McIntosh that just got clipped in traffic. And that's always the danger between 7 and 8. You go in the gap, and it's not always there when you arrive. Nevertheless, Earl Bamber under pressure from Kevin Magnussen. Fred Makovic, another small step further back. He's got held up in traffic. So Magnussen with nobody on his rear. And that's perfect for a racing driver. You don't have to worry about what's behind, just eyes on the prize.
Eyes on the prize, and he's definitely making strides there on traffic. And that's multi-class racing. That's the fun part of it. It takes a lot of ability skills. You got to see what's happening ahead of you, if the gap is going to clear or not. Here we go. There's more happening here.
Yeah, Habsburg attacking Lotterer in the second of the Genesis cars. And there's the orange machine. Habsburg goes around the outside. The white Peugeot is right behind as well. Paul de Resta gets alongside Ferdy Habsburg's Alpine, and he takes advantage. He actually moves up a spot there. Again, that's the problem when you're in a queue of traffic. If you try something and it doesn't work, you often lose out.
Busy, 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 isn't it? Here we are side by side now for second place.
I tell you what, Earl Bamber taking no prisoners there, but Magnusson stuck with it now. Did he take advantage, all four wheels off track? And will he have to give it back? That's certainly what Earl will be saying. He was off track.
One factor here that may be coming into play is the only car in the field that is using used tyres at all is Earl Bamber, right side of that Cadillac, used medium tyres. So they're burning those used tyres early.
All right, and that is in the colder temperatures. Maybe that's going to be a little bit less of a deficit. The right-hand side is normally the hard-worked part of the car because this is an anti-clockwise circuit. So those tyres will probably have done qualifying rather than hundreds of laps in free practice. The Ferrari's going around the outside of the two Fords. And Miguel Molina under real pressure from Ye Yifei. The yellow submarine is towing up behind him. Molina goes defensive early, and Ye didn't bother trying to make a lunge there. Through comes the second Ferrari, the 51 car of Antonio Giovinazzi, the bright red machine, in between the two orange Genesis cars. Actually so similar on this shot that it looks like three Ferraris, but the redder of the red one rather than the orange one. There you go, that's more of a view of the 19, the 51 and the 17 car. And again, Andre Lotterer in car number 17 with constant pressure from Paul di Resta, and Ferdy Habsburg is tailing that little battle as well.
Yes, a nice little battle, that Paul di Resta looking very racy indeed the first part of this lap. And I think may well have actually had a bit of contact with one of the Mustangs as he came through.
Honestly, some of the onboards from the LMGT3 cars are frankly terrifying in this. You see there's a little gap open, a hypercar comes through, and then four more follow, and you just... I sometimes am amazed at the way that these bronze-graded drivers can deal with that level of pressure. It's part of the championship battle. There you can see the Lexus under pressure for the lead of the race. The red and black Lexus of Petro and Borescu. Stefano Gattuso senses a chance here.
He almost took me out, and he just went from full left to full right on the brakes.
Yeah, copy. You have margin in energy if you need to cancel to overtake in these cases, if it helps.
Here we go, this is the lead battle. Umbraresco, the black and red, and Gattuso is right with him. And often a faster car will ease the guy you're chasing offline. Didn't happen quite there for Gattuso in the blue and white Ford. He's got his teammate right behind, Eric Powell, in that second Mustang. So Petro Umbrarescu doing good work in defense here. And the hypercars come through. The Valkyrie howls by down the straight.
Very gentle, has fallen back quite a way, hasn't he, from the start here? Down now in 14th place.
And his teammate Marco Sorensen is last in 17th place in hypercar.
Give the first penalty to the race through, and it's going to be for a Toyota and the, of course, the yellow Ferrari, both getting 5 seconds out into the next pit stop. Race start. I have a feeling we may see some action in GT as well.
Yeah, I think so. And I wonder, actually, this is where the driver steward advisor, Peter Dumbrett, comes and says, well, what were they doing? Because the Aston Martin dropped so far back, it's now dangerous for you to start braking with the whole pack behind you. They had no option but to go by. So we'll wait and see what happens there. Will Stevens, the race leader. Looks like he's out on a track day on his own. There's nobody else on the circuit.
It's 4 seconds, or 3.8 seconds to Kevin Magnussen behind, who has dropped the challenge of Earl Bamber for the moment. And that was a touch, wasn't it? 15 on the AMG.
Yeah, that was Johannes Zelger who got that little side biff, and it's not the only one. That's the view from above. We sort of saw that from the onboard, didn't we? And this is the Bamber-Magnussen move. Let's watch. Okay, that's too tough to call from there, but I think that was probably clean.
Yeah, it looked like he had nowhere to go, really. Yeah. They were side to side, a small contact there, and just trying to use the curb there to, you know, hold himself up to the next corner.
Now then, 1, 2, 3 in LMGT3. The red and black car, Petro Umbrarescu, Stefano Gattuso and Eric Powell in the 2 white and blue Fords. And And then Tony McIntosh. Now, that Brazilian liveried BMW is starting to close back in, and now that they are free of hypercars, probably for another couple of laps, Sally Jolic in the red and black Corvette of Racing Team Turkey might get a chance to close on this as well, because these 4 cars are going to be slower as they race each other than he will be on his own.
Absolutely. Listen carefully, you can hear what a Ford V16 might sound like, because they're so close behind them, Moresco. But it is the Konis ASP Lexus, the 87, leads this hunting pack of Mustangs. Absolutely right, Tony McIntosh is right there. Sally Jolic has just fallen off a little bit off that pack, but he's right there with them. Huge gap to the next car along, which is Martin Perry, 6.5 seconds back. This
Jolic is actually closing. He was half a second quicker than the lead 4 on that last lap, so he will rejoin, but will he do it before Gattuso gets by Umbrarescu? These are 2 cars, the Lexus and the Ford, that have got great top-end speed, and Gattuso shows his nose on the inside into turn 1, and using that inside line, Felipe, it looks like it's starting to dry out nicely.
Yeah, you can tell he's starting to explore there. He tried it, but didn't quite make it, but he set himself up pretty good here for the backstretch, so trying to make a move.
Yeah, getting that overlap, and Umbrarescu is going to be in trouble if he tries to turn in. Ooh, I think Gattuso just gave him enough room, but here comes Eric Powell on the inside.
It's not where you want to do that, Eric, but not this stage of the race. Let's remind ourselves, by the way, these top 4 cars here, these are the bronze drivers. Cracking battle with the 4 non-pros, getting stuck into each other here. Yet again, 88 looking for the way through. Eric Powell just waiting for an error from either of the 2 guys behind him, and now we're back to nose to tail with the first 5.
Yeah, the Corvette has joined. It was quicker, Sally Jolic, and again, Gattuso looking on the inside, Powell looking on the inside of him as well, and Tony McIntosh in that Brazilian livery BMW. They're both Brazilian livery, by the way. 69 more blue and green, and the 32 more yellow in its version of the Brazilian colours. So Umbrarescu probably feeling the pinch here. Gattuso is definitely making his presence felt on every corner, just showing his nose, annoying his neighbour in front of him, trying to make sure that he distracts him. And Eric Powell flashing the headlights at his own teammate as well.
I'll tell you, as we're watching this, Will Stevens continues to build the lead, almost 5 seconds now to the good, but behind him, Earl Bamber and Fred Makovic are catching Kevin Magnussen again.
There's only one rule in motor racing, and that's don't hit your teammate. Not sure everybody's explained that quite. There's probably quite a lot of radio traffic trying to explain that to Eric Powell right now. But then, I guess, Felipe, he feels he's quicker than his teammate, which he is, because his teammate's trying to attack all the time.
Yeah, it looks like the Lexus has been very defensive, so that brings everybody else closer. So, am I going to try to pass, or should I stay, find a clear opportunity? See what happens here with the Ferrari.
21 and 54 on the left, Francois Heriot. On the right, Thomas Floor. And this is a long pass all the way up the hill. Started at Junshao and climbing up the inside. And again, in 2 cars with equal pace, you're just making your lap a few meters shorter by using that tighter inside line. So that gives you that slender advantage. Leaders are now in the back of the LMGT3 queue as well. And maybe for Stefano Gattuso, let Eric Powell go by, and if Powell can be quicker, can somehow ease Umbrarescu offline, then maybe both of you will go through. Sometimes the team will try and use tactics like that. Sally Jolic just got by the BMW. We didn't see it happen, but the Corvette is up to 4th place. Here's Tony McIntosh's view of the red and black Racing Team Turkey car. So Jolic was closing on the queue, and the reason they've dropped back a bit is undoubtedly because McIntosh was having to defend as Jolic attacked midway through the lap. Now he's going to have to jump forward to try and harass the top 3. And this is always the jeopardy of starting a non-bronze graded driver, that if you don't make that track position up, then you're kind of wasting your time a little bit. So Jolic being very aggressive as the battle for 2nd place comes through the midfield in LMGT3. Bamba chasing Kevin Magnussen right in front of him. And they've closed the gap to Will Stevens, down under 4 seconds now. So Stevens getting held up a little bit through that gaggle of traffic.
It'll be interesting to see whether or not they can extend it now. He's in a bit more clear air, but he's got another big group of GT3 cars ahead of him. Closing on the first half hour of this race. Remember, started with an additional formation lap. It's getting closer and closer to the fuel window.
So would you say we halfway here in the stint for the hypercars, Graham?
I think we're beyond that for this stage. We'll get the energy graphic up shortly. Beautiful thing about the FIWC, particularly from trackside, is you can see on the side of the cars how much energy they've now got with these new visual panels reprogrammed for this season. So we can see there, yeah, they're looking good on energy.
The car is a disaster. So much oversteer entry, so much understeer mid-corner, much more compared to what we had in practice.
Right, so much for my clutching at straws in the hope that the lower temperatures would favour the Peugeot. But of course, they've set the car up for hotter, grippier track conditions. And not only is it colder, Felipe, but it rained, and that cleans some of the rubber off. And so the track will evolve. It should become more grippy as the race progresses, but...
For sure. Yeah, for sure the lower grip now to begin. And but like you said, you set up the car for the race, and it kind of unknown what to expect. And he was struggling for both entry oversteer and understeer mid low speed, he was saying. So he's fighting both ends of the balance there. So looks like a tough beginning there for Duval.
Doing all the wrong things in all the wrong places here. Battle here for 8th place. Danny Uncadea, Antonio Giovinazzi, we ride on board with him in 9th, and behind him is car number 50, Andre Lotter, car number 17. We're on board the 51 car at the moment. So this is 9th, 10th and 11th. The final points paying position is the Ferrari at the moment. You can see on the energy, they've got about half of the energy remaining. However, for all of these hybrid cars, and that excludes the Aston Martin, but all of the hypercars, that also includes the state of charge of their hybrid system. And like a hybrid road car, you can have electricity in the battery, but if you've got no fuel in the tank for the engine, then you're going no further. And the Ferrari under real pressure. Lotterer, there is definitely life in the old dog yet, isn't there?
They look very racy, huh? The Genesis, race pace.
Yeah. It's a good-looking car, and it performs really well.
That was close.
And Giovinazzi goes by Uncadea into turn 1. So, again, weaving through traffic. I mean, you know, you've raced at Daytona 24. You're so familiar with this.
It's that risk, you know. It's what it makes it fun. But again, as a driver, you're trying to squeeze everything you can, but trying to avoid any type of contact there. You don't want to hit with these cars.
Yeah, Lotterer.
So close. But
yeah.
Any damage on a splitter or on the side panel of the car, it takes a lot of the performance.
Just look at the onboard from Yasser Shaheen. There's cars flying by him all the time.
But that's awesome. That's what I love about racing. What a class. You know.
Love the reaction in the garage. Go to FIAWC Plus and sign up and watch All Access from Le Mans. There's so much great garage reaction to some of these battles.
Interesting here, you see how much the gap has closed to Stevens there. Yeah. So I wonder if traffic probably didn't help there in some laps.
Yeah, if you catch them on the quick stuff, then great, you can go straight by. We saw that down the straight, didn't we, on the last lap? But if you catch them in sector 2 in the twisty corners, then you've got to be patient, you've got to wait, you've got to know that you've still got the pace. Bamba dives down the inside of the lead battle, and through comes Stefano Gattuso, change for the lead in LMGT3. That's what was shaping up down the straight. He finally got the run he wanted on the red and black Lexus of Pedro Umbrarescu, and then as the Cadillac went down on the inside, there was just enough room for him to sneak in front. Now, Eric Powell, you can see in the paint on the back of the Lexus, the reflection of the flashing headlights of the Ford. So Gattuso with the fastest race lap. He's just set that to take the lead in LMGT3. And again, Eric Powell nearly running into the back of the Lexus there. From the moment Umbrarescu was held up, and Powell alongside, can't see Umbrarescu because he's on our left. So this is going to be a change for second place. It is. Paulo got through. He had that inside line, Felipe, and you can't defend that there.
Yeah, and plus you have the hypercar taking an advantage of the open gap, so tricky, but it looked like he was struggling already to be, you know, holding on to that second place. So it looks like they're probably taking a bit on the tires already early on.
On board with Sally Olic, and again, hypercars just diving in left, right, and centre. It's like they think they're riding motorcycles. Some of the gaps they go into, again, classic example, you know.
You're just setting yourself for the corner and then someone dives in. But you gotta have that awareness to know, okay, I cannot, you know, I cannot turn in now, otherwise you make contact, and that damages your race too.
Meantime, as they clear the traffic, the lead group, Will Stevens has lost out. It's 2 or 3 seconds lost from his lead through that run through what was frenetic traffic for a wee while, wasn't it? And Kevin Magnussen now 2.1 seconds behind and has gapped Earl Banner again to over a second. Fred Macco 2 seconds further back again.
Kevin Magnussen is such a dual personality, isn't he? He's so chilled and relaxed and almost looks like he's just a spectator when he's out of the car. When he's in it, he definitely grows those Viking horns. He's such a great attacking race driver. On board with Paul Di Resta. And Di Resta, yeah, okay, the Peugeot not quite what we'd hoped for, but he is closing on Danny Huncadea. Here's a replay from Eric Powell of that move. Stefano Gattuso. That was a little touch there. That was Will Stevens coming through, I think. And again, that shows what we talked about, that the minimum speed in some of these corners of the hypercar is lower than the GT3 cars.
Yeah, and especially when the tires start to go away, you're gonna see that speed closer and closer. I think we have a radio call here coming in a second.
Yeah, I mean, I'm much slower in the middle sector than the cars around me. It is getting a bit easier as the fuel load comes off, but the car is heavy.
And by heavy, he means it's not reacting.
I was gonna say it's probably the rotation and the, you know, change of direction. He's feeling is quite heavy, or again, it looks like like they're not having a lot of fun right now. But let's hope that the grips come up to them as the race goes on.
They're making progress, in fairness. The 93, 94, but the gaps tell the story. They're not really able to attack the cars around them. That's the frustration you're hearing from Paul Di Resta.
And we heard Lloyd Duval saying, you know, it's understeering, it's oversteering. And in fact, it's doing them in all the wrong places. In the high-speed stuff where you want a little bit of understeering, rear stability, it's oversteering. And in the tighter stuff, in the corners where you want it to over-rotate, it's just ploughing on.
Yeah,
so
it's having the opposite every, you know, in the corners you want it to make it rotate.
All the wrong things in all the wrong places.
We're still down on power, guys. Like, they're pulling away like crazy in this race.
So hands up anybody who's not down on power at the moment. I mean, we haven't heard Toyota complaining about it. Mike Conway has got by Marco Sorensen from 17th to 16th. Number 8 car still in 13th place. Brendan Hartley, so Toyota are struggling. But here come the Ferrari duo, 5th and 6th. Miguel Molina still ahead of Ye Fei. And I think after that little moment a few laps ago where Ye was almost alongside him, Ye's just gone, okay, now it's time to put the slippers on, save a little bit of fuel.
That's the most interesting comparison is the two BMWs. We've got Kevin Magnussen battling away for the lead here. The 20 car is down in 14th place. Absolutely nowhere by comparison.
And again, you wonder whether both teams in that garage have got quite the same setup. Sally Olic having a little look at Petro Umberescu. This is for 3rd place. The red and black car in front is the Lexus. The red and black car behind is the Racing Team Turkey Corvette we ride on board with Jolic. And Ye Fei, we were just looking at in the Ferrari in the hypercar. Fastest race lap for that car.
He's been looking racy, hasn't he?
I was going to say, they're making ground here. They're definitely catching the cars ahead as the DAG starts to kick in the tires. But the funny fact here is that Stevens, he opted for new tires, you said, to start, right? But it looks like the gap has been closed now, so that could play in the hand of the 38 car here
the car
for later on.
With those used tyres on the right. I'll correct myself, by the way. It's not the only team to have opted to do that. It's the only team in the league group that's opted to do that. So the fact that he's managed to stay with that battle speaks volumes for just exactly what they're able to do to preserve the package. Here's the dark maroon cars, red, black, grey. It's very, very different answers to the LMGT3 question. Lexus RCF and the Corvette Z06 GT3R.
Yeah, we like a V8 GT battle, though. Doesn't matter where the V8 is, they still sound good. And the BMW is closing in again on this little battle as Umbro Rescue and Jolic squabble. Tony McIntosh in the 69 BMW just creeping a little back onto the tail of them. But the two Fords basically set sail off in the distance. Stefano Gattuso leading from teammate Eric Powell. Now then, let's get a little bit of information about what's going on track. Bruce is down at AF Corsa.
Robert, it's been since Le Mans last year that a Ferrari actually won a race. What can you do today? I know that you're working hard on the strategy. I see you speaking on the radio all the time and trying to work out a way. Can you do something today?
First of all, you need many factors to win races. It's not only about strategy. Mainly performance helps. So Interlagos is a tough track for our car, but we are trying our best, as you said. Ife did very good first lap, so we gained a few positions, and we are trying to manage the tires as weather helps because it's cooler today, so I think tire management will be a bit easier, but definitely will come into the play. I think a lot of possibilities with changing two tires, which side, what to do, and if doubling. So we will have to wait and see, react. But of course, we are focused on ourselves to do our best and to try to execute the best race possible.
How fast do you understand what is happening with the tire with this change of temperature, of track temperature? Are you able to gamble a little bit and be early in the change, or try to push it a little bit forward, or are you waiting to see the tires in the garage to take a decision?
Well, I would not say gamble. I mean, with the experience and knowledge, you can kind of predict. Of course, the final word is the racetrack, and we try to get some information also from Ife. I think until now everything looks under control, so potentially, this opens up also different scenarios for the race. If you have less deck, you might change your strategy. And then weather. There is some rain predicted for the last part of the race, so you never know here. As always, WEC offers entertaining races, and we will try to do our best.
Certainly entertaining, and good luck for the strategy and the rest.
Thank you very much.
Good to hear from Robert Kubica. His car, by the way, is the next car in the order with used tyres on. All four had seen previous usage this weekend, so it's even better news, if you like, for the pace of AFA. Beyond that, we've seen a result now of investigation into the car 15. Kevin Magnussen and Johannes Elger. We saw that side-to-side contact, no investigation necessary, but they are taking a look at that potential off-track overtake. Magnussen on Bamber, and I guess there's 2 points of view there, Felipe. From the point of view of Magnussen, it was very marginal indeed. From the point of view of El Bamber, it was the most outrageous misuse of regulations ever seen on this planet.
Race drivers, they're going to be saying, Bamber probably saying, he squeezed me, or, and Kevin the other way is probably saying, he didn't give me enough room and I try to make the pass as fair as possible. But I don't know, in my view, it looked like a racing incident. I mean, it just looked like they were racing each other pretty fairly, I would say. Yeah,
it was very marginal at best, and certainly not flagrant off-track abuse. Wasn't the pass on the grass, was it? Down the inside of the Heart of Racing Aston Martin comes the Alpine of Fred Makovici, closing in on Earl Bamber. At least he was, until Bamber got a bit of a break there in traffic. And there is your race leader, Will Stevens, coming towards us. Kevin Magnussen with Earl Bamber now for very close company. And Makovic trying to join in. In the pit lane, the first of our LMGT3 callers, car number 91, James Cottingham in the DK Engineering Manthey car. And also 35, the 30 Habsburg-driven Alpine. And that might be maybe a lap before we expected, or 2 laps before we expected.
I was about to say, we've seen in recent WC races teams throwing the dice, BMW to great effect at Spa. The teams and the strategy will have learned from that. If you're nowhere, try something.
Yep.
And if we've got those mixed conditions potentially to come, we can see the traffic is really tricky here. Maybe that's what's happening here at Alpine. They're just throwing the dice and see whether or not this race brings something back to them.
100%. I think for James Cottingham, Manthey DK Engineering, probably exactly the same. You know, he was stuck in that big, long group that went from about 7th to 15th. So don't be stuck in it. Give yourself a chance at some free air. See if you can free the car up. There you can see Earl Bamber again through on the inside of the LMGT3 cars. Well, down in the pit lane is Bruce Joanny. Bruce, what do you know about the Alpine stop?
Well, I was just next to Jules Gounon when the car stopped, and yeah, it was just to avoid traffic, get away from the traffic, do a clever pit stop just to save some time into the traffic. That makes a big difference. For example, speaking to Vincent Vos earlier on about the car 20 that's very far back, the car performance is the same as the car 50, but as you can see, it's way further back, and that's only down to traffic.
Yeah, he's just stuck in traffic, and again, wouldn't be at all surprised to see a little bit of a strategy offset there as well. Either pit late or more likely pit early and just try and give him some clear air, because that's actually worked for the Alpine. The 35 car, 30 Habsburg, is quite a long way away from the queue that he was in. But if you're further up that queue, and in the top half dozen, then, or you've got a little bit of a gap in front of you, then it's wise to maintain that track position. Again, battle for third place. Earl Bamber in the gold Cadillac. Right behind him, the blue of Alpine, and that's Fred Makovic with the number 36 car. Mako with a bit between his teeth. And he needs to hurry up with this a little bit, because Miguel Molina is about 1.4 seconds behind, and he's got Ye Yufei closing in on him at the moment. Will Stevens still the race leader. Comes across the line just 1.4 seconds ahead of Kevin Magnussen. 1:27.0 to 1:27.3, so that gap opened up a little bit. Kevin Magnussen dropping back about 0.3 on that last lap, but again, with traffic, those will vary all the time.
You've been watching this closely, Felipe. Is this a little bit of luck? Is it just the fact that Kevin Magnussen's showing a little bit more aggression here? Is it to do with the strategy, maybe energy saving, maybe looking after the tyres that Will's doing? What's going on here?
I think it's a bit of everything, honestly. It's hard to point out, but definitely the traffic here pays a bigger price. You know, if you're leading, of course, you don't want to be, you want to have some conservative in your pocket, right? You don't want to go for that last gap just now, and I think that Stevens doing that.
Well, let's hear from the 83 for
Base is very strong. Base is very strong.
Yeah, but the third gear is making me slow. I could have gone much faster.
Let's preserve the tires, and let me know about tires if you still think about the rears.
All right, so third gear said, I could have gone much faster, or I could not go much faster, rather. Okay, just...
That's a classic response from a race engineer, which is Ife is telling him something's relevant, there's nothing to do about it, so let's talk about what we can do something about. Yeah. So it's trying to lift the frustration by giving him something to concentrate on. Big lift there.
Big lift, you can hear. They're probably doing a lot of saving now. And you can tell the Ferraris look to have a pretty good pace there on the longer run.
And the critical thing for Ye is there's nobody relevant behind him. It's 5 seconds back to Locaval's Peugeot, and he's not in a position where he wants to attack Miguel Molina's red car, so he's in the perfect position to fuel save as much as possible. Every lap extra you can creep out of the tank might be of a benefit later. It's never guaranteed, but it might be.
Tough to overtake here. This is what we're looking at the moment in this phase of the race, isn't it? Those gaps, they're up and down. But other than when traffic is a factor, we are finding that it is difficult for these cars to overtake here in Interlagos. exactly what we saw last year.
I mean, it's a factor on the tighter, old-fashioned circuits like this. What are we looking at here? Peugeot coming down the inside. Oh, big lockup. Was that Lottery? Yes, it was. Just ahead of Di Resta. Di Resta finding himself in a gap that he wasn't expecting to be there. And this is Loic Duval all over the back of the Ferrari of Antonio Giovinazzi. In fact, Giovinazzi's just gone by Duval. So Ferrari have got pace here. Giovinazzi up to 7th position. Where did the 51 car start on the grid? 11th. So Ye has gone from 10th to 6th, and Giovinazzi has gone from 11th to 7th. So they are making up ground.
But what we don't know yet is at what cost in terms of energy, in terms of the life of the tyres that they've got aboard them. That's all going to come into play as we get closer to the halfway point in this race.
Well, that's still a long way from here. We're only 45 minutes in so far to the 6 hours of Sao Paulo. And there you can see the 51 car. Antonio Giovinazzi, Jovi just ahead of Loic Duval. And Duval's next car behind him is in fact his own teammate, Paul Di Resta. So they're sort of going in a little bit 2 by 2. We've got all the Ferraris ahead of the Peugeots. Then the 2 Genesis Magna cars are 10th and 11th. So they're running together. The one that is, the 2 that are out of sync, the 35 Alpine, which has pitted out of sequence, and the 20 BMW, which is a long way back. And I'm surprised they haven't tried something with that car.
Rob Boyd brings the 78 Lexus onto pit lane. It's been stuck in the midfield and not able, it seems, to progress with tyres as well as fuel for the car. Full service stop for the 78.
So there are 2 things that they can do, and one of them they will try and do anyway, which is keep the bronze driver in until he has used or he has raced through all of the minimum drive time that he needs to do. And at that stage, maybe instead of going all the way to the end of the fuel, then you can do something out of sequence, bring him in, get your pro drivers in, or your silver driver in, or your gold, platinum, whatever, and try and make a difference there, instead of going all the way through a tyre stint.
In clear air, by the way, once again, Will Stevens is pulling away in the lead of this race, 3.6 seconds to the good. The battle in LMGT3 now is for 4th place, because Sally Jolic has gone by Petra Onorescu in the 87 Codis ASP Lexus, and Onorescu now under pressure from Tony McIntosh, who's been just running his own race, really. Yeah,
Tony McIntosh has been in this little group. We're riding on board with him now. And the BMW certainly looks quick enough to challenge. Behind you can see Martin Berry. Now that gap was around 4 seconds, still is around 4 seconds. So Berry's not making much inroad into this battle. But if the BMW really starts to attack the Lexus, then that will slow both of them down. And then suddenly you're going to see the first of those 2 Iron Lynx Mercedes coming into play.
Yeah, Martin is sort of in no man's land here. He's 4 seconds back, I think closing a little on that pair. But behind him, Jana Zelga in the other iLinks car is a full 7.5 seconds further back. That's LMGT3. Let's get back to Hypercar, down back with Bruce Chouani, and he's down with Peugeot.
I am down in the Peugeot garage with Theo Pourchère, driver of the 94 Peugeot 9X8. Theo, it's going pretty well at the moment, so I have 2 questions. We saw you guys kind of struggling during the week, and suddenly in the race it seems to be working fine. Why is that? Is it linked to the temperature and saving the tires, or are you actually pushing and not saving enough the tires and fuel?
Yeah, I think, you know, we had some rain in the night. The track was really grippy in FP3 qualifying, of course, and we were quick. But unfortunately, with the rain, the track is now a bit more clean with less rubber, let's say, and we're sliding a bit more, destroying a bit more the tires. But it's only the beginning of the race, so I think they are also managing a bit, Loic and Paul. Paul seems a bit quicker at the moment. I think Loic has a small damage on the front clip as well. From what I saw, maybe in the traffic he had a small contact, but yeah, we have to keep pushing. We need some points this weekend.
Well, good luck for that, and it seems to be working not too bad so far.
Not too bad.
Thank you.
I think everybody is going to find that the car balance has changed. The sun is starting to come out. There are a few little blue gaps overhead. Track temperature hasn't risen much, though, so Again, Filippo, it's, you know, these things are always a work in progress, aren't they? The track evolves all the way through a 6-hour race anyway, so you're just going to have to go with what you have.
Exactly, and it's always going to feel better when the fuel level starts to come down, right? So, wouldn't be surprised.
If we keep this fuel target, there's no way we stay 5 seconds in front, especially if it's not in front.
We know. As long as Molina is in front, we cannot do anything.
That's a team call there.
Interesting.
Yeah, possibly, or just, we know they've got the same pace as us, and so it's going to be hard to make a difference without compromising your fuel.
Felipe, I was watching the pace behind AFA of Antonio Giovinazzi, and he is going significantly quicker.
He's catching. As soon as he got some clean air, he definitely put in some good laps, and he's catching the cars ahead.
Yes, the 3 Ferraris, 5th through 7th at the moment. Will Stevens, 3.5 seconds to the good from Kevin Magnussen, still tracking there. Il Bamba still 3rd, and still with his mirrors full of Fred Makovic in the 36 Alpine.
And then there's the Alpine. Just hold that shot a little longer and you'll see the first of the Ferraris coming into shot. Miguel Molina, you can see the yellow submarine behind him. So that's about a 1.5 second gap back from the Alpine, but that will disappear the moment that Makovic starts really battling hard with Il Bamba, and that's going to happen any moment now, isn't it? Because he's well placed to try and attack the caddy.
This Alpine is a quick race car. Everybody involved in this effort very keen to show that for all sorts of reasons. Linked in, of course, with this championship and the future. But look how close the Ferrari is now to the rear of the Alpine.
Yeah, again, those little moments in traffic, Philippi, where you just can't get through because there's nowhere to go, cost you seconds.
Exactly, but you take all you can, especially when you have those, you know, a few sectors that you can put a clean track and, you know, put the lap time down. But again, it takes one car to dive in front of you and you don't clear it enough, and it's going to be painful behind the wheel. But that's all about multi-class racing here.
Looking just briefly at that energy graphic, and EFA 2% better on energy than the other 2 Ferraris, and also doing pretty well on energy at the moment, the 2 Peugeots.
Not enough to make a difference, not enough for an extra lap yet, I don't think, but if you can save that fraction more, then maybe you can do that in one of the stops later in the race. Just saw Kevin Magnussen diving down the inside of the Corvette of Ben Keating, our championship leader in LMGT3, and here is our race leader. Again, once more, heading up towards that sort of top half-dozen group of the LMGT3 field.
Previous shot, by the way, we saw the 2 Ferraris going down towards turn 1. The background, Giovinazzi coming. What a way back with lights flashing. He's on a charge, and again, a full second faster than the 2 cars ahead of him. He's going to be with that group very soon.
Well, there is your race leader. Will Stevens started from pole position, led into turn 1, has not been headed since. This is exactly what the Cadillac team wanted. Il Bamba in 3rd place. He was deposed by Kevin Magnussen's number 15 BMW, but he's still very much in the hunt. And Stevens there, clearing that little group of cars. But the bad news for him is that Magnussen in this BMW is going to catch him on the long, fast run up the hill from Zhonshao, and that means easy pickings going through traffic. Watch him catch the Mercedes in front. Look at this racer closing. Yeah, poor Mercedes driver. You just feel the draft of the hypercar as it comes by, like you're going by a truck on the motorway.
Yeah, through the keyhole again there, and watching in the background, car 79, by the way, and that is Yannis Elgo, will be getting a drive-through penalty for start infringement. In comes the 32 BMW, Darren Young.
And again, I think this is maybe a lap or 2 early. Where are we now? 5 hours and 4 minutes remaining. So just coming up towards the 1 hour mark.
I see you.
So they might just be offsetting.
I see you, John. What's going on?
Has he had a little moment
Too hot?
somewhere? Certainly.
Where are you at?
There's an awful lot of rubber debris already It's not grass, though, so maybe they were just being
Temps.
conservative. I mean, look at the smoke coming off the brakes.
I think he's probably been complaining about temps in that car.
He's been in a queue of cars, and so that hot, turbulent vortex of air coming off the car in front is not good for cooling. And with the thinner air at 800 meters above sea level, that's not good for cooling either.
The sorts of things they've got to think about in this choice of strategies in LMGT3 particularly. One of them is driver time for the bronze drivers, and you're sort of constrained with just how ambitious you can be. You don't want to leave yourself struggling with a bronze driver in for too long at the end of a fuel stint.
Now just look down there, 17th place, pit out for the 32 BMW, but it only had 82% energy when he left the pit lane, so they have short fueled that car, so that it looks like they're back timing when Darren Leung's minimum drive time is over.
I mean, LMP3, I was
carrying too much
cheering
fuel
for
to slow
Austin.
the car down. So again, some very good thinking on that pit wall
P3.
from Rahal Fry and the strategy team, and a little bit of contact there. Yasser Shaheen getting into the back of Ben Keating.
And hypercars, I think I was probably cheering also for Aston Martin, but I feel like Cadillac might be doing well today.
Little over-ambitious.
That's a hard hit.
You're the steward's advisor, Felipe. How are you going to say?
As a driver, I'm laughing here, but yeah, that looked like the gap was closing, and probably didn't have enough clearance. He had the nose kind of in there, but never.
How do you think about the game yesterday?
How'd it
go?
all the way, but
you think Argentina is going to take it all the way?
Yeah. Well, they will look at it. Martin Berry getting fuel and fresh tyres.
Now this time, Will Stevens has done rather better through the traffic. Traffic is beginning to draw out a little. The gap's a little wider, but he's managed to clear there without losing too much time.
And we're back to that shot of Will Stevens where there's nobody else on the racetrack that we had about 15, 20 minutes ago, because he's cleared all of the LMGT3 leaders, and behind him, Kevin Magnussen. That gap, Will Stevens got by in just the right bit, and now K-Mag struggling to get by that Ford.
I was just on iRacing before this race at the same track in Brazil.
Instantly half a second. Instantly half a second. And here we go. Begins to get more and more of the LMGT3s in. This is the first of the front runners.
Yeah, I mean, France is looking strong, man. Mbappe is a beast.
Lexus, Petra Barescu.
They were giving me a heart attack to the last minute.
Or being noted by the stewards.
I guess you're Argentinian fan then?
Inside Danny Juncadella when Juncadella had that little lock-up, and there was a brief contact.
But we also saw a notification of contact between Antonio Giovinazzi and the 54 Vista F Corsica. We didn't see that, I don't think, on screen.
No.
That could be quite an interesting one.
What just happened?
That's, again, probably one of those, like we saw with the BMW and the Mercedes, just that little contact in traffic. Very likely a side-by-side slap. Now, look at the way that the cars are lining up. Got two caddies at the top with the BMW and Alpine, then all the Ferraris, all the Peugeots, then the Genesises. You can see where the respective performance of a lot of these cars is, can't you?
Okay, Danny, since the car is faster, we're going to have to swap. So swap at turn 1, please. Swap at turn 1.
Now, this is a system that Toyota have had for years and years and years. If you're behind, you get on the radio, they'll do the swap. So I'm faster than him, okay, and then you get 3 laps to prove it. And if you don't start pulling away properly, then, okay, back in your box, we'll swap positions back. And it makes sense when you've got a 2-car team to have the ability to do that, because maybe the balance of the car isn't quite what works for one but does for the other driver, and you can use Hongedea now to tow Lotter along.
I think that's fair, right? We have 2 cars, and who knows what they're doing on energy here, and probably Lotter saved the tires a little bit better, so he's giving him a shot to try and catch the cars ahead, because we're getting closer now to the window where they should pit, so anything at this point is pretty crucial for the team.
What major difference, by the way, the Genesis team executed that? We heard the radio call, they did it, and away they went. We didn't hear any complaints.
No, it was okay, done.
Yeah. And the first time they've actually had to think like that because the cars have been running nose to tail for quite a while. The other thing, of course, is with the slightly mixed conditions at the start, you may have had one car with slightly different tyre pressures to the other just to see what was going to work. Because, of course,
this is a good point.
This is a race, but they're learning.
For sure, and that's a good point because we have to have stabilized pressures, right? So you as an engineer and the driver are trying to guess, you know, what's the track going to be like, and you're trying to achieve that pressure, but it could have had, you know, differences between the cars, so it might be in a better window for longer.
We're starting to see some real pit strategy here, going for the undercut. The 38 Hertz Team Jota car. Earl Bamber brings it in maybe a lap before everybody else. Now, that does two things. It means the team don't have to stack the cars because you've only got a very limited pit crew to do your pit stops with, but also get him out on fresh rubber or with a full fuel tank. Just saw the dollies going under the car there for a moment, but that looks okay. 009 Aston Martin in as well, Marco Sorensen from the tail of the field. And this, of course, will drop him out of sequence with everybody else in where they are in the queue of traffic. Most importantly, it means he won't be in the turbulent air of Kevin Magnussen. So, are we looking at left sides only? Again, it should be the yellow sidewall of the medium compound tyre. The red sidewall hard tyre is really for quite extreme track temperatures.
Remember, this is the point at which, if they do decide to do one side only, there is an advantage here to be drawn. They've got new tyres or had new tyres one side of the car. They can be through the pit stop quicker and they could be the undercut.
And don't forget, that had used tyres on the right-hand side at the start of the race. In comes the leader. Will Stevens is in. And that was good timing. So excellent timing by Hertz Team Jota. And again, this might be a single-side tyre change. The Michelin tyre engineer, there's one tyre engineer per team. So the Michelin engineer taking a look at those tyres. And again, right-side tyres only is very, very common here. This is quite a high-energy, quite abrasive circuit. Antonio Giovinazzi, Thomas Floor, that little contact being examined by the stewards. There will be no further action on that. And it's a good way of stretching your tyre allocation. In hypercar, you don't have enough tyres to change a full set at every stop. In LMGT3, you do. So the hypercar teams have to strategize when they're using what.
It looks like they're fitting their qualifying tyre on the right.
Disaster for the race leader. The gun won't go on the wheel nut. And it's not happening, and they've been jumped by the 50 Ferrari. So Miguel Molina came in from what was 5th place. He's ahead of Will Stevens. They'll have to hope that that wheel nut stays on. What a frustration for the race leader, the pole man, Will Stevens. In comes the number 15 BMW. So both caddies undercut the BMW. Kevin Magnussen comes in as the race leader, and following him in, Fred Makovici and Antonio Giovinazzi.
So just to give you an idea, on pit stop times there, it's 1 minute and, what was that, 15 seconds for Miguel Molina, 1:32 for Obambo, 1:31 with that stuck wheel nut for Will Stevens.
Race leader currently Ye Yifei in the yellow AF Corsa Ferrari, but when he pits, as he probably will do at the end of this lap, it will be the number 35 Alpine that stopped a few laps ago that will take the lead, and there's a McLaren spinning and rejoining the track.
Turn 11.
And that's the Garage 59 car of Antares Al. That's his outlap. So he's come out on colder tyres and has looped it around at the bottom of the Estosena. So both of the Toyotas are in. No driver changes yet. They will double stint the drivers. Now comes the Peugeot, number 15 BMW on its way. Is Kevin Magnussen going to cycle through once the Alpine pits as our new race leader? Ye Yifei.
So of the cars that have pitted, the first to pass the line is the 50. In comes there, of course, a car of Ye Yifei leading the race.
Yep. This was the race leader, Ye Yifei. And the 15 BMW still on its outlap.
Hey guys, I need to hit
36
500
Alpine as
subs
well,
on
and the 50
YouTube. If
Ferrari.
you guys can subscribe, that'll be awesome.
Stopped a lap earlier, so René Rast is the current race leader, as in comes almost everybody else in hypercar.
Copy, normal stop, and we change rears to scrub.
Okay, so scrub rears going on. So this is a different way of slicing it, where you change the rear axle rather than the right sides. So they're trying different strategy with the 83 car. Out comes the Peugeot. So they're going to lose a spot there. René Rast still on track, is the race leader from the 35 Alpine of Ferdi Habsburg. And then everybody else recovering from their pit stops. So here's René Rast, our current race leader. And this car yet to stop. If he comes in this lap, he will surrender the lead to the 35 Alpine that stopped earlier. And this should be his in lap. Okay, René box. Dives inside that white line. Carry the speed all the way up to the 60 km/h mark. Not cutting too much of those, that little chicane as they come through. So he comes through, and Habsburg will take the lead in the 35 Alpine. He stopped earlier, he's off strategy with the others. We've seen that work to win races for drivers already this season. And this brings a whole new element in that we haven't seen really in the previous 2 years of hypercar racing, because the field is so tight and so large. Strategy is now playing a major part, as well as car speed, tyre wear and everything else.
So of the hypercars, it is the 20 car that's been in no man's land. It has been most fuel efficient, most energy efficient to this point. It's from the lead, but obviously tumbled back down there. The 35 rather, takes the lead at this point. Remember, that car stopped for fuel only quite some time ago.
So René Rast heading out of the pit lane. And there you can see at the bottom of the screen your leader in LMGT3, the second place car, the other Ford of Eric Powell, chasing Stefano Gattuso. And then Sally Jolic in the Corvette in third. And here is where the 20 car has cycled back in.
A huge difference in the way that these teams have been addressing these first pit stops. 3 of them with what looked like fuel-only stops, a number that's 2 tyres only, and some of those with, we're going to go to full course yellow, by the way, in 30 seconds time for Debris, turn 8.
Okay, that's at the top of the hill. So just up in the background, somebody's obviously just dropped a bit of either bodywork or something.
I'm from Brazil.
Can't see it too much there.
Not doing well at the World Cup for
Interesting that
sure.
René Rast now right up behind the Peugeot. And is that De Resta?
8.
Yeah, that is.
7,
that's De Resta's car.
6,
so that's
5,
worked well
4,
for the 20
3,
BMW.
2, 1. Full course yellow.
Yeah, there's a
Full
small
course
delay
yellow.
on YT.
And you saw on
which
board
is normal.
the driver safety monitoring system there, counting him down to full course yellow, and then it shows what the flag situation is on the track, and he'll have a countdown from his engineer to green. Now what are we seeing here? Alpine going around the outside, and one of the harder racing Aston Martins, and the tiniest of tags perhaps as you went by. Let's listen. No.
Oh.
No, he lost it.
He lost it way before, right?
Yep. And maybe, again, just a tiny glimpse in the mirrors as he saw the hypercar coming. Grey Newell just losing it. So I think no penalty, no foul there. On board with the Garage 59 car. Right, okay. Now, I thought that it was the 10 car that had come out of the pit lane when we saw it recovering, because the 10 car was on an outlap. It looks like it was Alexander West, in fact, in the 58 Garage 59 car.
Going to go back to full green, by the way.
Yeah, this is home race for you, but I'm in the US. Yeah, this is home race for you, but I'm in the US. Yeah, this is home race for you, but I'm in the US.
They are still running The 50 is 6th, 7th, the 83. The 51 has dropped back to 10th.
Oh, you're from Hungary. Oh, nice. That's cool.
Cycle, of course, remember, did include a 5-second hold for the 83 for a start infringement. So they cleared the pits in a minute and 21 seconds. Back to green now.
I just fixed it.
I just fixed it. Position in that cycle, as others, I think, just played the strategy game.
Well, the big losers, 11th and 12th from 1st and 3rd, Will Stevens and Earl Bamber. Cadillac, Hertz Team Jota have a lot of making up to do. Yes, Ferdy Habsburg is off schedule. No, Paul de Resta is not.
Yeah, another big loser, by the way, Danny Nkadea, who was in that 10th, 11th battle. He's now down in 16th place.
Ferrari pushed me onto the grass.
Is everyone here on kick following already? Come on, dudes.
Okay, so these have to be reported by the radio, because if you are off track, then you'll automatically be being looked at for track limits. And if you don't explain why you are off track, then you can't avoid a penalty. Replayers go back to green. Really quick reaction from the 009 Aston Martin, I think, to go by the number 7 car, Mike Conway.
007?
007, okay, so that was, yeah, going by Conway. So Harry Tinknell sharp on the green, and again the race engineer will count you down. We will hear the countdown maybe from race control, but the race engineer will repeat that to the driver, or very slightly preempt that to the driver.
Board with Marco Sorensen. Ferdy Habsburg leads the race, running the 35 crew. Race winners already in the WC. I see it at Fuji. I'd love to add another notch here. Paul de Resta 7 seconds back.
Now the question is, how did the Peugeot get there? What didn't they do in the pit stop?
Fuel only. It's fuel only.
Exactly.
Fuel only, right.
So the top 3 cars, the Alpine of Ferdy Habsburg, the 93 Peugeot and the 20 BMW, less than a minute, in fact 53, 56 and 52 seconds on pit lane, they did fuel only. So A, they got track position, and B, at some stage, they will have at least one pair of tyres more in the locker than the others. Right now, though, they're going to be at a grip deficit.
Exactly, that's the question. Can they make those tires last through the full stint here? That's the big thing, especially after run the car in that early part. For sure, the track is also gripping up, so that will help a little bit. But it's how much homework did they do to look after the tires in the early stint.
Number 8 Toyota ahead of the red and yellow number 51 Ferrari. So Antonio Giovinazzi chasing Brendan Hartley. And again, Hartley did take tyres as well as fuel on that, same as the Ferrari. But we heard from the yellow Ferrari a different strategy going on, changing rears rather than right sides. By the way, under investigation again, we saw that contact with Yasser Shaheen being a little ambitious on Ben Keating's Corvette. Leaders are in. Yes. This is the 88 Ford of Stefano Gattuso.
Yeah, sister car goes through into the lead. Let's watch this pit stop. Just another point behind that pair you're describing, Martin. The Toyota followed by the Ferrari are the 2 Cadillacs. We know they've got speed. We're about to see whether or not they've got enough to drag by some other very capable cars.
Now, interestingly here, Eric Powell in 2nd place in the, or now the leader in the 77 Proton competition car. In 3rd place is Ian James, Heart of Racing Aston, 32 seconds behind. And those cars yet to make their pit stops. Almost everybody else has. And was that the 77 car there in a little moment? It must have been, because the 88 car was in the pit lane. So Iron Lynx is Johannes Zelger, the 79 car. That served a penalty as well, or will serve a penalty, won't it, for that start infringement?
Yeah, we're looking at just 3 of the LMGT3 cars that have not yet pitted. It is the leader. It is that Heart of Racing Aston Martin and Thomas Fleur's Ferrari.
Oh, Ferrari on Toyota action. And this is the 51 car trying to go by number 8 as Danny Nkadea chases the number 7 car of Mike Conway.
I am down in the Ford Racing garage with Gianmarco Levorato and Logan Sargent. We just looked at a pit stop that went pretty well, and I saw you looking at your teammate and saying, "Come on, push."
No, it's been a great start to the race for us. Obviously, starting 8th and being in the lead pretty quickly was a good effort by Stefano, and the pace seems strong, but obviously it's still a long way to go. It always comes down to a bit of attrition as well, so just need to keep it clean, keep pushing, and see where we end up.
One quick question, another question, I mean, during the week we saw some great pace. In qualifying, not so much. Did you work on setup only for the race? Is that what you were a little bit further down in qualifying?
Yeah, of course, we worked a bit on the setup after quali, more conservative one for the race. Considering the temperature of today, we work, of course, on a conservative setup, but the pace looks strong at the moment. Stefano, as Logan said, did an amazing job. Still almost 5 hours to go, so let's see what's going on.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Already heard the air guns in the background of Eric Powell stopping from the lead. There's Ian James from second place. This monster battle going on. The Ferrari, the Toyotas and the Cadillacs all knocking each other almost side by side. This is number 8 car. This is the battle for 11th place. Right behind is Earl Bamber trying to find a way through. Just in front, the Peugeot of Loic Duval. Then the 51 car, Antonio Giovinazzi with Will Stevens. Bamber trying to go the long way around the outside of the Toyota, being run off the roads. You kind of expect that, I'm afraid, when you hang yourself out around the outside of Brendan Hartley. He had the racing line and he wasn't going to surrender it. Miguel Molina under investigation for full course yellow infringements. Let's see what happens there. And Hartley hanging on ahead of Bamber. And this is a position that Cadillac did not expect themselves to be in, back in the end of the train, battling with the Toyotas that had no pace from the start of the race. And whether Toyota are sacrificing performance for tyre life and fuel later on, we'll wait and see.
Hardy, push me off.
Copy, copy.
I think that was the most predictable radio call of the race so far. We'll confirm, by the way, as we're watching what's becoming very feisty out there indeed. Felipe, you noted there's a problem with the Genesis. The 19 car is off at turn 12. Let that recover before we make the point here. Is it going to be back up to full speed?
Oh, great move down the inside.
But can he
and straight off.
Didn't quite make it, right?
No. Earl Bamber getting very frustrated by his position and being stuck behind the Toyota. Dive bombed him at turn 1. That was never going to work. But look at Will Stevens all over the back of Antonio Giovinazzi for 9th place.
Yeah, but actually catching Earl Bamber is one reason why he's eager to get by, is the 007 Aston Martin of Harry Tincknell. Point to add here, by the way, Felipe noted the 35 car had short fueled. Paul di Resta did the same.
Yeah, mega job in traffic. Let's be aggressive. Giovinazzi in front.
Trying to make use of that fresh tire he put on, right, from qualifying on the right-hand side.
Indeed. But they're sort of stranded here, aren't they? Yes, we've got 2 or 3 cars at the lead of this race on a completely different strategy, but those pit stops cost them dearly.
Now, did they short fuel the top 3, or did they just fuel early? We know that René Rast did. There again, Earl Bamber having a... I mean, that was coming in off a very long run-up, wasn't it?
It was, yeah, confirmed. 35 and 93 did not fully fuel the car.
All right, so looking for track position. I mean, in US racing, that's always the way. Track position above all else. And this is Honkadea. Is this where he ended up going off? Yeah, trying to find a way through on the Ferrari. And again, the door closing a little. Just occasionally, hypercar drivers forget that the GT driver is going to need to go to the apex and the exit of a corner. Was that 21, Francois Heriot? I think possibly it might have been. Change for the 54 Ferrari, Francesco Castellacci taking over from Thomas Flors. In fact, that might have been 54 there, and have come in for a change as a result. Paul di Resta in second, René Rast in third.
Debris reported at turn 12. Not a surprise, it was more than just a brush, wasn't it, between the Ferrari and the Genesis. And there's very likely to be all sorts of local wildlife of the flora variety.
And looking here at our Spa winners, the number 20 BMW team. BMW had a 1-2 result there. Some really great strategy calls on the pit wall by Thierry Tassin and the crew that run this hypercar, part of the WRT operation. And all the BMW WRT cars, whoa, big lock up there in front of the Ferrari from the number 15 car of Kevin Magnussen. That seems to just suggest maybe that K-Mag is still on the same tyres that the car started with. 20 BMW flashing the headlights, looking for second place. Paul de Resta under real pressure from René Rast. Rast determined to try and find a way through in the number 20 BMW with those white, red and yellow shell colours. And Will Stevens has got by now the 51 Ferrari, so he's jumped ahead of Antonio Giovinazzi, and Will Stevens up to 9th place. Loic Duval in the 94 Peugeot will be the Cadillac driver's next target. And Duval a couple of seconds up the road at the beginning of this lap. No question that both Cadillacs have got pace. And Will Stevens must have been absolutely stewing as he sat there with all sorts of drama going on that right front corner. Giovinazzi, look at this, Philippe. I mean, we're 3 or 4 corners in and Stevens is gone.
He's making use of these tires and the clean track right now.
Yeah, Jovi, they are not in our race. Stay focused. There is a lot of investigation in front of us. Some cars didn't change tire. There will be big deg. Just stay focused. No worries. We are in a good place.
Indeed, there's a big offset on strategies now. Cars that took tires, cars that took no tires. So you get the advantage of the track position, but see the battle here of GT3 cars.
Yep, 92 on the inside, and that's 91 in fact. That's James Cottingham, still in that Manthey Porsche on the inside of Darren Leung's BMW, and that's very nearly contact there. And right behind the Proton Competition 77 car, and that is Eric Powell, the car that came into the pit lane from second place. No, it's not, it's Gattuso, isn't it? The 88 car. Powell is behind him again.
They're both down there in 8th and 9th place. Long pit stops for both the Fords, but I guess it's tyres.
Yep.
They've gone for single stint tyres and others have not.
I think they will have gone for a set of 4 as well. A 1-minute 22-second pit stop for the 88 car. We've seen 1-minute 14, which will be a single set, maybe in a 103, which is fuel only. And down the inside, Darren Leung goes by James Cottingham. And Cottingham comes right back at you. Contact there in turn 2. And here comes Gattuso in the Ford, trying to go the long way around the outside of the BMW. That didn't quite stick there, but there could be trouble down the hill for Darren Leung at turn 4.
Yeah, James and Darren are old rivals. British GT and International Racing.
And the 2 Fords are all over the back of this battle now. This is Cottingham in 6th, Leung in 7th. And then Gattuso and Powell 8th and 9th. These are the 2 Fords that led the race early on. All action all the way. And delighted to have been joined in the booth by a name that very many race drivers, fans will be familiar with. Roberto Moreno. Roberto, welcome. What have you made of this World Endurance Championship weekend so far?
It's fantastic. I was caught by surprise. I came to Brazil to actually get married, and I was on my way home on Friday. The plane got delayed, cancelled. Here I am watching the race, and I'm so glad I stayed because it's unbelievable. The cars have developed so much from my old days in '84, when I only done Le Mans for one short race. And it's amazing, the amount of power, the amount of grip they have. I was watching them coming down from the S's, the Senna S's. It's amazing the amount of downforce they have coming out of there.
Well, first of all, congratulations.
Thanks very much.
And what a happy circumstance. I mean, and one of the things that, I mean, when you were racing at Le Mans, you might have maybe 2 brands at the top who were, you know, Jaguar Porsche or Porsche BMW or so on. Now we've got so many manufacturers who are here, and the rules allow them to be, like in the Group C era, so close in terms of performance. It's just fantastic to watch.
And so competitive, it's unbelievable. And the driving, you know, you go to Le Mans, in my days in Le Mans, You could take it easy, you could maybe lose a lap or two and recover. Now, if you're not full blast driving all the way and you have good drivers all the way through, you can win the race.
You're over 40 now. You might be heading towards bronze driver status. Sister, you ought to get the racing helmet back out.
Thank you for that. You know I'm 67, Joe.
Listen, I've been watching you a long time in my life, but this is, I mean, for any young driver, if you can imagine yourself coming up through the ranks, yes, of course, as a young single-seater driver, you're looking at Formula One and so on, but you must be looking at this going, wow, this is good too.
Oh, for sure, and it's definitely a way to make a living out of racing. If you're a good driver and you get into a factory setup, it's one of the best things you can do lately, unless you want to spend a lot of money to get to Formula One.
Yeah, not many people have that amount of money. Kevin Magnussen just moving up to second place ahead of the Peugeot Paul Di Resta. Di Resta coming back at him and doesn't quite have the pace on the straight, and right behind René Rast, the number 20 BMW. So again, we're looking at brands that would have raced at Le Mans in decades gone by, but we're looking at a whole lot of new manufacturers coming in as well.
Just to confirm that, just as Roberto joined us, there was a switch between the two BMWs. So the 15 being allowed to go ahead. You can see why now. Behind, by the way, both the Ferraris chasing the 1583 have now gone by the 36 Alpine up into 5th and 6th. I'm going to shut up because I'm enjoying listening to Roberto.
Well, Pedro Umbrarescu in the Lexus back in the lead of LMGT3 after that round of pit stop. Sally Olic in second, Tom Van Rompuy in the second Lexus lying in third, and then Tony McIntosh in the BMW. And the other BMW you're seeing here, Darren Leung in the middle of that sandwich, and both the BMWs with the Brazilian colours. Now, obviously we've got a proud Brazilian racing heritage across the globe. We've got two superstars with you and Felipe in the booth here. For young drivers coming through, it's always you need to leave your home country and really go to Europe to make a name for yourself. Is that still the case, do you think?
I think from Brazilians, Emerson was the one that opened the doors and showed us the way.
Oh, no.
Okay, there's only one rule in the Fords: do not hit the blue car. They broke that rule right there.
They definitely hit each other right now.
Yeah, they did.
They don't look like teammates, do they?
Well, if you can't beat your own teammate, you're never going to win.
I see.
You know how it is. I mean, in endurance, of course, you've got to be a little bit more cautious than that, but that looked like an error rather than a kind of deliberate touch.
Especially with 4.5 hours to go, for sure.
Yeah. I mean, and the rules that were the case when you were racing at Le Mans are still the same. Stay out of the pits, don't hit things.
Yes.
That's the key.
And in endurance racing, you want to make the shortest pit stop ever. You know, that's what wins races at the end of the day there. Unfortunately, that 84 experience in Le Mans turned me off away from what we used to call prototypes. Because it wasn't the very first 962 car that Fitzpatrick wanted to take to America. And before he did that, he put the car in the race, and he invited me, Guy Edwards, and Keegan to drive the car.
The Skull Bandit car, yes?
Yes,
yeah.
Yes. And we spent, 14 days in Le Mans. We did all the publicity and all that thing. And then when I started driving the car had too much downforce on the front. I could not take my hands out of the steering wheel to adjust the turbo knob because the thing was pivoting around the front. And then I said, well, I can't drive the car like that. So we put the big rear wing. The car was so slow. So we put the small rear wing back on. And the solution we found to balance the car was to raise the front as much as possible, which was extremely dangerous in Le Mans. And we had to blow up the front tires to 40 pounds. And that's how we drove that car.
Different times, huh? Very different times.
Well, I mean, you've a sort of surprise introduction to the WC. Just going to pause to listen into what's going on with the 94 Peugeot.
Okay, Loic, everybody will be bunched up behind 93. And the car 83, so the yellow Ferrari has changed the rear tire. and he's a bit difficult with the caddy. If you see, you can hold it okay, but no hard fight.
Just want a quick reaction from you to the level here. I mean, we've got obviously 2 races at the same time. I mean, Hypercar in particular, the level, the depth now in this championship.
Well, I'm not following the championship a lot. I'm based in America now, and we only watch if we have the right channel and everything else. But for what I see and for the little experience I have in those cars, it's so much technology involved, and there's so much efforts from drivers, from mechanics, from engineering. It's like a Formula One thing. It's unbelievable.
Good pass by René Rast, taking third away from Paul di Resta in the Peugeot. So number 20 Ferrari is up to third place. Kevin Magnussen in second. Ferdy Habsburg still leading. And don't forget that Rast is still on that fuel offset along with the lead group. Apart from Kevin Magnussen, Magnussen's still the leader of the group that stopped together.
Yeah, that's run wide there from the 83 car, but another positional change with the 50 going ahead of the 93 as well. Paul di Resta ceding another position. Just confirming, car 92, Yasser Shaheen, 5-second penalty added to his next pit stop. That was after contact with Ben Keating that we saw earlier in the race. So, Roberto, 67 years young. There's plenty of opportunity here.
My neck does not sustain anymore. I actually went to coach a team in Monaco on the historic Formula One race, and they asked me to drive the car in Le Lac, which is a small place about an hour away from Monaco, and I drove the Williams FW8, and I drove quite fast, but a week later I had troubles with my neck, so I've got to be careful in driving car. I'm still quite fast, but I can't stand the pain for a week after that.
Well, I'm just hearing Bruce Ioani in my ears. He knows the Luke well. I think he's impressed.
All right, well, time to get to the gym then for Roberto Moreno before he rejoins the racing fraternity.
Copy. If it's just the steering which is offset, Brendan, then we'd like you to continue. But if you feel vibration or the car bouncing around, then we'll need to come in.
All right, that's interesting. Hartley stopped about 3 laps ago out of sequence, so Toyota are preparing to bring the car into the pit lane. That's really bad news. Well, delighted to see Roberto Moreno here, but let's see what else is happening. Drive-through penalty for the number 7 car. Wow.
They're not a great moment or two for Toyota, is it? Full course yellow procedure problem for the 7, so they're going to get a drive-through penalty. At the moment, the 7 and 8 are down in 16th and 17th place. And last year, they had their worst ever competitive run in the WEC here. Could they be about to replicate that?
Oh. That's Brendan Hartley, and that is the 009 Aston Martin going by him, Marco Sorensen. Doesn't make good viewing from on board either, does it?
Brendan just at the rear of the car, wasn't it? That wasn't anything to do with Marco. He was kind of stumbling into someone else's incident.
Yeah. Yeah, when somebody gets crossed up in front of you in that corner, I can't imagine it's much fun. Down the inside comes the Cadillac, so another place made up by Will Stevens, ahead of Di Resta now for 5th position. And right behind is Ye Yifei in the Ferrari. We've heard a number of engineers saying, okay, this is not our race, don't fight this car. And car number 19, the Genesis, and car number 50.
That's the 4th place car.
Yep, Miguel Molina, drive-through penalties for both.
That's the best placed of the Ferraris, and that's going to make life rather easier for Will Stevens as he pushes hard to get back to the front of this race. Let's have a listen in to what's going on with the troubled number 8 Toyota.
Brendan, feedback when you can on the car, on the feeling.
Yeah, I mean, I have the same problem. I'm building a bit of confidence with it, but I mean, I have a real issue. When I turn left, it's feeling like mad. The right, it feels like it's fallen over on the right rear.
Very strange, yeah?
Even in the straight line, the car's moving around, I mean. Yeah.
Every time he leans on that tire, he seems to have trouble, right?
Yeah.
He's feeling something is wrong there.
So they're clearly ready to respond if he decides that it's beyond his ability to drive around the problem. In comes the number 50 car. This will be for, is that the 50?
Yeah,
there's 50 for his drive-through penalty. Getting that done as quickly as possible.
And there will be a 10-second penalty added to the next pit stop for car number 54 as well, the AF Corsa Ferrari. We are 1 hour 35 minutes somehow into this Rolex 6 Hours of Sao Paulo. This is rushing by like a race. It's absolutely steaming by in both categories. We're seeing different strategies playing out already, as well as different performances from the cars. Sally Jolic leads in LMGT3. You're looking here at the three-way battle for second as the number 19 Genesis serves its drive-through penalty for full course yellow infringements. Going to let Roberto Moreno go now. He's freshly married, so he doesn't want to spend the next 4 hours in a dark room with three blokes. But really great to see you looking so well and enjoying this racing. By the way, if you want to watch more of this when you're back home in the States, go to FIA WEC Plus. It's our new online home, plus.fiawec.com. It's an easy one to remember, and you can watch uninterrupted, advert-free, all of our sessions and every race.
Fantastic, I'll definitely do that. I'm gonna write all that down.
Do that while you're in the gym, strengthening your neck. I look forward to seeing you as a bronze driver in LMGT3 very soon. Roberto Moreno, never a disappointment. Thank you so much for coming in to see us. Right, meanwhile, coming into the pit lane is our race leader. This is Ferdy Habsburg. No, it's not. It is the other Alpine coming in. So this is the 36 car of Fred Makovici. So again, they're trying to offset strategies here. Look, he's got 38% fuel left. Doesn't need to come in, but this is going to be a driver change, full set of tyres, full reset. So we're looking here at now, when you're on the pit wall, now you start to really need a strategy team. Where are they? Where are they? You're going to have to watch everybody.
I'll tell you right now, I don't think for a 6-hour race we have ever seen so many different strategies being applied here, and it's all to do with the fact this place is so hard to overtake on. The tyre deck is clearly fairly extreme. It's almost an impossible one to track in terms of the variety of strategies being thrown at this. Anyway, over to you, Felipe.
He knew
you
that
guys
was
just
coming.
said it, yeah.
I knew that was coming.
Got that Toyota here coming in the garage, so probably looking for anything that is wrong. He's definitely not happy how the car was handling every time he leaned on that tire he was feeling. But again, like you said, this track position is key, and you see just a few cars. I think Stevens and the 83 Ferrari, they were making strides in traffic, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah. Sorry if I jumped the gun coming in, but it felt like I had a proper failure on the right rear. And it stayed consistent, but I can't really drive it full speed like that.
Yeah, copy. Understood. I think you did the right thing. But, yeah.
Well, they were ready for him. You know, Brendan being the absolute pro that he is, in comes the 7 car meantime.
And that is going to serve its drive-through penalty, isn't it? So 7 drives through the pit lane.
It's not looking like Tota's day, is it?
It really is. I mean, Brendan Hartley was basically on the radio saying, it won't turn right, and when I try and turn left, it wants to spin. I mean, that's broken. Was that Onkadea? Was that the number 19? Oh, no, it was 17, and actually, that's not going to look very good for Andre Lotterer, because he lost that at the apex, Felipe. Is that what this all came from?
Yeah, that hit will do a damage for sure.
All right, so has he got a broken steering arm or a bent steering arm, maybe?
The front right tow rod is broken.
There you go. So we have the answer.
So we saw cause after we heard what the effect was. Yeah, it's not going to turn if the steering's broken. Change for position. Will Stevens up to 3rd place ahead of René Rast.
They've got some pace, haven't they? We did say we'd soon find out. We are finding out because he is able to come back and challenge. 20 seconds off the lead now, Will Stevens. And the next gap we need to take a look at is him to Kevin Magnussen. That's 11.5 seconds to close.
And Will Stevens that far back because of that problem with the right front wheel nut in the first tyre change. Don't forget as well that he will inherit second as Magnussen takes the lead, because Habsburg will be in the pits in the next half dozen laps at the very latest, because they're on an offset strategy. But what's really interesting is the speed of Ye Yifei as well. Now, down towards Toyota is Bruce Joanny. Bruce, what do you know?
Well, I can tell you the front right corner is really damaged. You've got a bent bottom push wheel, sorry, and we have to disconnect the brake. There's brake fluid on the floor. There's a big work coming up.
All right, it's not been a good half hour for Toyota. We saw that contact from Andre Lotter's Genesis. That's what broke the steering arm, but also the suspension arms have been damaged, and those are composite, so you can't straighten it out. That's just a straight swap. The cars will have corners built up, but it's not a 30-second change. And that incident with Hartley and Lotter that we saw in replay will be investigated, and more passing. That's Di Resta, Giovinazzi and Bamba threading the eye of the needle, or trying to, but he's going to have to watch his six because he's got Andre Lotter right behind. Giovinazzi squeezing through in traffic there. Again, the Ferrari has got pace that it didn't seem to have early in the season. And it's strange, isn't it, how quick the caddies are here, because they really looked under par in Imola, and that's a tight, twisty circuit with a similar nature.
Yeah, to explain, by the way, why was the 38 so slow on pit lane, hearing that the car locked up coming into its pit stall, that's why we saw the dollies briefly underneath the car to reposition it. That's why they lost position. We know what the 12 did because we saw the wheel gun struggling on the front right, but that explains the issue for the 38. By the way, Freddie Habsburg down now at 3% of energy and soon to come in.
And this all arms and elbows encounter. Giovinazzi squeezing by the Peugeot. Earl Bamber's going to try and do the same. And actually, they're going to catch that Porsche in just the wrong place. But Bamber with the inside line turned really tight under the Peugeot and still had the drive up the hill. They both go around the Porsche, but it was in the wrong place for Bamber. He needed that inside line, and he was denied by Di Resta. Di Resta's doing a really solid job here. Kevin Magnussen in second place is due to pit this lap, and that's going to be a little strategy change as well.
Yeah, for the woes keep mounting, by the way, for car 8. 5 seconds added to the next pit stop, forcing off track at turn 4. Side by side now with the caddy and the Peugeot, and he makes that stick.
Bamber goes by Di Resta, and Lotterer is stuck in the queue of LMGT3 cars for a moment. Di Resta goes underneath James Cottingham's yellow and black Porsche, but the Ferrari has escaped. Antonio Giovinazzi is already a second ahead of Earl Bamber and a little bit more. Right behind now with Harry Tincknell, so he's joining the party here. There's Bamber, there's the orange car of Lotterer, and there is the green 007 Aston Martin Valkyrie of Harry Tincknell. Marco Sorensen behind him. How much behind him? Is 8 seconds back from this battle, so not going to engage just yet.
This race is not going to develop its shape until the final hour. No doubt about it at all. Yeah. Dramatically different strategies being developed here.
So ahead of you is the Peugeot blocking everyone. That's Fox 7.
Oh, Fox 7, excellent. So he's been given a bit more power to try and pass the Peugeot. As you see, our race leader, Ferdy Habsburg, in the pits at Alpine. And now they will continue with sort of regular service. Lotter having a look around the outside for Di Resta, can't get through there. But that offset first pit stop worked well for Alpine. They're no longer at the tail of the queue. They're right at the sharp end of the queue for more time than they're not. And a battle in LMGT3. This is the Ford going by the Lexus for third place.
And also behind it, looking at the Cadillac 38 with 51. Earl Bamber and Antonio Giovinazzi having a bit of a battle.
Yeah, they really are. Oh, and the Ford trying to turn in there to escape the Lexus. And couldn't. There's Giovinazzi and Earl Bamber right behind him. The Caddy does look like it is the quickest car here. Both Earl Bamber and Will Stevens really producing pace.
Also here, side by side, the Genesis and the Aston Martin. The Genesis had run up the back of the Junim GT3 car in traffic. That gave the Aston Martin the opportunity to get the purchase it needed, but I don't think it's quite got the acceleration to make it bite.
Philip and Nasser, when you're racing in IMSA, you're watching your own car and those couple of guys you're around. Here you're seeing the entire spread of the action.
It's great. You see the whole racing. Oh, that's another close contact there, but it's amazing. I mean, of course, you know, being in the driver's seat, it's always the fun part, but I'm having a blast here just watching the race with you guys and trying to bring the driver perspective as well. You can see the marbles forming on the outside line, so whenever you make a pass, you got to remember that the tires might be a little bit dirty in a few laps.
Well, to rest of pits, there will be a driver change and fresh tyres there. Let's get down to Alpine with Bruce Junim.
And I'm down in the Alpine garage next to Fred Makowiecki, driver of the number 36 Alpine car. Fred, an early stop, why was that?
I mean, start of the race started quite good, you know. We could continue to stay with a good pack, you know, P4. And the pit stop went good, you know, and we had a strategy to double the stint with the tire and to shorter a bit in terms of fuel. Like this, we could get advantage. The only problem is in second stint, I don't know why, but after the full course yellow, rear tire struggled. And I could not put energy anymore in, and we lost 1.5 seconds. We need to understand why. Probably the condition, or I don't know what, but difficult.
Okay, thank you very much, and let's go back to work on your side to try to understand why those tires didn't bring up to life.
Yeah, thank you.
A cynic would say if the car was okay, it was the driver. The driver will say it was. I would never
that's the easy part.
I would never accuse Fred of not being up to snuff, so that's a very unfair comment. On board with Victor Martin, the 36 car, 20 BMW of René Rast, also in the pit lane. By the way, the Toyota now 8 laps behind the number 8 car, so if it does appear, it will be purely for testing. 58 in the garage as well. Alexander West now, has he finished his drive time? 1 hour 47 minutes since the start of the race. Yes, he has. So they will change and start putting the silver and gold drivers in that car, as Alexander West has completed his minimum drive time in the 58 McLaren. What are we seeing here? Oh, Jovi!
That could be a problem for Antonio Giovinazzi, and it's also put him into the clutches of the Cadillac. Watch it for the car here.
And that's the 61 car. Martin Berry was still at the wheel of that car. It is now in the pit lane, as is Tom van Rompuy, but yeah, the 69 BMW as well. Tony McIntosh having to take massive avoiding action. Dear, oh dear. And Felipe, you know, you see this all the time in multi-class racing. There are these millisecond judgments that all the drivers have to make, and you can't be perfect every time.
No, you just gotta use your best judgment all the time. And honestly, with time and experience, you kind of know, you know, when the tires are going off, like how much margin you have, if the other car ahead, if it's a GT car or hypercar, you know, and you're going to traffic, you gotta play these margins, you know. It's gonna be tight. It's racing, right? And that's what we're here for. But again, it shows the level of the drivers and everybody on board this championship. But again, it's not only being fast endurance. You got to be consistent. You got to manage the traffic. You got to fuel save at the right time. You got to make the right calls. You got to keep your teammates and team informed. So there's so much more involvement and so much skills that you have to play as a team.
Now, we're going to see a lot of this in LMGT3. 33 Corvette is in, Ben Keating is out. So the bronze drivers have to do 1 hour and 45 minutes minimum in the 3-hour race. Don't forget, some of that time was actually the 3rd formation lap because the race had started. So he's out. Benji Goethe has taken over the 58. Ben Keating changes, and a whole host of others will do. We also saw there, by the way, Antonio Giovinazzi going by Loic Duval's Peugeot for 4th place, and Earl Bamber was shaping up to try and do the same as well.
No, it wasn't. Sorry, that was Nick Cassidy. It was the other Peugeot.
Oh, OK.
Nick just having finished an outlap, so it's 93 Peugeot. Nick Verone, by the way, is aboard the 33 car. Away goes the 87 Codis ASP Lexus.
Darren Leung out of the 32 car. So that is in. Rui Anjar taking over the 61 Mercedes. Driver change as well. Adrian David in the 78 Lexus. That's the car that Pedro Umbrarescu started. And Adrian David coming in from European Le Mans Series racing in LMP2 and prototypes has become instantly, actually, a very strong LMGT3 driver. Esteban Masson being debriefed by Tom Van Rompuy.
Talk about young talents in LMP2 and in GT. Esteban Masson, winner last time out for the European Le Mans Series in dominant form, and being talked about pretty openly now as when, if not if, he's going to be given an opportunity in a Toyota hypercar. A proper talent. It's got to be said, Martin, we talked about the variety of strategies been employed in hypercars. Not that much different in LMGT3 either. Stick with this one, because trust me, this is not going to be the order you see at the end of this race.
What we've done basically is we've thrown all the cards up in the air in the first 30 minutes, and at the end of the 6 hours, they will come down in some sort of order. Kevin Magnussen is our race leader, that much I can tell you now, and he's sort of on the same strategy as those around him. So Will Stevens here in second place in the gold number 12 Cadillac. In third place, Ye Yifei now in the yellow Ferrari. So they've had a really strong start. Now then, lots of Bron drivers has just bailed out of their LMGT3 cars, and that means plenty of work for Bruce Juani.
Well, I am down in the BMW garage next to Darren Leung, driver of the 32 BMW. How would you rate the beginning of the race for you, and how is the experience to be overtaken by all the hypercar, and how do you manage all that traffic?
Yeah, so even though it's quite busy here with the hypercars, the closing speeds are a lot closer together, so actually it's easier to manage than some other places like Spa, for example. So yeah, overall it's quite all right. I think I didn't see really much between the hypercars and the GTs, but I saw a lot between the classes, so I think anything can happen for the end of the race.
And how's the tire degradation for you guys at BMW?
Horrendous.
Okay, thank you very much, and good luck then.
Thanks.
Well, one word answers quite often tell the tale. Horrendous it was. And Darren Leung, who has been racing here early this year with the Gustav Farfus in the local endurance championship, he knew, I think, what to expect, but it's a long 6 hours. Sally Jolic leads the race, the only silver driver, remember, to start the race. They've still got their bronze time to burn, but that's Peter Dempsey, who by any measure is a very shiny bronze.
He's definitely a silver-coloured bronze, isn't he? I'm absolutely sure that his driver grading will change at the end of the season. Now then, it looks like the ground-up rebuild of the front end of the number 8 Toyota is just about finished. This is now just going to be data acquisition. Not getting in anybody else's way, not fighting anybody else's fights. How far behind are they? They're 12 laps back now. Every 2 minutes, or a minute and a half, it's 13 laps back, 14 laps back. So by the time they leave the pit lane, this car is in an entirely different category to everybody else in hypercar. But all the ones and zeros you gather from this will play out later in the season. And they'll be able to do different things with tyres, different things with fuel, to further experiment in ways that you wouldn't do normally in the race.
It's an extreme example of what we try to talk about with endurance racing as Ryo Hirakawa leaves the pits, is that it's too easy, isn't it, to focus on one thing. Balance of performance is a great example. Really easy to focus on it, it's a point of difference. But things go wrong, contact, mistakes. I mean, pretty much, Brendan Hartley had all of the above in one lap, and their race is destroyed. And this is the team, not the car, but the team that were celebrating the glory at Le Mans just a few weeks ago, and here they are with their race in ashes.
Yeah, first and third at Le Mans, and struggling for pace and any kind of good luck here in Brazil as well. So, but this is a great learning opportunity for the whole Toyota team. From that number 8 car, they can do all sorts of weird and wonderful things, try different tyre offsets, different pressures, different whatevers, and work with fuel and so on to try and figure out how they're going to run the rest of the race. Because don't forget, that is an evolution of their previous car. They are still learning. Let's hear from our race leaders.
So the
rear left tire temperature is starting to drop. We are now getting at the bottom of the range. If you think going backwards and brake bias can help to keep it hot, you can do.
Now, the significance there is that if the temperature drops too much, when he tries to turn right, and you do have to do that occasionally, even on anti-clockwise circuits, that left rear is not going to be your friend. So you want to try and make sure that you're as within the temperature window on the low side as you're on the top. By the way, race leader in LMGT3 has just pitted Sally Olic. So, 2 hours in, very nearly, 4 hours to go. Absolute mayhem so far in Sao Paulo. After overnight rain, an overcast start to the Rolex 6 Hours of Sao Paulo. Cars and drivers on the grid wondering when or whether the wet tyres would be needed. And like a batsman, Robert Kubica just checking out the playing surface before the start of the race. Mayor of Sao Paulo among the great and the good on the grid. Drivers limbering up for the start of what promised to be, as so often the case here in Sao Paulo, a hectic race. After 3 formation laps, the field was released. Cadillac had dominated qualifying 1-2 on the grid, and they preserved that position on the first lap. Will Stevens ahead of Earl Bamber. Johannes Zelge getting a flying start in the Mercedes. Far too flying, in fact. He'd serve a penalty for that, but the pole-sitting Aston Martin being swamped by the field down into turns 1 and 2, playing it a little conservative and giving away positions early on. Moving up fast, Petru Umbrarescu in the Lexus, but he was chased by the 2 Ford Mustangs, Stefano Gattuso and Eric Powell. Going around the outside of Earl Bamber for second place, Kevin Magnussen in the number 15 BMW, as aggressive as ever in traffic, taking no prisoners. Will Stevens continued to lead as the lead trio broke away, and a change in LMGT3 with Gattuso finally getting by the Lexus. He would soon be followed by Eric Powell as Ford asserted themselves 1-2. Contact in traffic among hypercars and occasionally with the GT cars. Ferrari versus Lexus, an ongoing tale. Close enough for you? Yeah, and it wasn't even their car that was involved. In traffic in LMGT3, Sally Olic working his way through the field. The Racing Team Turkey team had started their silver graded driver, everybody else with their bronze graded drivers at the start of the race, and it was imperative that Olic took advantage of his speed to move up the order. Disaster in the first pit stop for Will Stevens, the race leader, losing over 20 seconds with a wheel nut that refused to come off and dropping down the field from the lead. Offset strategy, putting the number 35 Alpine of 30 Habsburg out front. And Yeye in the yellow Ferrari carving his way through the field, following the number 50 car of his teammate Miguel Molina. But the 50 car would pick up a penalty, and the Cadillac moving by the yellow Ferrari. Will Stevens recovering some of that lost time. There was time lost in the pit stops for the 38 Cadillac as well, overshooting its pit box first time round, and then contact as Andre Lotterer clumped the side of Brendan Hartley, damaging the right front corner of the number 8 Toyota and costing them nearly a dozen laps in the pit lane. Coming in from the lead of the race, the 35 Alpine, but its offset strategy still seems to be working. It's number 15 BMW that leads. Well, there is your race leader, Kevin Magnussen, and he's just gone by the 35 Alpine. So Magnussen leads from the number 12 Cadillac of Will Stevens. Yeye in third, Antonio Giovinazzi fourth for Ferrari, and Lloyd Duval still fifth in the Peugeot that all the Peugeot drivers say is horrible, doesn't handle, is burning through its tyres and everything else. Seems to be having a moderately okay day. Maybe they ought to have a worse handling Peugeot at more races. Here's the 38 Hurst Team Toyota Cadillac of Earl Bamber. Fresh tyres waiting to go. And is it going to be a full set? Last time round, the 38 car had a split set.
That's early. It's a little early.
Yep.
I think they're messing again with strategy, because the sister car but you recall pitted about at the same time, still 10% of energy for that car. So I think they're just taking it out of the fray, unless they've got a problem with one of those tyres. They only took 2 tyres, didn't they? So we did say that they'd locked up and had to be repositioned. I wonder if that's come into play.
Well, the first, when they started the 38 car, there's Mike Conway, who's just handed over the number 7 car, by the way, to Nick de Vries. The 38 car started with used tyres on the right-hand side, the more hard work side of the car. They changed right-hand side tyres in the first stop. They've done a right side only change again in the second, so they're triple stinting those left-hand side tyres.
It's a 10-second penalty for car 17, manner of Andre Lotterer. We saw that contact, didn't we?
Yeah.
That was with the Ferrari?
Number 8 Toyota, that's what broke the Toyota.
You're right.
So he serves a 10-second penalty, and Toyota lost a dozen laps. The penalty is not the legacy of the crime, it's for the crime, which is basically locking up at the apex and tagging somebody else.
Into the third hour, by the way, of this race. The lead, Kevin Magnussen, has now 10.5 seconds. Put that into context. Remember, we saw that delayed pit stop for the Cadillac. That added about 15 seconds to the predicted time for the Caddy stop with 2 tyres. The gap is 10 seconds, 11 seconds. The Caddy's quicker. The
Caddy is absolutely flying. K-Mag leads, Will Stevens in second place, 10 seconds behind him. There's the number 8 Toyota actually back out on track with Ryo Hirakawa. And he is in the midst of our LMGT3 battle between Racing Team Turkey's Peter Dempsey, their bronze driver, and Clement Schmidt in the 87 Lexus. Clement Schmidt taking over from starting driver Petra Umbraescu.
Well, how shiny a bronze is Peter Dempsey? This is his first flying lap, and he's done the fastest lap of the race on that car.
Wow, and neither of them changed tyres. They've done 72 laps on the tyres. So those are the tyres that they started the race with?
I think he has taken tyres in that car, maybe 2. We don't...
Oh, and contact as the Cadillac clatters the 87 Lexus. Which Caddy was it?
12.
It's been followed through by the Ferrari. It was Will Stevens.
Yes, it was the 12.
It was Will Stevens. The yellow Ferrari went through, and there's a challenge as well from the Mustang to try and get by. So on board with the Cadillac with Will Stevens. This is between 7 and 8 at the top of the hill. Oh, and he's trying to dig himself out of the hole and can't.
So you just turned straight in on me.
Yeah, copy.
Well, yeah, but yeah, it's a corner.
That's a tough call, right?
It is, and he was trying to avoid the contact.
But here's the thing, with the GT, like, it's hard to see that inside, you know? It's, for us drivers, once you make that move, it's hard to bail out too.
And he can't be far from a pit stop because Norman Nato is ready to go as well in the garage. Okay, back into, we're on board with Will Stevens. Looking at LMGT3, it is Eric Powell that leads in the 77 Ford from Ian James. They have yet to stop. Peter Dempsey in third for Racing Team Turkey. So when those 2 bronze drivers do jump into the pit lane, then Racing Team Turkey will be back in front. Kevin Magnussen leads from this man, Will Stevens. 12 seconds is the margin. And Magnussen actually faster on that last lap. But then, of course, Will Stevens was involved in that little contact. Here's the 88 Ford. Gianmarco Lavorato now at the wheel of the 88 car. That was the race leader when it pitted for the first time. Let's hear from Cadillac Hertz Team Jota.
I think I've got damage.
2 left.
All right, so he's feeling damage on the car. And does that mean actually that they may have damaged and misaligned the suspension? Or is it just a dive plane? If it can be rectified by changing the nose, then that would be very handy, as that will be a minimum loss of time. If it's more suspension related, that is going to be effectively the end of any chance of a competitive race. I've said that now. Watch them go and win in 3 hours, 55 minutes. So again, combination of battles. Peugeot versus Genesis. That's Loic Duval still under pressure from Andre Lotterer. 2 of the I was going to use the veteran word there, but I won't. So the more experienced drivers in the field, 88, Gianmarco Leverato, down the inside and moves by Clement Schmidt for 4th place. And that was almost looked like a snap decision from Leverato, because he came up with a big head of steam and he just went full send on the inside. Now then, what are we looking at here? 79 Mercedes and going off around the outside, 35 Alpine.
Once you hit those marbles, it's so hard to come back.
And you're straddling that curb as well, so it kind of lifts the car a bit off the ground. So the plank in the centre of these cars, not forgiving. And there's Harry Tincknell still attacking Andre Lotterer, who's still attacking Loic Duval. Lotterer has got different coloured paint all over that car now, hasn't he? This is vintage Andre.
He made a few exchanges so far in this race, yeah.
It started orange, it's going to finish with a lot more different colours on it. Absolutely vintage Lotterer, no quarter given or asked. So Tincknell will have to try again, and Lotterer not quite close enough to Loic Duval to be able to make a lunge this time. Tincknell into the garage, so Duval in as well in front of him, big lock-up from Tincknell. And so Duval and Tincknell both pitting. That moves Lotterer up to 3rd place. So this is the number 12 Cadillac. Will Stevens out, in is Norman Nato, and a driver change as well at the 83 Ferrari team. So Yeyefe started. By rights, you would expect maybe Phil Hansen would be next in, but never jumped the gun. They may be doing different things with drivers as well as tyres and fuel strategy. Now, let's watch this right front on the number 12 car. I don't know what the issue was with the gun and or the wheel nut. This time it goes on straight away. It's a nightmare for the gunman when something goes wrong, because you feel it's you, whether it is or not, and they maintain their position ahead of the 83 car. 94 Peugeot is in, Aston Martin 007 on the pit lane, you can see there as well. And in is Magnussen as well, from the race lead with bingo fuel. Same for Jovi. So Antonio Giovinazzi will come down pit road in the 51 Ferrari. There is the 15 car. K-Mag is out. And in the sea of helmets, I didn't spot who was getting in. We'll find out in a moment or two. 5 seconds added to the next pit stop of the 94 Peugeot. Now it's in the garage at the moment, or was. Théo Pourchaire has taken over the 94 car from Paul di Resta. And that will have a 5 second hold before the pit stop can happen next time round. Driver change as well here. Again, looking at a slightly different lineup, because was that not Ale getting into the 51 car? He tends to like to finish the races. Meanwhile, Aston Martin versus Genesis. I tell you what, the Genesis is not slow in a straight line, is it?
Box Andre, box, driver change.
Andre Lotterer and Dani Uncadea are 1-2 for Genesis. Okay, it's not going to last, but they are. This is on the outlap. Whoa! And Will Stevens, fresh set of tyres, absolutely catastrophically flat-spotted at turn 7. Norman Nato, rather, as around the outside went, who was in 83? It was Phil Hansen. So they had just come out of the pits together. And Lotterer and Uncadea will be in this time round. Lotterer comes in from the lead of the race. A momentous moment for Genesis Magma Racing. I don't think they've been in that position before. And he pits, and Uncadea will follow him in, I'm sure. Tough 5 minutes for Peugeot. We've just had 94 being handed a penalty. 93, Nick Cassidy, now under investigation for not obeying blue flags. And in comes Uncadea. So the Genesis 1-2 subsides, and that means that the 35 Alpine, now being driven by Antonio Felix da Costa, is going to resume the race lead, and that car off strategy from their first early pit stop with Fred Makovici. Great little moment in the all-access program, a full-access program of Le Mans. After qualifying, Antonio Felix Costa walking along in the paddock going, wow, man, qualifying at Le Mans is just amazing. He said, I'd forgotten that. I never want to miss it again. He's back in his happy place. He really is.
Isn't he just?
Yep.
We're looking for a solution for 2027 for sure. So we'll listen in to Antonio Felix Costa.
We see very little vibration on the front left tire, but very low. I'm not sure you can feel it. Okay.
Now you expect the radio message coming up. Well, okay, yes, I feel it.
That wasn't the case, so it must be pretty mild. It's a little damage here in the Genesis.
Well, actually, I was going to say, you know, that's Lotterer. Of course, that's not. That's Hunkadea's car, so...
It's only a flashback.
Yeah, exactly. Come back and fight. Alpine 1-2, BMW 3-4, and then Ferraris in 5th and 7th place with the Cadillacs straddling them. So we really are seeing lots of team formation flying here. Antonio Felix da Costa, that was a full service the last time that car was in. Victor Martin taking half a set of tyres. The 35 car out front, and Felix da Costa, yeah, he was eased out of endurance racing by his previous employers in favour of Formula E. He has decided that he does not want to be eased out again. And Philippe Signot as well, the boss of Cinetech, who've been running the Alpine brand for so many years. He doesn't want to be eased out either. He wants his team to continue to compete here. So Genesis 1-2. Let's speak to the man who came in from the lead of the race, Andre Lotterer.
And I'm down in the Genesis Magma Racing garage, Andre, sweaty. And it was tough out there. There was a big fight and bumping wheels. It transformed that orange car into more of a black car.
Yeah, this track definitely delivers a lot of action, and it was crazy out there with the traffic, and everyone is driving at a similar level, so any opportunity you can get, you take it. And with all these long curves, sometimes it's tricky. The GTs are fighting as well, but it's a lot of fun. The car is not bad, so we move forward. Unfortunately, yeah, we got a 10-second penalty because it was fair. I overdid a little bit my pass on the Toyota and made contact. He closed in a bit, but yeah, it's racing, you know, so hopefully the next 4 hours or 3.5 will be good for us.
How are we looking in terms of tire deck?
I managed at the end. I struggled a bit, so let's see how Mattis will go. Try to give him some information.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, it is Mathis Joubert that takes over in that car. I love that man. He's just, he's super intelligent, still quick, still feisty. Not the kind of guy you want to get into a wheel-to-wheel battle with if something that matters is on the line, though, Felipe.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's, you know, it's at this level, you know, these guys have the experience already. They know how to race. They know how to put those cars on the edge. And, you know, I have the chance to, you know, to race those guys, several of them in either IMSA or the Le Mans race. And it's, you know, you can never overlook experience. It's always something that can play in handy. You said Andre there, well, he was very honest with himself, you know, like he overdid the passing there with the Toyota. So that misjudgment, you know, it can take you in or out of the race. So 10 seconds, it's always going to be a heavy penalty, you know, for any team. So you want to try and avoid that. But, I mean, he looked pretty racy. He looked smiley. You know, he's doing what he has to do. But, you know, it's easy to overdo it sometimes.
Well, to give you for instance here, the entire competitive remaining 16 cars in Hypercar separated at the moment by 81 seconds with 2.25 hours gone.
Last year, when he was sitting in the Penske Porsche garage, chuckling away at the back of the garage, we knew Andre was having a great time. He's having an even bigger time this time with a smile on his face. The Genesis looks like a really competitive car here. It's quick, it's racy. They're no longer exploring the car. Now they're racing it. And look at this, the battle between the number 7 Toyota and the 19 car, Mathieu Jaminet. Nick de Vries just going by him there. But that's the car that won them on.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, this sport gives and takes away in equal measure. And it's not just about balance of performance. It's about all those little nuances that we've seen on pit lane. The misfortune for the Jota team that took both those cars all the way down the order. They've had to fight back, and maybe that's compromised them with the ultimate bike they've got in the next phase of the race.
Now, while we watch this, just one more thing. Danny Junkadea, you saw conferring with the team. The steering is misaligned on the number 17 car. We saw that damage on the right front on those dive planes. Looks like they might have just damaged something there. Eric Powell watching from the garage. I beg your pardon, Eric Powell, not watching from the garage. Eric Powell in the number 77 Ford as they lead in LMG T3. Little contact there as well. Yeah, who took over the... it was Phil Hansen took over the car. Norman Nato just sort of bouncing on the inside of him. Nato spun, of course, on their outlaps. So this was
contact between the two, remember, on their outlaps. Yep. Yes. And that was that bit of afters,
no, that was just now. There wasn't contact. Nato spun, trying to stay tight on the inside with cold tyres.
Luckily, he made a 360, which he didn't lose a lot of time, but you can tell the tires are now, you know, once he got the tires up to temperature, he's probably making up time now.
Yeah, so he's taking that back. So Phil Hansen down to 6, Norman Nato up to 5th place. Still Alpine 1-2, BMW 3-4. Well, let's hear from the 83 Ferrari team.
Yeah, but this contact was deliberate. The other one he did by accident. This one was deliberate.
Yeah, I mean, and the other one is what he's talking about is actually when Nato spun the caddy on the inside, when Hansen was going around the outside between 7 and 8, there must obviously have been a little nudge as the Cadillac rotated. After all, it's longer than it is wider, so that's more likely to happen.
Okay, let's focus. Let's try to keep the gaps close. He's under investigation for the contact.
And that's always the thing, you know, the drivers immediately, and Felipe, it's a natural instinct. You feel you've been wronged, you want to complain to somebody. The only guy you complain to is your race engineer. Yeah, okay, we know that. But, okay, now let's get our head together. And it's...
For sure. Best thing, you got to be vocal about it, and you got to tell your team, and then it's time to switch the focus. Because if you just let it in your head, you know, it leads to another mistake, and then you're not focusing your, you know, at work, and you're doing so many things at a time. But again, it takes, you gotta be very switch on to say, okay, it's behind me now, let's keep going.
We're talking a little earlier about the difference that the job you're doing today is like, and I know with us, it's not a physical job, but it's mentally taxing.
A lot.
Coming out of a race car, where does the real exhaustion come? Is it physical, is it mental, is it elements of both?
I think it's a bit of both, and honestly, your head is processing, you know, so much, and as a driver you're making micro corrections at every corner basically, and like I said, you're reading so many things at once, so you get out of the car and you have everything in your head and you're so switched on that you need that time just to, okay, what are the important things I have to pass on, because those things are the ones you need to focus on. There's so many others that are not gonna matter now, it's behind you. And that's why you see the good guys, you know, they're able to make steps forwards in this race and help the team as a whole, because you still got to pass on the information to the next driver going in, you know, corners that they have to watch out, or maybe there's a grip difference, you know, inside or outside lanes that are better to overtake. There's so much to help the other team, your teammates, you know.
Well, let's hear what Kevin Magnussen's debrief sounds like.
Kevin, what a really strong start of the race. Since the beginning, you were at the start right into the car in front of you. Big push, no mistakes, took the lead. Is it because since you were on pole position in Formula 1 on this track, is it that an extra motivation?
No, just motivated to try and get a win. You know, we didn't win a race last year, and we haven't won a race this year. So just very, very fired up to try and fight for victory. And you know, I think we have Dries qualified P4 yesterday, which was great, and yeah, I felt like we should push and see if we can get a win.
tire degradation. We're trying to get a little bit of information. How is it going for you?
Looks like it's okay. I haven't seen too much yet of the other cars, but on our side it felt decent on the tires. Was able to push and didn't have to manage too much. Some people, I think, tried a double, but on both sides we took new on one side at the stop, and that seemed okay. But let's see.
Thank you very much.
One quick bit of housekeeping that came in as we were listening to Kevin there. Car 36, 5-second penalty to be added to the next stop. Pit stop issue in the first hour of the race. That's clearly been looked at. Just looking at the tracker, by the way, and I think I'm right, our championship leading car, Nico Veroni, is about to be lapped by the race leader LMGT3.
Okay, Van der Leyen in front, you are faster than him, so let's go, Norman, let's go.
Little motivation here.
Yeah, absolutely. Go on, you've got this.
They definitely have the pace. The Cadillac and the BMWs seem very strong, you know, up to this point.
Yeah, the Cadillac definitely is absolutely where it needs to be on this track, and quite why exactly. You know, they go to Spa and go, okay, this is a track that really suits the car. And then, okay, so how does this track suit the car? Again, sometimes you think, okay, I don't know. And the simple answer is they've managed to work out a balance that really works for them. Here you can see Sebastian Bourdais in the 38 Cadillac, right behind the 51 Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi. It was Ale that got in. Now, often you'd think, okay, James Calade would do the middle stint of the race, and Ale tends to like to get in towards the end when he can roll his sleeves up a bit, but right now, maybe there's a bit more digging to do. Phil Hansen is ahead of them in the yellow car. Norman Nato ahead of him in 5th position. But the gaps, how far? He's only 3 seconds behind Hansen, but Bourdais with a Cadillac that was a second quicker on the last lap alone than the Ferrari. So as we ride on board with Sebastian Bourdais, the man from Le Mans, latterly of Florida, chasing down the Ferrari, and you can just see him closing up the hill.
Yeah, this is going to be a proper battle here. Fastest man on track at the moment, by the way, has been Norman Nato in his pursuit of the second of the BMWs.
So Ali, what we see from data is Cadillac is 3 tenths faster, so it should be okay to defend. Let's try to defend to them because this is for position. They are 3 tenths faster, especially this one.
So interesting how AI has translated the French spelling of Cadillac, or pronunciation of Cadillac, into Cadillac. That's what that odd-looking word was. And again, that's the importance of these messages. The Cadillac is quicker, especially this one, so do what you can do to ruin his pace by holding him up. In the pit lane, 27 Heart of Racing Aston Martin. So Ian James stayed in that car.
He did, with not the only one of the bronze drivers. Eric Powell still leading the race in the 77 Mustang, being closed down now by Peter Dempsey. 3 seconds quicker last time around in the Racing Team Turkey by TF car. That's the start of the bronze time for the Chasing 34 car, towards the end of the bronze time for leading 77.
Well, they had an hour and 45 to do. It's 2 hours 23 into the race, so he's done more than his fair share. We saw a lot of the other bronze drivers jumping out after 1 hour 45 and handing the cars over, but Ian James stayed in all the way to the end of the tyre stint. So that's in itself is a strategy offset, isn't it, by going long rather than short shifting. Eric Powell into the pit lane from the race lead now in LMGT3 as we continue to watch the battle between the Ferrari and the Cadillac.
So he's done 2 hours and 24 minutes. That's what I was saying really about this difference in the strategies. Do you get your bronze driver out as quickly as possible and compromise your fuel stints potentially, or do you do what those two teams have just done and go to the very end of the energy you've got in the tank?
Well, the other thing, of course, is that you don't necessarily slice 6 hours into an absolute set of full stops. So at some stage you can fudge it and fumble it a little bit, and of course then there's safety cars and virtual safety cars and full course yellows and all the other stuff that can happen. So this is the car that came in from the lead. Eric Powell doing a stand-up job. Both the Fords have been going really well in LMGT3, but now that cycles this car back to the lead. Sally Yolich started it, handed it over as the lead car. Peter Dempsey has picked up the baton and is running with it.
Always good to keep an eye on a couple of battles just to see how the ebb and flow goes. One to watch, by the way, the two Aston Martins in LMGT3. Remember, this is the pole-setting effort. Kobe Powell's the fastest man ever in LMGT3 around this track. He's now sitting in 16th place after a couple of woes for the 23, the 27 just behind him. Keep an eye on that gap. We know that's a very quick car indeed here. I doubt it's going to stay that way for much longer.
Antonio Giovinazzi being handed a reprimand for contact earlier, a little bit over an hour, under an hour ago. So no penalty to be served for the Ferrari. And again, you can see on board the driver monitoring system, the safety system, blue flags being shown to this car and the information that it is a hypercar coming by, or usually a train of them, rather than you're being caught by your leader in your own class. And so all of that information, especially in the middle of the night at Le Mans, where it's just a glare of lights, is it an LMP2, is it a hypercar? It gives the slower car driver an opportunity to guess how fast those lights are going to come on him.
Do you have that system, same system in IMSA?
Yeah, in IMSA we have, but not in the prototypes, right? We have the panels showing, you know, the blue flag display or yellow, whatever the race director is throwing out, but you don't have, you have a rear view camera which helps you a lot, but you don't have those dots that you saw on the GT car. Yeah. They're very helpful. Like, honestly, it's something. If you take it away from us now, I'll probably like something is not quite right in the car, because you just get so used to it, you know, like you judge the, you know, the car behind, you know, if you have to go defensive. They very, very, you know, this is something that evolved really well in those cars.
Everything that gives you information is a benefit as a driver. Wherever it comes from, it
For
all
sure.
helps to colour in the picture for you, doesn't it?
But the good fact is, when I joined Porsche in 2022, I had the chance to race for them. As I was developing the 963, I raced in the FAF car in the IMSA GT class. And to me, that was a one-off experience, but that gave me the awareness of how you race the you know, the prototypes. And it's, you gotta judge yourself really well, all those gaps, you know.
Suggestion, X-ray for overtake. X-ray for overtake.
Well, give him a laser, for goodness sake. So again, this will be a setting on the steering wheel just to give you no lift and coast, maximum power. You'll build a bit of a fuel deficit, but we need to get by this blooming BMW, because actually he's blunting our speed.
He's trying to lose it all.
Yeah.
See, there's a little bit of traffic here. Let's see if he sets up for the back straight. Oh, he's gonna have a run. Still a little far.
You can use the energy if you need.
Well, I imagine exactly the same is being said to Sheldon van der Linde. You need to keep this position. We're on the same strategy. Hold him up.
It's a big gap. If and when he can clear Sheldon van der Linde to Raffaele Marciello sitting in third. So this is the important overtake to make to start the long, hard yards of getting stuck into the potential for still a race win. Now we've got traffic, and now there's the opportunity to pick your line. This time, looks like the BMW has got the better one.
Opportunity to pick your line. I mean, it's either there or it isn't, isn't it? There's so much traffic. And actually, Raffaele Marciello in the 15 car is all over the back of Victor Martin for second place. Those two are less than a second apart as they steam past our commentary position on the pit straight. And again, Nato didn't get the brakes he needed in traffic. That allowed the BMW to just jump away a little, trying to clean some of that dirt from going offline.
Can I cancel to defend? Question?
Negative. There's no margin.
Oh.
Definitely need something for balance.
Oh, so he's not been told he can use the fuel, so there's no margin for the BMW.
There's another reason why it's important for Nato to get by as quickly as possible, and that's in his mirrors. If you can look there are the headlamps and the bright yellow nose of the 83 Ferrari, because Phil Hansen is back into contention here, and with this traffic, it's a couple of seconds quicker the last time around. He's going to be with Norman Nato at that kind of pace within a lap. Needs to get by this BMW and needs to do it now.
Now, I'm afraid we can't trust that tyre data. They are on lap 100 of the race. Nobody is still on the tyres they started with. Nobody's done 99 laps, so I'm afraid those graphics kind of ignore that, because we've seen almost everybody changing some or all tyres at some of the previous pit stops. So, nevertheless, there's Thierry Tassin, the man who is running BMW's hypercar race. Antonio Felix da Costa leads from Victor Martin, first and second for Alpine. And then in third place, Raffaele Marcello, right with the second Alpine. And then this battle. Right ahead of us, Sheldon van der Linde and Norman Nato. Now, Nato, again, not getting the breaks in traffic he wanted. And so Phil Hansen is closing in that gap now under a second. So diving down through the CNRS with Phil Hansen. Kart circuit on the right-hand side. So many young drivers will have been staring through that fence, watching the action.
So it seems like the BMW is struggling for pace. Let's see if we can close the gap to Caddy.
By the way, we passed one little storyline just a couple of moments ago with the race leader, number 35, the hands of Antonio Felix da Costa, lapping a hypercar on pace.
Wow.
After over 2.5 hours. And that was the number 7 Toyota, by the way, now getting set up to get by the 19. But still, what have we got there? The top 13 cars separated by a single minute.
Yeah, Toyota number 7 car had a penalty, didn't it? And that did a drive-through. 19 also had a pit stop hold, so that car in the hands of Mathieu Jaminet has been delayed as well. Mathieu Chabert ahead of him. Don't forget, the Genesis Magma Racing cars that are now 14th and 15th were first and second when they pitted, so they're slightly out of kilter with some of the others, and so what we're seeing in terms of the positions now is not necessarily an even playing field. There are all sorts of different strategies going on.
It's not, but what it is a race that, with the exception of, I think, a couple of very small full course yellows, we've been full green. We've not had a safety car, we've not had a virtual safety car, and despite those if, buts and maybes about strategy, this has been a very clean race so far.
Yeah, it really has, apart from all the contact. Hello, Andre Lotterer, we're looking at you. Andre had to finish this interview quickly because I'm assuming he had to go and talk to the stewards about several incidents. Really good to see the Genesis team are absolutely now in a position, having completed Le Mans with both cars, where they feel, OK, now it's time to get our sleeves rolled up. Now it's time to really race this thing. Not just get miles under our belts, not just look for the result, not for the finish rather, but actually to see how much we can push it, how much performance we can wrestle out of it in this, our first season. Back with our LMGT3 battle. This is for 5th place, the red and grey Lexus. That's the number 78 car of Clement Schmidt, of Adrian David. He's got Sean Galale and 61 Rui Andrade behind him. Galale with the more yellow BMW, and that is the number 32 car. And behind him is the 61 car of Rui Andrade, the Angolan driver. Oh, and Galale all over the back of the Lexus. The Lexus is not getting the traction it needs in those slow corners, but it has got good top-end speed. And the Aston Martin is going to come through and sort of ruin this little battle a bit for the 61 car. As they come up the hill, the BMW benefiting a little from the slipstream. Is he going to be in a position to attack the Lexus? He is, isn't he? Look at the speed of closing. Is he going to have a little look? Shows his nose, not quite close enough.
Big penalty for the 94 Peugeot coming. It's a 30-second stop-and-go penalty for pit lane speed. Now, that is a penalty that varies depending on how quick you come down pit lane. How quick did you come down pit lane?
About
very quickly.
140 miles an hour, it would seem, from that penalty. Yeah, absolutely.
New, by the way, new leader in LMGT3 with Racing Team Turkey by TF's Peter Dempsey. That's what's caused that 5-second penalty that's coming the way of the 12 car. He's all over the curb trying to avoid that, wasn't he? But there was no way, I'm afraid.
And the problem is that the hypercar, Felipe, can like bolt between the two apexes quicker than the GT car. He got himself into a hole that was closing.
Yeah, and one thing you gotta remember is that GT cars, they have a good braking potential. So at that point in the corner, like if you don't really put yourself in a position to be side by side, you ain't gonna make it. So it's a shame there for the Cadillac, because they were pretty quick, and that's gonna set them back.
Go on, Norman, critical to pass him. Let's go.
That's about the Ferrari closing and that 5-second penalty. He needs to gap this car for them to be in a position where a podium is a prospect or possibility at this stage.
Now, Hansen has really lost out in traffic. The last time we looked at the gap, it was 1.1 seconds. It's now out to 3.2 seconds. So Nato needs to get by, but he is struggling now. Van der Linde's controlling his pace. Meanwhile, Alpine lead. Let's see a smiley Charles Milesi.
And I am down in the Alpine garage with Charles Milesi, the driver of the number 35 Alpine. Charles, at the beginning of the race, you decided to offset the strategy, which seems to be working. What's your reading of the race at the moment?
Yeah, and also, we tried to offset because we lost some position at the beginning of the race. And it was impossible to overtake, so we had to offset to try to gamble on something, because otherwise you stay in a pack and there's no way to overtake, so we try to have a gamble on that. Now we are leading, we are trying to build a gap, which is working for the moment, but we have an extra pit stop with the both cars at the end, so we hope that we can get some focus yellow to remove some laps, but yeah, I think in any case, if there is nothing coming, it will be difficult to stay in this position for the end of the race, and virtually the BMW are on P1, P2 I think. But yeah, we already got one focus here, so hopefully we can get one or two more, and then at the end we have to lift, so yeah.
So at the moment your strategy is to push, try to get a full course yellow, because even if you're saving fuel, saving tires, it wouldn't be enough.
Yeah, we'll have to save a lot per stint, and I think in the end we'll lose too much time. We're already trying to save a bit, but yeah, it's not easy. But yeah, if we don't have an help at the end of the race or in a couple of minutes, it will be difficult to stay there.
Okay, see how it unfolds. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Beautifully explained.
Yep.
That's the enigma, isn't it? We've taken a risk. We were nowhere. We've taken a risk. This is what we now need for that to pay off. And that was an excellent interview from Bruce Rani and fantastically explained by Charles Milesi.
And 3 hours 25 for something to fall into their lap. You know, when you take a gamble, sometimes you need a little bit of luck on your side, or you need the others to also be stuck in traffic and then have to try something themselves, and that starts to then stir the pot in terms of results.
For sure, with a little over 3 hours now, I mean, it's still a lot of racing that can happen, and you know, something can play in their hand. But they are right; they had to try something, and you know, their cars are virtually leading now, but they probably have to pay that price later, as he explained.
Plus, also, all we've heard for the last 2 days is, yeah, it's going to rain on race day.
Well, never count out Sao Paulo and, you know, Interlagos had some, you know, really strange occasions here where racing can be changed, you know, in a couple of few minutes, the rain comes down, but it doesn't look like the case today, but still.
We'll wait and see. We will wait and see. Yeah, there is more blue sky rather than there was earlier. Little bit of contact there. Rui Andrade alongside Adrian David. Adrian David in the red and grey Lexus in 5th place. Then Rui Andrade, the blue and yellow AMG Mercedes. Then right behind him, Sean Gelael in the yellow, green and blue BMW. And then more yellow, the yellow and black 91 Porsche of Timur Boguslavski. And then the yellow, black and red Porsche behind him. And of Ricardo Pera and... not quite there. Oh, yes. Oh, wow. Rui Andrade just sitting alongside the Lexus, really trying to make that work. I'm not sure I've seen anybody go all the way sideways through 1, 2, and 3 successfully. That was a big effort. Big effort from Rui Andrade. Now the BMW and the two Porsches are right with them, and contact from behind. The Mercedes gets shoved off by the Porsche. I think that may be a problem for Sean Gelael. And the two Porsches, BMW rather, two Porsches side by side. The Bend car goes wide around the outside. And so Boguslavski holds on from Perra, but Perra is still there on the outside of turn 8. The more black of the two cars, and he picks up the spot. So Ricardo Perra goes up to 7th. Boguslavski back down to 8th, but not content with that. Now that might be an issue for the 32 BMW of Sean Gelael. If we can see a replay of that, that would be very good from on board with his car. See exactly what happened with Rui Andrade in the 61 Mercedes, but that's been dropped a long way back. All arms and elbows, Rui Andrade really making it, trying to make it work to get by Adrian David. Let's take a look again. So here's Andrade, watch the BMW behind. Yeah, tiniest of touches. And as a driver, Felipe, sometimes you just, it's unavoidable.
Yeah, that almost took even more cars, you know, in that.
Yeah. Lots of checking up here under braking.
I got taken out. The left is forcing off track.
I know, let's stay focused.
I know. Easier thing in sport, forget it, move on.
Keep
Hardest
going.
thing to do.
Keep going.
Yeah. So easy to say, so hard to do. But now, the Lexus of Adrian David under real pressure from Sean Gelael. So, yeah, it's not getting any easier for the Lexus driver.
In defence of the BMW, to look at it from the outside, from one angle, trouble again.
Yep, that's 79.
It would have been easy to see that as in pushing him through the corner. When you saw it from the rear view, as soon as the contact happened, the BMW was on the brakes.
Double yellows at turn 1, Lynn Hedanius. Now, that hand gesture suggests to me that he was not the architect of his own misfortune there. That did kind of look like some frustration. Meanwhile, through comes the leader. And
it was Aston Martin.
Yeah, which one I'm not sure. Potentially 009. But on board.
You got to say he left plenty of room there.
He tried, and again, you know, the road drops away. There's 007.
It's 007, it's Tom Gamble. Yeah.
Yeah, tough break for Lynn Hedanius.
Yeah.
Tough break for the Aston as well. Tom Gamble definitely not intending to shove his way through, just a miscalculation in traffic.
That's the thing, you come, you know, you're in the limit of the brakes, and if you feel like, I'm just gonna make it, and it's not enough, right? You gotta have that margin counting that someone might just, you know, come off the brake earlier or...
And the other thing is when you brake in the normal position, but then you can dive to the inside, the road drops away. So your braking suddenly is much less effective and you run a meter or two further into the corner, and that's all it needs.
It's all that. And also these hypercars, they are very sensitive to the dirty air coming from even the GT cars. So you lose a lot of downforce. In fact, we always try to offset ourselves a little bit.
Sean Gelael alongside, and just the tiniest little contact side by side with the BMW. Through comes one of the hypercar Ferraris. That's the 50 car going around the outside, and Gelael trying to take advantage. Adrian David just eased offline a little there. Right behind is the 91 Porsche of Timo Boguslavski, but it's Sean Gelael in the 32 yellow, green and blue BMW who's making all the moves here. Adrian David, rock solid in defence, just sticking on the racing line.
World's least surprising note on our timing screens. The contact between Sean Gelael and Rui Andrade is under investigation. Contact at turn 4.
Again, I have to say, to label the blame on Gelael, that's really hard. I mean, that was just an all-arms 5-car fight. And again here, a little touch, but nobody lost out. No advantage gained, no harm, no foul.
There was initially space. That was, you know, attempted overtake to the outside.
And again, Gelael yeah, all over the curb on the inside, trying to avoid spinning the Lexus out. He knows he doesn't need that penalty.
Here we go again.
Around the outside again. This is fantastic. I mean, what a view Timo Boguslavski is getting of this, and this time Galale squeezes through.
Who knew on the options list for a Lexus was a BMW?
Yeah, you can have a special mirror. Boguslavski, outside, inside, outside. Again, has he got the grip to get around the Lexus? Lexus does seem to be struggling for traction. The Porsche stays level even with two wheels on the mud.
78 car. And, it does seem...
He's locking up. Again, not sure what the rear axle of that car feels like compared to the others, but he's definitely not got the traction he needs, has he? Boguslavski flashing the headlights, around comes the Aston. And again, the rate of closing up the hill there is just bonkers. So Boguslavski not able quite to engage in battle yet with Adrian David. This is for 6th position in LMGT3. Peter Dempsey leads the class in the Racing Team Turkey car. The Corvette is 6 seconds ahead of Gianmarco Leverato's 88 Ford. The 69 BMW of Parker Thompson is in 3rd place for Team WRT. And Clement Schmidt's Lexus in 4th position ahead of Sean Galale. Adrian David in 8th place here, holding off Timo Boguslavski. Race leader is in the pit lane. Antonio Felix da Costa makes his first stop here in Brazil. Don't forget, this car on a fuel offset right from the first pit stop that they made to try and get them out of the queue. We saw how that worked for BMW in Imola. And again, they're trying to make the same thing happen here for them. Do something different to try and change your result.
Well, going back to that conversation, Rishrani with Sharma Lacey, all things being equal, the drive-through penalty coming for a blue flag infringement for car 93, the Peugeot of Nick Cassidy. All things being equal, and let's face it, they haven't been so far, so why should that change? This looks like a potentially very strong possibility for the number 15 BMW. They've got the pace. They're on the strategy that at the moment seems likely to play into their favour, and the Cadillac has not been able to catch that car. Down pit lane for the Lexus and the Porsche. Here's where the efforts of the pit crew come into play. Montai and Cody's ASP amongst the best of the world at this. Our tear-off comes off the Porsche. Crowd here staying the distance, 12 minutes away from the halfway point in this 6-hour race here at Interlagos. Return to Brazil once again for the FI World Endurance Championship. Cody's ASP's mechanics go to work, as do the Montai crew. Remember, the Lexus came in just ahead. And it's going to be the Porsche that leapfrogs. I think that was 2 tyres only for the Porsche in that stop. So, advantage Montai for the moment. 4 tyres it was for the Lexus that had been seen struggling for grip. But they're back now out into the fray. This pair drop all the way back down the order at the moment. Adrian David and Timo Boguslavski, it is still at the wheel of their respective cars. Come out side by side with the BMW just going by, and both Valkyries closing in on that little group. This, though, is race leader Raffaele Marciello. The Alpines now having through their pit stop. This is the better place, not only on track but also on energy. This is the car that is on effectively the same strategy as their major competitors, if we don't get a lengthy yellow.
But just having clean air, these cars make a massive difference, you know, on tire energy. You know, you can save the tires better. You keep them under control temperature-wise. You know, you can control that overheating, the middle sector, and that's a dream, you know. If you're there at that position, you're trying to make the most of it, for sure. And the BMW looks solid in terms of pace. Nato here has made ground back, but you got to remember he has that 5 seconds still to pay, right?
I think he's still got one more investigation underway.
Okay.
Keep an eye on that one. There goes the BMW from pit lane. That's the 32 car. Sean Gallel bringing it in after a feisty stint for him. BMW here, I guess, hold more cards because they are sitting 1-2 with cars on completely different strategies. 20 due in this lap with Sheldon van der Linde. Let's have a listen in now to the 20. What's going on with Sheldon?
And we box in this lap. You stay in the car.
So it's going to be him staying aboard the car. So BMW with a car, as we heard from Charles Malaysia at Alpine, that really does require a sustained yellow flag period to avoid having to make a splash and an extra stop at the end of this race. But the other car, the car that goes through and retains the lead of this race with a 15-second gap to Norman Nato's Cadillac, albeit Norman now gets the opportunity to get his own clean air and see what he can do in pursuit. There's a little more energy left for the BMW than the chasing Cadillac. Which strategy is going to pay out at the end of these 6 hours? We've seen it go both ways in recent races. It certainly went the way for BMW. It was a spectacular race at Spa. I don't know if you managed to catch that one, Felipe, but it was good dose of luck to start with, no doubt about that for BMW, but absolute strategic brilliance to put the second car between the lead car and its main competitors.
Yeah, I only saw the highlights of their race, but like you said, they've been very competitive in both championships. You know, either WAC and IMSA, they've been very strong. You know, and it takes a perfect race, you know, to be able to win one of these hypercar races here. So let's see what they've got today.
So returning now after you didn't see it on pictures. Let's keep an eye on this one. This is 61. And the 78. Is this a bit of a squeeze? It was, being forced off. We didn't catch it on cameras, but substantial off for Martin Haven. And there's debris all over the floor of the commentary box. His lunch is carnage.
Yeah, opened my sandwich packet and the sandwich threw itself on the floor. So that was the end of that.
Was it suicide for us?
It was going to be a lovely roasted Mediterranean vegetables and pesto. However, it had sat in the packet rather too long and it was just an assortment of mush on the floor. Anyway, there we go. So Peter Dempsey still leading Racing Team Turkey Corvette in front in LMGT3. And the other car, the 33 car, started by Ben Keating, the championship leading car. Johnny Edgar in it in 16th place. They need to make a change somewhere to their strategy to get them out of the dirty air and into a little bit more competitive running. That car's been so strong this season, not just winning at Le Mans, but had a really good season starter in Imola as well, but struggling here for pace. The Fords, however, think back 2 years ago, Graham, both Fords at the side of the track are light.
I mean,
what a transformation the change to that car has made over the last couple of seasons.
Fantastic stuff from Ford Racing, from the Multimatic guys and from Proton Competition to get their head around a very, very different package. And,
Garage 59. Stopping their 58 car. I know it confuses me all the time as well. Benji Goethe stays in the car, I think. No, Finn Gersitz has taken over. So they're swapping now stint on stint as in comes number 50 Ferrari. And this car, Nick Nielsen, took over from Miguel Molina, coming in from 6th position. So let's hear what the team got to say.
fuel and tire plenty. We bring you something to drink.
Fuel and tyre planting. Well, okay, there we go. I'm not quite sure what that actual word was. Didn't translate particularly well. They brought him a drink, though. For those of you watching in Europe, the temperatures here are in the low 20s rather than the high 30s. So the drink still, Felipe, is important because you are working hard in these cars. This is a very physical environment.
Yes, and it's the repetition, right? You stay in the car for so long. It's a quite, you know, long of a stint you do on tires, and then you go again and again. So you got to keep yourself hydrated, and it's just a funny fact that some cars, they have drinks bottles in the car, and some teams opted to have in hand to the drivers. So just an observation here from the booth.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean they're cold, does it? I think quite often those water bottles, you put a tea bag in, you know, for a refreshing cup of hot tea by the time you're finished.
Well, that was the case when Damon Hill was racing at Williams. It was behind the driver attached to the bulkhead, so right behind it was the Renault V10, and that heated it up quite nicely. So instead of just having hot water, he used to put a tea bag in the water bottle, so at least it tasted like it should as a hot drink. So 5-second penalty being added to the next pit stop for the number 17 Genesis as the number 8 Toyota stops. And don't forget, this car is how many laps behind now? Still 12 laps behind after damage. Number 17 Genesis, Andre Lotterer clumped the side of this car, damaged the right front corner, and that was a 12 lap, so a sort of 15, 16-minute pit stop to repair all of that.
They've been making their way back up the order from what was disastrous earlier. I think they can get back to the back of this queue, albeit laps down, but it really is a test run for them. And what a turnaround in form from, let's remind ourselves, the last race in the championship, which was the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
They haven't really got the pace here, and that's perhaps a bit of a surprise. The turnaround in form for this car has been thumped by somebody else and the car being broken, so that's absolutely not of their own making. But now they do have the opportunity to do something with it. They're not going to make up any positions. They're far too far back unless somebody else completely stops the car, and they're never going to get near a point. But you're learning. This is an extended test session for them, and so they will learn other things, they will do other things with the car, and just keep the drivers motivated rather than just plodding around several laps behind everybody else. If you've got a mission, then as a driver, Felipe, that gives you a little bit more incentive to push on. Right, we need to go hard on this tyre, we need to, you know, we've got a program. It's like a test then.
I have no news about the debris turn 15. Just keep your eyes open for the next few laps.
I've got no news about the debris in turn 15. Okay, well, you're either going to find it or you're not.
They're going to see it. As soon as they drive up the hill, they're going to probably see it. You know, it's hanging in there.
It looks like polystyrene. It looks like it might be one of the distance markers, braking markers, or slice of it at least.
Yep.
Now, we saw LMGT3 contact, didn't we? Who got knocked off and went through a polystyrene board here, the BMW, when we saw it with the 61 Mercedes. So that's probably where that came from. It's fallen out of an air duct. 007, 009, the two Aston Martins running 6th and 7th. Tom Gamble ahead of Alex Riberas. And as with most races this season, 2-driver lineup in these cars. They only had the 3rd driver for Le Mans. So it is a 2-driver lineup, and at the moment, still Raffaele Marcello leading for BMW, Norman Nato in 2nd, Phil Hansen and Alessandro Pierguidi 3rd and 4th for Ferrari, ahead of 5th place Sebastian Bourdais. Let's hear what the Aston Martin team have to say.
Please let 009 past. They will pit earlier than us.
Which means he's a little lighter, he's carrying less fuel, so let him go and exploit that speed.
I hope you noticed, by the way, that's the British way of requesting team orders. Please.
Please. I could see that.
Please and thank
Kindly,
you.
yeah.
And a cheery wave as we go by.
I say, old chap, would you mind awfully if you've just moved over?
I have to say, as we get deeper into this race, whatever strategy is going on at Aston Martin to your team, is working. They are cycling back round to being in contention here. Yes, we've still got these 2 or 3 groups of very different strategies, but amongst the group that they're part of, they're coming up the order.
Yeah, and maybe it's just now as the track starts to rubber in again and starts to warm up a little in the sunshine that it's getting closer to the operating window that they need. And of course, as long as you can survive the traffic without hitting anything, you can keep that speed up as well. So 009 here, Tom Gamble trying to lead and thread the eye of the needle. In fact, 007's already gone by in front, hasn't it? You can see that, Alex Riberas. No, that is Tom Gamble in front still, isn't it? Yeah, it is, 007, so they haven't swapped positions yet. I should read the graphics, really, shouldn't I? Lynn Hedanius and Tom Gamble making contact. That's the 79 Mercedes. We saw it getting turned around by the Aston Martin in turn 1. Again, under investigation by the stewards. And in 9, 8, 7 seconds, we will be halfway through the Rolex 6 hours of Sao Paulo. 3 hours in, 3 to go.
There's a 3% difference between those two Aston Martins. Completely correct that they need to pit the 007 first.
All right, well, that gives us the information that 3% energy is enough for a lap here, which it wouldn't be anywhere else. Certainly not at Spa. You need about 5 to 6%, but this is the shortest lap on the calendar, and so that means that you can get round at a squeeze with 3% energy.
Getting to that phase of the race where we start to get warnings about track limits, and Sean Gallale is the lottery winner this time. He's the first to get that warning flag for,
it's a little tap there.
It was a bit.
Timo Boguslavski going by the Ford of, I've lost where we are on that one. I think that was the 88 car, no, 77 car. Boguslavski, however, has headed into the pit lane, I think. So number 8 Toyota, number 7 Toyota in the pits. So this is a car that did not have the delay. Mike Conway started it. Nick de Vries took it over. I wonder if Toyota sort of felt, I wonder if this is our day when out of the pit lane on the way to the grid, Mike Conway crashed into the pit barriers. Not hard, but just one of those days, maybe. Rolex 6 hours of Sao Paulo starting under cloudy skies on a damp track. 3 formation laps to give the drivers a chance to feel for the grip. Cadillac went 1-2 in qualifying, led the first couple of laps. In LMG GT3, a very adventurous start from Johannes Zelger as the pole-sitting Aston Martin got away slowly. The 79 Mercedes would pay the penalty for that, and the Aston Martin dropping down into the clutches of its rivals. Lots of action in the LMGT3 field right from the very first corner. And that continued also in hypercar. Kevin Magnussen going around the outside of Earl Bamber's 38 Cadillac for second place early on in the first stint. Genesis versus Ferrari. Not something perhaps that Genesis would have contemplated a couple of races ago this early in their careers, but both Genesis drivers were having a fantastic time battling with the 51 Ferrari in traffic. Sally Jolic, the silver driver, starting the 34 Racing Team Turkey Corvette, working his way through the LMGT3 field, trying to take advantage of his speed against the bronze drivers in the other cars. Disaster for the number 12 Hertz Team Joseph Cadillac at the first stop. A reluctant right front wheel nut cost them track position. And they dropped from the lead of the race down into the lower reaches of the top 10. An offset fuel strategy put the 35 Alpine in front. And after delays, both for the 12 and the 38 Cadillac, they started to work their way back up through the field. Both of the gold Hertz Team Jota cars have got plenty of speed. They didn't have much luck in the first hour of the race, but they've been trying to make up for that. Andre Lotterer ran into the number 8 Toyota, damaged its right front corner, and that has lost a dozen laps in the pit lane. Cycling through the pits, out of the lead, the 35 from Alpine, and that put the number 15 BMW at the top of the pile. Both the number 15 and 20 BMW looking strong. Pace 2 from the yellow Ferrari. Phil Hansen on the outlap going around Norman Nato, who spun in the 7-8 turn complex. And then big drama for the 61 Mercedes in a 5-car battle in LMGT3, getting tagged from behind and dropping down the order. Racing Team Turkey lead in LMGT3, and it is the number 15 BMW who leads the race. So BMW leading from Cadillac Hertz Team Jota's number 12 car, 83 the yellow Ferrari ahead of the 51 red factory car, the Aston Martin Valkyries 5th and 6th. The Genesis team regaining the top 10, they are currently 7th and 9th with Alpine and BMW surrounding them. But it seems to be the BMWs and the Alpines that have the pace here along with the Cadillacs. They seem to be having less bad luck than the Cadillac team. The worst luck of all, the number 8 Toyota, broken suspension, dropping them way out of any contention. LNM GT3, it is Corvette out front, Racing Team Turkey from the Proton 77 Ford and Harter Racing's number 27 Aston Martin. Then the 69 BMW, the 92 Porsche and the 88 Ford. And everybody avoiding major dramas, still racing hard in LMGT3. 3 hours in, we have had no retirements.
It's a 34 Racing Team Turkey by TF car, looking increasingly solid in the lead of this race. Peter Dempsey putting in a stellar stint as the bronze driver. And in some sharp contrast to the sister car, the 33 car. Trouble on pit lane. We understand trouble closing the driver door in that driver change from Ben Keating cost them time on pit lane. That's why they had something north of a minute and 30 seconds.
Meanwhile, all Ferrari battle for 3rd place. The yellow car, Phil Hansen. The red car, Alessandro Pierguidi, but he is on an in-lap this time round, we believe. So Pierguidi will stop for fuel out of sync with Hansen. That will move Tom Gamble's 007 Aston Martin up to 4th position. Let's hear from Hansen's team.
They pit at the end of this lap. They pit at the end of this lap.
Okay, let's not hear from Hansen's team. That was the 51 car. Alessandro Pierguidi getting the box message. He will pit at the end of this lap. And Phil Hansen's team will have told him that as well. Ali is going to pit. Just keep him behind you for now. Don't give away track position. Just keep him where he is.
Just take a look at this. I think they'll both pit on this lap. But Ali has just a little more energy than Phil at this point. We'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, got me.
And confirm right-hand side tires.
Okay, so Hansen stops before the 51 car.
Yep.
Okay, so box this lap, Ale? No.
So not only has Ali been quick on that stint, he's also been pretty conservative with the energy. So he's pulled out just a 1% difference, and presuming that he can get his crew to turn him around more quickly than the 83 car, that will be the undercut.
Well, now the other thing is that Norman Nato is in, who was just ahead of them on the racetrack. So that means Alessandro Pierguidi is now up to 2nd. The caddy will refuel. What tyres will it take? We know that it's going to be right sides only for Phil Hansen. So they're going to double or potentially triple stint the left-hand side tyres. It's not that they don't do any work here. It's just that the right does an awful lot more.
But we do have a penalty, 5 seconds on this 12 car, I think, in this stop. So that could be a key determinant here, and just exactly where the 51 emerges. They will definitely be out next time.
So that means that 83 fuel is completed, tyre change is done, they are rolling. And there will be a penalty also applied, another 5 seconds pit stop penalty to the 61 Iron Lynx Mercedes of Rui Andrade. So for pit lane speeding.
51 gets a clean pit stop here. It's distinctly possible there could be 2 places up for grabs for the AF Corsa car.
Now, there's the 20 BMW coming around the outside. It'll go up ahead of the 83 and the number 12 car. So that's a net gain of 2 for the 20 BMW. And the 83 car, as we saw in the pit lane, getting ahead of car number 12. So Phil Hansen ahead of Norman Nato. Was waiting for team radio there, but it didn't come. In the pit lane is Alessandro Pierguidi. Also in is 007. They came in from 2nd and 3rd. So we'll wait and see where they come out. Number 15 BMW coming up to Junshao turn 12.
Critical pit stop. absolutely critical pit stop, this.
As they all are. If you give away time here, it's time the driver can't make up on track. And that was a quick turnaround, right sides only again. And the eagle-eyed viewer, by the way, will notice coming in Raffaele Marcello's number 15 BMW. Here he is, Alessandro Pierguidi heading out.
The slow, long pit exit that is often the foil, also in the 007 Aston Martin.
All sorts going on here. That was contact with the 79 Mercedes that left the damage on the front of the Aston Martin. And the race leader is now the number 17 Genesis. And a change there as Norman Nato has got by the yellow Ferrari of Phil Hansen on the outlap. It was the other way round last time they pitted, but Nato came out of the pit lane behind Hansen and goes out in front.
So yeah, 12 came in, remember, had that 5-second penalty. That allowed the 83 through, so something's happened. Or whether or not there's just a lack of confidence on the new rubber for the 83 car, and he's managed to get by with the 83 on cold tyres. 51, I can tell you, is ahead of both.
15 right sides only for the car that came in from the race lead. Pitting also Mathis Jobert in the 17 Genesis, and that moves the 35 Alpine back to the top of the pile.
We'll also tell you as well, no further action on the contact between those two cars, car 12 and 83. What was that, a half hour ago? So we push on. I think that is the notebook clean now for car 12. It's been a while, but car 35 leaves the race in the hands of Antonio Felix da Costa, and here comes the BMW.
Yes, look how close he is. Raffaele Marcello coming out, back out in second place, having pitted from the lead, and the only reason he doesn't rejoin in the lead is the fuel offset for the 35 Alpine. That is a major moment for the BMW. They don't drop half a dozen or 10 places in the pit stop. They only drop one to the car that is out of sync. Well, here's the 19 Genesis in as well. Baby driver, Mathieu Jaminet, I beg your pardon, Mathis Jobert is in as well, as so too is Mathieu Jaminet, so 17 and 19 together. And Jobert, baby driver, heading out first.
And then the margins here, you know, we can talk about 5, 6, 10, 15 seconds. The margins here, if we get any kind of interruption, are going to be tiny. Make no mistake, no matter what the timing screens say, this could be a very, very close race, a long way down this order. With those pit stops complete, what is that? The top 11 cars still separated by under a single minute.
That car, the 32 BMW, with a penalty coming to it in the next pit stop. Also, Francesco Castellacci. It's been a tough race for the 54 car. Castellacci now under investigation for not paying enough attention to blue flags. Then he's being lapped either by hypercars or by his class leader. Riding on board with Richie Leitz in the 92 Porsche. And this car currently in 5th position. Right in front is the 69 Ferrari. And that is Parker Thompson, the Canadian driver. And in front of him, Peter Dempsey, currently lying in 3rd place in the class for Racing Team Turkey, as Ben Tutt leads in the Ford. And in 2nd place, Zach Robertson in the 27 Aston Martin that he took over from Ian James.
Quietly tidy job, by the way. Not really mentioned since he emerged from the pit stop by Sebastian Bourdais. Remember, that's the 38 car that had trouble in not the pit stop just completed, but the one before that. Still in contention here. He is, what is that, 32 seconds off the lead, 3 seconds back from Phil Hansen. That would be, he's currently sitting in 7th place. Don't count that Cadillac out. We know the car has got pace.
Yeah, the cars started 1 and 2. They ran 1st and 3rd up to the first pit stop after Earl Bamber got jumped in the 38 car by the number 15 BMW.
But the margins are such, Martin, that what is that, 10, 12 seconds lost by each of those cars. And whilst we've seen massive pace, particularly for the 12 car, they've not really made that back up. It's been, aside from a little bit of squabbling, a remarkably clean race.
on a track like this, there's always going to be a little bit of paint getting swapped. Peter Dempsey coming towards us, the red and black Corvette. There's Parker Thompson in the BMW. Right behind him, Richie Leitz, and closing in behind them, the 51 Ferrari. That's going to try and make its way through in the next couple of corners.
This is the key part for Peter Dempsey, getting deep into a second stint now. He's got time to burn in that car, and he's going to be coming up against not just Silver, but increasingly some of the full pro drivers as well. He's got some heavy lifting to do.
Yeah, we've got gold and platinum drivers in a lot of the other cars in LMGT3. The only car that doesn't is the 79 Lexus. They've got a bronze and 2 silver drivers. Lynn Hedanius, who we saw turned around in turn 1. So, in fact, both Mercedes are being turned around by somebody else in turn 1 during this race.
This is Norman Nato trying to get onto terms with Sheldon van der Linde. And, this is the battle for 4th place. Norman 24 seconds from the lead, under a second back from van der Linde. It's not just having the pace, it's being able to use it and pass these cars, keeping them from the big point-scoring positions.
That's a great low shot on the straight. And also we saw in turn 14, Philippe, how much rubber build-up there is off the racing line.
Yeah, and that's an area they got to use it, right? Because you're making passes, or you're setting up yourself for a pass from there. But you got to remember, you're going to have those pickups coming into turn 1. You see here as well, turn 3, 4. I mean, that's the tricky part as a driver. You know you're going to be facing that if you have to make a move. So just got to be mindful.
This is what happens when you use your tyres on road cars as well. The rubber gripping in the corners and even on the straights just gradually disintegrates. And on a very soft racing tyre, that's much more noticeable than on your road car. It's got to go somewhere, and it's like when you're rolling chewing gum off the sole of your shoe. That's exactly what happens with the tread on the tyre. It rolls off in these little balls, and they end up on the side of the track. And when you run over them, it's like driving over gravel in your road car. It's not a firm surface, it's muck. And worse, it sticks to the tyres, and so then you haven't got the full width of the tyre on the road anymore until you've rubbed it off. And sometimes you'll see drivers weaving on the straight just to try and scrape it off.
Does that cause vibration as well, and takes away a lot of the performance of the car? And these tires are critical to keep them in the tire, you know, the tire energy in them. So you gotta have to push them in certain places of the track. But when you have those marbles, it takes, you know, it makes our heart a lot difficult.
And of course you say, okay, well, stay off them, but you can't, because you've got to, not just guys in your class, you've got to pass all these GT cars somewhere.
And of course you have 12 in your tail again. This is for position, but you're doing well.
Don't forget, wherever you are watching us, we still have 2 hours and 45 minutes or so of this race to go. And if you want to watch the entire race ad-free and uninterrupted for the rest of the season, you can do so. Both FIA WEC Plus, our new home online for the complete experience. Gain access to expert live timing for every practice, qualifying and race session. Live coverage of free practice 3, qualifying and the race, uninterrupted and advert-free, plus exclusive onboard camera feeds, real-time expert timing data, and full race replays on demand. Plenty of behind-the-scenes exclusive content as well. The latest full access show from Le Mans has dropped. Watched it yesterday. Very entertaining indeed. And that will be free when you sign up for an account at plus.fiawec.com.
There's only one better way of doing it. We've got yellow flags out for the turn 11, and that's come along and see a WEC race. And Austin and Fuji, great places to come and see any form of racing, but endurance racing in particular.
Yellow flag is for the 23 Harter Racing Aston. Cobra Powell's was beached there. He's got going again, but losing time there. That car down in 16th place in LMGT3 as we watch Norman Nato continuing just to reel in Sheldon van der Linde. As you heard van der Linde being told, this is for position. But again, we heard before the Cadillac driver being told you can use the power, and the BMW driver being told, don't you dare. So BMW are usually really good on their fuel. They can stretch that fuel window. Maybe that's part of what they're strategizing
I
here.
think that's what they're playing with. You know, they're trying to stretch enough that they get right in the window for, I think, at this point of the race.
That was Kobe Powers in the 23 Heart of Racing Aston Martin. That was not driver error on his part. You heard a big thump from behind.
There was a hit there for sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure who, but somebody has.
But again, the team started to count backwards the race in terms, you know, how much fuel do I need to get to the end? And it looked to me like Van der Leyen, you know, different to the other BMW. They've been a little offset on that strategy. So, I mean, those two have been chasing each other for what, 2 stints now?
Yep.
And at the same time, it's critical for track position. So the Cadillac is trying everything they can. It's just hard to make a pass here if you don't have the opportunity.
And if you're catching somebody, you've got to get to them at the right bit on the track. Otherwise, if you catch them in sector 2, then you're stuck. And then you've lost your speed.
Or you're waiting for traffic to create the opportunity, right? Trying to set yourself, but it hasn't happened yet.
Latest penalty is going the way of the 007 Aston Martin. 5 seconds, that will be the next pit stop for contact. We saw that with the AMG at turn 1, 40 minutes ago. That's going to cost it a position to the sister car. One other little bit of housekeeping. A couple of people have noticed the 36 car has dropped round the order. That came with a pit stop after 8 laps, we think, for a puncture and 1 tyre change. Let's go down and talk to Johnny Adam in pit lane.
And I'm down in the Aston Martin Heart of Racing garage next to Johnny Adam. We just saw Kobe having a moment. It's a hectic race.
Yeah, it's a very tight race, obviously with hypercar and GT, and fortunately we got hit. I think it looked like the 83 car hit us from the behind. So yeah, we're going to check the car. Hopefully, Kobe said it doesn't feel too bad, but we're going to check the rear diffuser, make sure there's not too much damage. But yeah, it's been a tough race so far. Obviously, degradation around here is quite high. But yeah, Kobe was a bit unlucky there.
You have to try to understand what happened because you guys were on pole position, which was a great achievement, but we saw you going down. Is it because of the tire degradation that you mentioned when we were back there under the podium, saying that the rear tires were suffering a lot on the Aston?
Yeah, we've got a little bit of instability with the car, which we suffered from, and we had a slightly different strategy to the rest as well. We were on a strategy that maybe 3 or 4 other cars are on, so yeah, it's just one of those, but yeah, still plenty to fight for. The weather may change for the last hour as well, so yeah, keep going and see if we can get some points.
Excellent, thank you very much.
Thank you, thanks.
So, are they still using Bruce Ioanni's paid-for weather app that he's absolutely wedded to? It's definitely going to race. Definitely going to have race all the way through the rain. Rain all the way through the race. Well, have race all the way through the race, that's for sure. Peter Dempsey in second place in the Racing Team Turkey red and black Corvette. And right behind, Zach Robichon, the 27 Aston Martin, having a better run of things at the moment than its stablemate, the 23 car. Kobe Powers joining their team this weekend, down in 16th place in LMGT3. This is the battle for second. Peter Dempsey and Zach Robichon. Ben Tuck still leading in the 77 Proton Competition Ford, and it's a substantial margin as well, nearly 30 seconds ahead of that battle for second place. Meanwhile, back with Norman Nato, bludgeoning behind the number 20 BMW, as he was in the previous stint. So how was your race, Norman? I saw the back of the number 20 BMW for 2 entire stints, and it was quite boring, to be honest. I mean, that's part of it, isn't it, Felipe? Sometimes you're just banging your head against a brick wall, and there isn't that change of balance or that change of fortune. Sometimes it comes.
It does indeed. Like all these years that I've been racing in sports car, like you're hoping for traffic to create an opportunity or a yellow flag or something that happens ahead of you, but you don't get lucky all the time, and you just gotta go with the flow. And I mean, he's keeping the pressure here. He's gotta do everything he can to stay with them.
It's a mark of the pace of the BMW, isn't it? And it will be frustrating for Nato because Alessandro Pierguidi is getting away ahead of this pair, and he's going to want to get back there if he can. And we know the Cadillac's got the pace to go head-to-head with that Ferrari, but Dirty Air is the enemy here. Meantime, in other Cadillac country, the 83 car being closed down by Seb Bourdais. He's right there now with Phil Hansen. Will he have better luck in this battle? Looks to me,
Here we go.
as if this could be interesting this lap.
Well, after the heartbreak of Le Mans for Sebastian Bourdais, he'll want a decent result out of this, won't he? He was absolutely gutted when they had to pit the car. Power steering failure.
Yep. Heartbreaking stuff.
It really was. I was just watching it again in the full access program. It doesn't get any easier to watch the second time round, even when you know what's going to happen.
It's such a huge event. It's such a huge achievement to finish the race, but when you're there with, you know, a competitive car, drivers and teams don't get that opportunity terribly often. And could this be the moment, with a little bit of delay for the Ferrari in traffic? There's not going to be a way through the inside, or is there? For Bourdais, he finds a way,
Well,
does he?
Didn't think the Ferrari was going to get through there, honestly, but that was good work in the 33 Corvette to leave that door wide open. Sebastian Bourdais still all over the back of Phil Hansen.
He's working the task, isn't he, to try to get close enough in that run down the main straight.
And Hansen under investigation for clattering Cobra Pals in the 23 Heart of Racing Aston Martin. So this may yet go the way of the 38 car, but Bourdais wants to do it on track. He doesn't know about that potential issue for Hansen. He won't care either. He might have seen it. Back with Raffaele Marcello. This is the lead battle and equally close. The gap here, 0.8 of a second.
I'm not convinced there's not an issue here for Antonio Felix da Costa. Those times are in the 28s for the last couple of 3 laps now, and that's not race-leading pace. So I think he may well be running with a bit of an issue.
How long has he been on his tyres? That might be part of it.
I'll double-check that for you.
Well, we heard from Fred early in the race that he had trouble keeping the energy on those tires. Are they suffering the same? That's my question here.
Yeah. It was that left rear they were talking about almost dropping out of the temperature window. Now, you'd think as the track rubber's in and the sun has been out a bit longer, that should be less of an issue, but maybe it's still something in the setup of the car when they're expecting slightly different, warmer conditions. Track temperature is only 29 degrees at the moment, air temperature just under 23 Celsius, so it's not the hottest day by a long way. BMW, Raffaele Marcello. Don't forget, he pitted from the lead, came out behind the 35 Alpine, but the 15 BMW is on the same fuel strategy as most of the cars that are chasing, whereas the Alpine is not. How close is the Alpine going to be to its pit window as well? I mean, that 35% energy, that's still the better part of 10 laps, maybe even more. So the BMW will run longer. And right now, 15 BMW might be the leader before the 35 Alpine
So
stops.
Perguini behind us, 11 seconds behind. He's in clean air. Let's be sensible here. And look after the tires we cannot pass.
So to give you an idea of one of the struggles here for Antonio Felix da Costa, right side tyres on his car, 28 laps old. His left side tyres have done 70 laps.
Yeah.
So he's running out of grip, or he's run out of grip.
That explains, and it's hard to keep the tires again with that tire energy you need with so many laps on them.
But again, they've offset their strategy. They've also offset their tyre strategy, so they have more fresh tyres left than the number 15 BMW, but they do need a break somewhere with a full course yellow that will get them, maybe not now, but later on in the race, back onto the right fuel strategy for the end of the race. So right now, you're racing with what you've got. Wherever your fuel is, whatever your tyres are, you're racing with what you've got. You're desperately trying to hold that track position. But at some stage, something has to change for the 35 car if it's going to remain in a podium position. But for the BMW, it looks like this is actually the fastest race car on the track.
Yeah, you heard, didn't you, with that radio call? They're aware of the threat from behind from Alessandro Pierguidi on in clean air. And and he is closing a second, taking out that lead last time around.
Well, last lap, a 1:27.7 for Marcello, a 1:27.5 for Pierre Guidi. So clean air and not getting stuck in traffic aren't necessarily the same thing. So you can lose 2 seconds on a lap just by catching a GT car or a couple of them in the wrong place, or gain that on arrival by not catching them in the wrong place, and suddenly your speed doesn't take that hit. Raffaele Marcello, you heard his engineer, Felipe, saying, look after the tyres if you can't pass.
Exactly, because he knows, right? I mean, they are in different strategies here. If he cannot pass, he got to play the long game of looking after his tires, because that's going to pay more dividends for him later in the race, you know.
And that means sit back a bit and stay out of the dirty air.
So we don't take risks. This car has better tire. We don't take risks.
If the thought occurs with these tyres, one side of this car 70 laps plus, it's time for a bit of a moment of history. Remember the days when we used to get tyre failures when there hadn't been contact or debris? Does that mean more?
Right, hang on a minute. You just said that.
I could have
That's
said
like me saying it's not going to rain.
I could have said there's a long way to go.
Yeah, you could have done.
It was remarkably clean. I just did, but I didn't.
So we actually saw on the straight there, coming down to turn one, Antonio Felix da Costa, I don't know, 30 centimetres away, if that, from the white line on the driver's right. Raffaele Marcello almost a full car width away. So he's
trying to offset himself, yeah.
Staying on the racing line, not picking up the marbles, but allowing clean cool air to come through the radiators, through the brake ducts. Look after the car. And again, his last lap, 26.9, 27.6 for Alessandro Pierre Guidi. So the gap is still well over 10 seconds, edging towards 12 seconds. And of course for Marcello, Felix da Costa is opening the margins. Yeah, he gets to each of these little groups of cars and they realise the hypercars are back again, and so Marcello is a second behind him.
Yeah.
It's the leader's doing the hard work,
exactly.
as leaders have to.
Yeah, Marcello is probably hoping, you know, Antonio keeps on, you know, the pace so he doesn't get, you know, hold up by him.
Well, let's hear more from the BMW team.
So I confirm Antonio can do maximum 12 more laps.
All right, which begs the question,
how many can they do?
Yeah, who's got that window open? Jason has. So Antonio Felix da Costa, yeah, kind of a dozen laps. That's half a stint, sort of still. So Marcello should be going a little longer. They've all done 3 stops, with the exception of the Alpine number 36 of Victor Martin. That's done 4 stops. All right, so 65% energy for Raffaele Marcello and 34%, 28% for the Alpine of Antonio Felix da Costa. So da Costa 2/3 of the way through a stint, only halfway through a stint for Raffaele Marcello.
54. Ferrari is going to get a drive-through penalty for blue flag infringement, so pay attention to blue flags. That was Francesco Castellucci. We saw that warning a while ago, so now it's going to be a penalty. 2.5 hours to go. One interesting little stat for the weather, by the way. It is cooler at the moment than it was this time yesterday, but the track temp is higher.
Okay. Riding on board with Raffaele Marcello, Antonio Felix da Costa right in front of us is the lead battle at what is now a sunnier Interlagos than it was at the start of the race over 3.5 hours ago. Just over 3.5 hours ago, actually, a few seconds past. So, yeah, air temperature not changing much. There's a little bit of breeze, but the sun warming the track a fraction.
2 Cadillacs, by the way, just at this phase of the race, not putting in their best lap times just now. A little bit of traffic involved in that, but keep an eye on that. See whether or not that's strategic. 3 wide here.
Ford squeezing by the 27 Heart of Racing Aston Martin, so that's the 88 car of Gianmarco Leverato. Must be close towards the end of his second stint in that car, and he was chasing the car of Zach Robichon, or going by the car of Zach Robichon. Just in front of them, by the way, that AMG not in the battle. It's not, again, been a lucky day for the Iron Lynx team.
This is closer all of a sudden, so maybe through a little bit of traffic, and all of a sudden, Raffaele Marcello closing right in there. It's a shot with that Aston Martin, Mustang and AMG. So the question is, how many different ways can you put a V8 in the front of a GT car? There's 3 answers.
At least. And of course, we're going to get more Ford V8 loveliness next year when the hypercar program comes, because that will also be V8 powered.
Yeah, you'll see that car, I am told, reliably, first time next month. So first testing for that car, that's the first time they'll release images of much awaited Ford.
And of course, McLaren's hypercar broke cover for the first time in a public demonstration this weekend at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Yesterday, driven by Lando Norris up the hill.
Never heard of him.
A promising young driver. I think he might have a future in endurance racing if he plays his cards right. Along with some Dutch guy called Max something, who's a bit of a GT racer.
Here we go.
Around the outside, that Ferrari didn't really fall too well for Raffaele Marcello, easy for me to say. Antonio Felix da Costa is much closer though. Marcello, now Filippo Nasser, no longer looking to the clean air side of the track. Now he's ramped it up into attack mode.
Definitely, he's looking for an opportunity here. This might be it. You know, let's see if he gets a run here.
Yeah, da Costa really held up by the Lexus. Marcello thinking about going around the outside of the Lexus, couldn't. Can he go around the outside of Antonio Felix da Costa? Yes, he can. All 4 wheels off, gains advantage. They're going to be on the radio about that. Marcello might have to give that back.
No, you can see the body language does indeed. Andreas Roos, and
he picked up all the marbles. That's why you saw there. Well, yeah. he's got to probably give the position back then.
Well, whether he was told by the engineer or whether he decided, I think that was the right choice.
We need to give the position back, mate.
Yeah. And that was instant. You saw in the garage, Andreas Roos, the head of BMW Motorsport, going, but it was clear. He ran out wide. He gained an advantage. That wasn't deliberate, but that's the way it was. But he is still right there. Look at the damage on the side of the 77 Ford as well. There's going to be a few cars that need replacement body panels at the end of this. Out onto the straight once more comes Antonio Felix da Costa. Raffaele Marcello not as close this time. And again, a little offset down the straight. Now he's back into cooling the temperatures. If he gets an opportunity in traffic, he'll take it again. But right now, maybe just a little, not on 11, he's kind of backed it down to 9.
Why is he in a hurry? Because Pierre Guidi is catching them, and catch them pretty quickly. That was 10 seconds, it's now 7.
So Antonio regarding energy, it could be full push. Full push is okay.
All right, so Antonio Felix da Costa being told that he can avoid lift and coast if he needs to. And Alessandro Pierguidi has just cleared that little bunch of traffic that these guys went through, the LMGT3 cars, but he did it on the straight. So he gained time there by not losing time, if you follow me. And so, yeah, that gap is down to 7.6 seconds at the moment from the back of the 15 BMW to the 51 Ferrari.
Thought occurs to me, by the way, look at these shots, that we might do well if we enter a 2-car team of WCTV drones next year, because they're damn quick.
They are quick.
They look pretty cool.
They produce some great pictures as well. Our drone team are fun guys, and boy, they produce the goods. Felix da Costa pulling away now from Raffaele Marcello. Marcello is clearly driving to the digits on the dash when he doesn't have an opportunity to rough up da Costa in the Alpine. That's metaphorically rough up, obviously.
Trouble meanwhile for Phil Hansen. Going to be 10 seconds added to his next pit stop. That will be good news for Seb Bourdais, who is, by the way, catching the 83 again.
And we knew that was coming, didn't we? Because he turned around the heart of racing, number 23, Aston Martin. That was never likely to go unpunished. So here is your race-leading battle. Antonio Felix da Costa, Raffaele Marcello.
Antonio there immediately, you know, putting the lap times down. You know, when they told him to push, he's got the lighter car now and able to pull a little bit that gap.
I'm not sure you have to tell da Costa to push. I think you have to rein him in sometimes, maybe. He's like all you guys. All he wants to do is drive the car as fast as humanly possible. Sometimes you have to think about other things as well. But they let him off the leash. He just wants to be clear enough of Raffaele Marcello that he doesn't have to worry about him in
Antonio has
traffic.
been told he can stop doing a lift and cut. At the moment, he does not cover the end of race on green flag anyways. Perguidi, 7 seconds behind, all okay.
Again, so encouraging messages for Raffaele Marcello. Da Costa's been told he doesn't have to lift and coast, but he's not going to make it to the end on the fuel strategy they're on anyway, and you've got Pierre Guidi covered. That's what you want to hear. You're doing a great job, man. Keep it up. 21, Vista AF Corsa Ferrari. This is Simon Mann chasing Sean Galeal's BMW, and suddenly Ferrari is in the points. The 54 car is having a wretched time of it, but the 21 does look a little more competitive. They didn't qualify at all strongly. Through goes Phil Hansen in the 83 car.
Meanwhile, by the way, as we watch Phil Hansen pick his way through this, Peter Dempsey is back in the lead of LMGT3 after his latest pit stop, ahead of Parker Thompson. 8 seconds to the good, last round quicker than the silver driver.
BMW in second in both classes. Team WRT 69 car. You're looking at the 32 car there, with the 21 Ferrari right behind. So this battle for 7th place. 78 Lexus currently being driven by Clement Schmidt, by Adrian David rather, and then Sean Galeal and Simon Mann. We ride on board with the tall Simon Mann. See Simon Mann standing beside Francois Heriot and go, hang on a minute, how can they both possibly be driving the same car? It's about, there's a good foot difference between the height of the two of them. Ooh, weather radar shows weather.
Not a lot.
Well, the real thing is, in which direction is it moving? Is it coming towards us or just going straight across the top? And by the way, on that, you clearly saw the two lakes that give Interlagos its name, between the lakes. Not the little lake that's actually at the track, but two very large bodies of water on either side, which kind of penetrate Interlagos, Sao Paulo. Now then.
Clouds moving in. Yeah.
Well, they're moving. Whether they're moving in or not, whether they're moving past, it's a little bit like being at Silverstone. You can see the weather coming from a long way away. What you can't always tell is whether it's going to fringe past you or empty on top of you.
I think we are seeing something tactical in play here from Cadillac, because both Norman Nato on Sheldon van der Linde and Seb Bourdais on Phil Hansen are closing in on their targets. I think they've sat there and done whatever fuel saving they need to do, energy saving they need to do, and now we're in attack mode again.
Meanwhile, on the back of this little battle, as we ride on board with Simon Mann, the next car behind him, in the points for the first time in this race, is the 33 TF Sport Corvette, the championship leader. Johnny Edgar at the wheel. That car is now in 10th place. 26% energy, so a little less in the tank than the leaders. So they're slightly offset because Ben Keating came in right at the end of his drive time rather than right at the end of his fuel allowance. So they are moving themselves up the order, and for the 33 team, really important that they score some points here after victory in Le Mans. That's a big slice of points added to their pile, and they need to try and keep filling up that bucket, because they're not going to win here, but they need to get whatever they can. Alpine and BMW still 1-2, and here is the number 20 BMW, and right behind him is the number 12 Cadillac. So the car started by Will Stevens, now Norman Nato at the wheel, still trying to find a way past Sheldon van der Linde. It's a little bit like the 15 car and the 35 Alpine. Raffaele Marcello's been behind Antonio Felix da Costa almost all the way, and Norminato has been behind the number 20 car almost all the way as well. So Sheldon van der Linde still holding off the Cadillac. Again, I think both of the BMWs showing plenty of race pace. The Cadillac is definitely quick, and I think matching them on pace, the BMWs. The real question is, can anybody out-strategize these two brands and make their way onto the podium? Can Ferrari do something? Can Alpine do something? Are Alpine going to be rescued by a full course yellow just when they need it most?
Well, their 36 car has been effectively counted out this battle with what we think might well have been a puncture. That car is now sitting just outside the top 10, but 35, it's what luck might come their way at this point.
Yep.
And it wouldn't be the first time.
No, exactly right. I mean,
they at Fuji last year took a race win, being lucky about around here. Here we go.
For the first time, Norminato really getting onto terms with Sheldon van der Linde, but the BMW just escaped from behind that Mercedes in time. Got by the 79 car of Lynn Herdenius and just had enough on board to stay ahead of the Cadillac, who then catches the BMW between 7 and 8. One of the worst places on the track to catch an LMGT3 car, because it slows you down so much.
So all sorts going on here. Half a second the gap between the two race leaders.
Again, I think that's traffic inflicted, isn't it? Marcello now right back with Antonio Felix da Costa, but again, coming up the hill, not quite close enough to try something. You have to be 2 or 3 car lengths closer coming onto the straight to really make a big lunge. He's been told to look after the tyres, look after the energy.
Antonio can do 3 more laps. Antonio can do 3 more laps.
I think that's a little old, judging by the energy still remaining for the Alpine. You can only do 3 laps by pushing it.
Look at the background, though. The reason why this BMW is in a hurry is because that gap, remember, was 10 seconds, then 7 to Alessandro Pierguidi. It's now 4. He doesn't want to wait for this car to pit. He wants to be by and gone.
Well, he's been trying to get by and gone for a long while. Antonio Felix da Costa has been having none of that, because it's better for Alpine if the Ferrari catches the BMW, and then that'll slow both of them up. And Antonio knows, I think he's going to come in. Certainly the graphic looked like 0% energy. Antonio should be in the pit lane this time round.
Antonio's on 4%, according to our live timing here.
Oh, okay, in which case more than this lap then, so possibly the next lap as well. And this is all good for the 51 Ferrari, because Raffaele Marcello, his speed is being compromised by the presence of the Alpine right in front. The SUV box next time round for Antonio Felix da Costa.
He might make one more after that. He might. 3% has been good enough for a lap. It's 3% as he crosses the line, so it might be one more plus this one. We'll see just exactly where their margins are.
Well, don't forget that the total energy in a hypercar includes the state of charge of the battery.
To read by the margins, it doesn't. It's not just fuel; it's electrical energy as well.
Yep.
But he's certainly getting into the last moments of this stint.
Busy hands, you can see in the top inset picture.
Look at this.
Got traffic here.
Now it's his in lap, and I'm sure Marcello doesn't care whether it's the in lap for the Alpine or not. He still wants to get by, try and free himself up. Even half a second more in lap time on this lap will be half a second that he's not being caught by Pierguidi, but Pierguidi can see them now through the corners. He knows where his target is. And Felipe, as a driver, that turns you up to 11, doesn't it? There's even more incentive to push.
Oh, for sure. I mean, he's trying to do all he can to keep the car behind. I mean, he's using all the road there, but he's definitely struggling with their rear tires as well, Antonio. Let's see if he can keep up the position now.
Yeah, waft away those clouds. We don't need that. We've got a good enough race that it is. Although, who knows, Alpine might wish it. Into the pit lane comes Antonio Felix da Costa, and into the lead goes Raffaele Marcello, and he was 2.2 ahead of the Ferrari. It is now 1.8 seconds first to second.
Wow, well, that was one heck of a lap as well, therefore, from Alessandro Pierguidi. 129.2 from Marcello, 126.7.
That's a big chunk, right? He
That's
took
a big
away
chunk.
right there.
Vincent Vos looking concerned in the BMW WRT garage. Charles Milesi gets into the Alpine. 2 hours and 11 minutes left.
Meantime,
René Rast and Kevin Magnussen watching on the 15 and the 20 crew.
Meantime, Nominato with Sheldon van der Linde, and Seb Bourdais is with Phil Hansen. So the Cadillac attack is fully alight now as well. 10 minutes to go until the end of the 4th hour of these 6 hours at Interlagos.
Are we counting out the 50 Ferrari? It's only 4 seconds behind Bourdais.
No, we're not.
No, we're not. The biggest gap in the lead group is second to third, which is 13-second margin between the 51 Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi and the 20 BMW. And as you can see, the gap between the 20 BMW and the number 12 Cadillac is 1.8 car lengths, maybe 2, corner to corner.
On board here with Nominato as he tries to do what he can to come to terms with the number 20.
Gap to the leader, 16.4. You can use more energy if you need.
Or you can go slower.
While we're watching aboard this, by the way, just want to keep an eye on LMGT3. We are in the midst of an extraordinary stint for Peter Dempsey. He's the bronze driver. We know he's a good bronze driver, but bronze he is nonetheless. He is pulling away from the assembled talent behind him.
Well, he's pulling away from most of them, not from Parker Thompson, who's only 8 seconds back.
No, he is pulling away from Parker Thompson.
But the big gap is between Thompson and the third place car, the Lexus of Clement Schmidt, and that is over very nearly 40 seconds, actually, well over 30, 38 seconds. All right, let's hear from Norman Nato.
12 laps to go, 12 laps. Gap to the leader, 16.1.
Prepare wheel because the rain is coming in case we have to stop to box over and change tire.
Copy.
Very dark on 4.
Very dark on 4. You can see it is quite dark over in the background there. We'll wait and see exactly what happens. Now, a sprinkle of rain, Felipe Nasser, is the thing that nobody needs. If it's proper rain and there's no question of going to wets, that's one thing.
Yeah, it's 2 different occasions, right? But I mean, here when the rain comes around, it usually pours down. But again, it's moving around. If it's gonna stay or not, I don't know. But you can definitely see around turn 4, like at the end of this back straight here, you can see the clouds covering more and more.
It's a very low cloud.
It was a great lap in traffic from Sheldon van der Linde to gap Norman Nato.
So Will Stevens ready to jump back in after Norman Nato stops. So that'll be another 10 laps or so. But Nato again being told he can use a little more energy. See on the graphic on the left-hand side, he's in 4th place. Number 20 BMW in 3rd. Okay, LMGT3 pit stops. 32 WRT is in. 61 Iron Lynx AMG Mercedes is in as well. Sean Galel and Rui Andrade.
So is Sheldon van der Linde going to be in this time, or it will be no more than one more before we see the number 20 down pit lane?
Peter Dempsey's Corvette leads for Racing Team Turkey. BMW in 2nd place, number 69 car Parker Thompson. The WRT, a Curtis ASP, the Lexus of Clement Schmidt in 3rd. Up to 4th now, the TF Sport Corvette of Johnny Edgar. So he is having a rocking run in that yellow Corvette. Ahead of the 58 McLaren, Figuez, it's really finding pace in that Garage 59 car.
Don't want to take a single thing away from the 33 car, but I think that car is slightly off strategy.
Yeah.
But they are rocketing up through the order.
Well, he's in the group of drivers, or of cars, where the bronze driver stopped at the end of the driving time, rather than the end of the fuel window. And you're absolutely right. Behind Finn Gersit's Ben Tuck in the Ford is on a normal fuel strategy. So the top 3 or 4 guys owe us a pit stop. Through comes 20, through comes 12. That's the gap.
That looks almost as if there might be some rain.
So number 20 BMW, 1% energy left, 8% on the 51 Ferrari. So another couple of laps for Alessandro Pierguidi before he potentially hands over to James Collado. And at this moment you think, okay, if it's going to rain, please rain right now, because we've got to pit in the next lap or two. If it doesn't rain right now, then the advantage tends to go towards the 15 BMW, the 12 Cadillac, the 83 Ferrari, who have got a little longer before they'll be forced to pit for fuel.
Onto pit lane for the 36 Alpine. Victor Martin brings that car in. Stymied by that, what we think was a puncture.
Norminato being told maximum push, and we should see Sheldon van der Linde into the pit lane. We do. So definitely dark skies overhead. I'd look out the back door of our commentary box, but that's a big black box that we're in, so that wouldn't work much.
So watch now for just how quickly, freed up into clear air, this Cadillac can go. The gap we're looking at the moment, to Pierguidi ahead, 14.4 seconds. In comes the BMW for attention, out comes the Peugeot.
And Pierguidi, by the way, 2.6 behind Marcello now. So the Ferrari is an absolute missile at the moment. Now, you know he's close to pitting, but nevertheless. So Robin Freins will take over the 20 car. It's the car that won in Spa, BMW's 1-2. And Kevin Magnussen said afterwards, the happiest I have ever been to finish second, to take a team 1-2. That's a proper team player. He really gets this, doesn't he?
Yeah, we saw Kevin Magnussen in a massively defensive drive. He'll be going down to talk to Tony Felix da Costa shortly. WRT go to work on the 20 car, and it's all 4 tyres changed for that car.
And that drops him down to 10th position, potentially a little lower actually. So let's head down to Alpine Endurance, catch up with Bruce Ioani.
And I'm down in the Alpine garage next to Antonio Felix da Costa, driver of the 35 Alpine. Antonio, tough fight at the front. Did you know that you were playing the game of the Ferrari that was catching?
I have no idea about any Ferrari, to be honest. We were a little bit in an offset strategy, so we need 2 things. We need a little bit of luck with the yellow to bring us back into the race, and then if that happens, I knew that we're fighting for a potential podium. So I knew that BMW is virtually he is the leader, and we were virtually fighting with him. But we need a little bit of luck to make that realistic at the end. So I didn't want to make it easy for him. We were a little bit different tire ages, so he had a little bit of a pace advantage on me. But it was fun out there. Yeah, it's cool.
Seemed to be a fair fight, and he had to give you back the position, which he did immediately.
Yeah, he did well to react to that quickly, and yeah, I forced him to go on the outside, and I did force that mistake on him. He almost got me, but I'm glad he went a little bit too wide, and I got the place back.
Last question. We are trying to understand whether there is rain coming.
So I was just saying on the radio now, with 5 laps to go, it's getting very, very dark back there. And I know from experience in this place, when it gets dark in that direction, the rain is normally coming. So let's see if it arrives before the end of the race. We've been expecting it all week. Let's see.
Thank you very much.
50 Ferrari in and a full set for the 50 car. And Nick Nielsen stays in.
Just this phase of the race, these Ferraris finding pace again. Rafael Marcello is feeling that with Alessandro Pierguidi, 3.2 seconds back. Norminato, those turned up the wick almost a full second quicker than the Ferrari last time around. Closest the gap to 13.5 seconds. Can he sustain that pace? Oh, there you go, hang on. That was the BMW running straight off the track on cold tyres.
Marcello pulling out in the lead from Alessandro Pierguidi. Pierguidi due to box this lap here. Oh, no, here's the number 8 Toyota. So this is the car that's off strategy. Sebastian Buemi takes over from Ryo Hirakawa.
I had noted, by the way, that car has made its way back through the GT3 field after losing laps to the field.
Yep.
It does now run 17th, albeit it is laps down on the hypercar competition.
Yeah, 12 laps behind the leaders. Let's hear from Bruce Schwanny down in the pit lane. Bruce, are you wet yet?
No, but that's exactly what I wanted to tell you. We've lost so much temperature out here. It is now virtually cold, and there is a big antenna that has completely disappeared into the clouds. So the cloud is extremely low, and the weather had just changed drastically in a few minutes.
Do you know what? That low cloud looks like we're at Fuji, doesn't it? Look at it.
Wow.
Yeah, the grandstand is almost disappearing. So we're over 800 meters above sea level here on a high plateau. So it's always a little cooler here than tropics. You can see it blowing across the track. Now, the question is it just low cloud, or is there rain in that as well? 51 Ferrari into the pit lane from second place. Alessandro Pierguidi, he gets out, and James Collado gets in.
Yeah, so Raffaele Marcello leads the race. 16 seconds to the good now from Norman Nato, who is hauling.
Phil Hansen third in the 83, the yellow Ferrari, and fourth is Sebastian Bourdais, but Bourdais not long to the end of his stint, 6% of energy. The Ferrari is full of fuel and ready to go. And is it going to be a 4-tyre change? I think it was. I think that rear crew had changed the insides before they came around outside. So that could well be 4 fresh tyres for James Collado. The question is, will he need to come back in for different rubber, or will the rain not throw a spanner in the works? Was he going into the barriers there? That really looked like he was almost following Mike Conway's stripes into the barrier. Well, you're going to have to wait and see whether he made it out safely or not. Well, he's not in the pit exit road. Whether he clanged the barriers or not remains to be seen, but that did look like very cold tyres on a pretty cold track. I think that was the brake lights of the Ferrari at turn 4. Here comes the Cadillac, though.
51 is out and running.
Yep. But not the time to cut away from that onboard. Well, those are the flags above the grandstands. And there is the 51 car. There was damage. He did hit the barriers on cold tyres at the very first few meters of his stint. Still on the speed limiter going down the hill there. He did slide out wide into the barriers. Riding on board again with James Collado. And that is exactly what happened to Mike Conway, leaving the pit lane to go to the grid. Now, it should not be material damage to Collado's car.
But it's covering up a lot of cooling.
And here at altitude, that is going to be an issue.
Straight back in. No,
he's not. He's trying to weave it off. Bouncing all over the rough edge there. Oh, my goodness.
Okay, James, please try to wave in the straight line. We have a panel stuck on the bodywork. Please wave.
Wave, weave, whatever, anything to try and shake it off. It's not going to happen. Unfortunately, the forward motion of the car is pressing that back against it.
It'd be far better just braking very hard.
Yeah. But he's going to have to try something, anything. Into the pit lane, 83. Phil Hansen should, I think, at this stage, hand over to Robert Kubica with the final 2 hours of the race to go.
This is a very, very important moment for Ferrari. Don't make no mistake, that 51 car was in a position, potentially as a race winner. An unscheduled stop could make a big, big difference.
Now we're riding on board with the 83 car of Hansen. That's one of the heart of racing Aston Martin's 23 car. That's why he had the 5-second hold, didn't he? A 10-second hold at the beginning of the stop, because he tagged Cobra Powell's coming down the hill into turn 12. That was about 40 minutes ago. There's the damage done to the car. Now, are they going to change the nose, or are they going to let it go as it is?
Big chunk out of that splitter, isn't there?
Well, they don't have a nose there. I think that's your answer. That is going to degrade the tyres, though. Used tyres going on to the 83. Did we see a driver change? Well, we didn't see one. That is Hansen in the background. I don't see him lurking.
No, he's not coming down pit lane yet. He has... Where is he on the tracker?
Surely at some stage you've got to put Kubica in, and in the final 2 hours, this might be the stage. So 51 Ferrari carrying a bit of the pit lane banner on it.
Well, the key
not great
thing
for cooling or advertising.
The key thing is lap time and cooling. It's temperatures. These hybrid cars, remember, need a lot of cooling.
Well, like all racing cars, you fit the smallest possible cooling systems because cooling fluid is weight. And you don't, like a road car, have enormous radiators for when you're stuck in traffic for 30 minutes.
Can't believe, unless that thing frees itself and it doesn't look even close, can't believe they're not going to have to pit.
I think they are going to have to pit, but are they holding out in case it rains?
Meantime, Sebastian Bourdais on pit lane had not managed to get to Phil Hansen. Are they going to try the undercut here?
Well, they've swapped drivers, so Jack Aitken in the car, fresh tyres. It's going to be a full set, or a full set is on the apron. Now, over the last couple of seasons, hypercar pit stops, they've tried to tend not to give a new driver a full set, so he's at least got some temperature, but that is a full set going on. And again, a well choreographed stop, easy for me to say, from the 38 team.
So away goes Jack Aitken.
I guarantee we don't cut away here now from this on board. We do. All right, there we go.
Right.
All right, let's hear from the 51 Ferrari. How critical is this getting?
Let me know if you see any performance issue.
So far, it's all good. Keep going. Focus on your driving. It's all good. It's all good. No overheating, no nothing.
Well, one of the critical things is it's not 35 degrees of air temperature and 60 degrees of track temperature, as Bruce said, and he's wearing Nomex and underwear. It's cold outside. Of course, it's always too hot or too cold, too wet or whatever for pit reporters, but, you know,
yes,
goes to the territory. I'm sorry, just trying to find the smallest violin in history, but it does reflect, actually, that although it is covering sort of at least 30% of the air inlet on the car, at the moment, not an issue.
Mercifully, a lot of the kind of cooling surface you've got, that part of the car, is below where the blockage is. There certainly are cooling ducts in the range there, but for the most part, it's the lights that it's covering.
Track temperature is 26. Air temperature dropped to 17 degrees from a high of 21 earlier, and visibility in those tower blocks down to a couple of inches. Riding on board with the 15 BMW. Oh, little bouncy run over the curbs from Raffaele Marcello. Got Norman Nato right behind him.
Oof.
Yeah, I know.
That was off track.
Yeah, but he had to go off. I mean, that's not gaining an advantage on the Ford, is it? So I would think that the stewards will look at that and go, yeah, OK, it's racing. You've got to do something.
So Raffaele Marcello, 12 seconds the good now over Norman Nato.
Just watching Jack Aitken here in the gold Cadillac, fresh out of the pits last lap, and he's behind the Peugeot of Théo Pourchaire.
Nato should be in this time around. And we're going down to Jota with Jack Aitken aboard the 38 to hear Bruce talk to Sebastian Bourdais. Stint-long challenge to the Ferrari ahead of him. Let's see what he's got to say.
And down in the heads, Team Jota Cadillac garage. Seb just jumping out of the car. It's a hectic race, fighting the Ferrari. They seem to have a good pace as well. How does it look like?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're a little quicker, but it's just so difficult to pass. I mean, as soon as you get behind anyone, then you start sliding, driving the surface temps up and ballooning the tire pressures, and then you're not any faster anymore. So, yeah, it's very frustrating. Yeah, unfortunately, we're paying a little bubble there, and track position is key, so... It is what it is, but we'll keep on fighting. Jack Jack's got amazing pace, so yeah, hopefully we can keep climbing.
We just felt the temperatures dropping massively. Could you feel that in the car?
Yeah, the biggest thing really was the wind. We started to pick up a pretty good headwind going into one, so you can start to brake quite a bit later and a lot less front rocking, which is nice because it's a big battle over there.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Big battle underway here. A big wiggle from the Peugeot ahead, and that's the target for Jack Aitken. But he's got his mirrors full at the moment of Antonio Fuoco. This is the battle at the moment for 9th place between that trio, Théo Pourchaire, Jack Aitken and Antonio Fuoco. But here is Norman Nato's number 12 car.
Well, we saw a little earlier that Will Stevens was ready to take over. He has done. That's Will's helmet in the car. So driver change there as well as the leader in LMGT3 comes in as well. Peter Dempsey was the red and black car that just shot through the camera, and there he is just behind the hoarding. So the leader in LMGT3 has stopped. That's his 4th pit stop.
Outstanding. Absolutely outstanding. I mean, we can talk from now until next Tuesday about whether or not he's a legitimate bronze. Outstanding stuff from Peter Dempsey.
Well, it is what it is. You know, he hasn't raced in a long while, but clearly he hasn't forgotten how to. So his driver ranking has taken a hit as a result. He is a bronze this year. That's the way it is. Whether he's a bronze next year or not, we wait for next year.
It's part of the game, isn't it?
It is. It's where it is, you know. So,
ironically, we could see the bronze and the silver on this squad heading in opposite directions.
Yes, entirely possible.
You know, Sally Yollich was never happy to be given a silver ranking, but away they go, and what can be achieved in the final hour and 50 minutes for Racing Team Turkey by TF.
Now,
Charlie Eastwood aboard the car.
Now puts Ben Tuck back into the lead of LMGT3 in the 77 Proton Competition Ford Mustang. And again, that car, only 3 stops completed. The 3 cars behind him, the Porsche, the BMW and the other Ford, have all done 4. Well, Bruce Joanny was lurking in the Racing Team Turkey by TF Garage. Let's catch up with Peter Dempsey, fresh from the car.
And I'm down in the Corvette garage with Peter Dempsey, driver of the 34 Corvette. Peter, an amazing drive, an amazing lead so far. Can you bring it till the end?
I mean, I got the best guy for the job now. I did my part, so lucky I just able to get in there, still up front. And I know I trust Charlie with my life, so our goal always this year was to try to give him the car in the best spot, so let's see what we can do.
People are saying you shouldn't be a bronze anymore. You're going to shift up to silver. Is that possible?
Not at all. I mean, there's plenty of really good bronze drivers out there. I don't think there's any reason I should be moved up, so hopefully we'll see how it goes.
That was just a compliment, but very well done on your drive.
I appreciate it, thank you.
So apologies if you couldn't tell through that broad Turkish accent, but that was, there we go.
That's an old picture of Tom Ferrier, isn't it?
It's either Tom Ferrier and Nicky Team.
No, that was
have they
Tom
ever
Ferrier.
been seen in the same room together?
I think they have many times.
Black and orange flag, by the way, unusual one here. Car 27, which is the 6th place Heart of Racing Aston Martin LMGT3 tyre pressures. So let's keep an eye on what goes on with that.
Now that means that they will have to come into the pit lane and rectify the issue. There is a minimum tyre pressure and a minimum camber stipulated, or maximum camber stipulated by the manufacturers of the tyres. And so they will have to pit and sort that out.
Move through this lovely slow-mo stuff on pit lane. The thought occurs to me, Felipe, as we watch a battered 83 car depart stage left. If we get a virtual safety car at this point in the race, it's a cat amongst the pigeons. It would transform this race.
It's going to change a lot for sure. And if you feel outside, it's much cooler now as well. And you could see probably drivers, you know, having a hard time keeping the tires in the energy window as well.
Matthew Marcello on pit lane from the lead of the race.
Time for Dries Van Toor to do a bit of work then. Kevin Magnussen started the number 15 BMW. Van Toor takes over with an hour and 47 remaining. They are the race leaders.
Great race from them, strategically on pace. You know, at first couple of hours of this race, you would never have said that the BMW was amongst the paciest, but once they've got that clear air, they've used it.
Now that means that the 19 Genesis of Mathieu Jaminet again leads the race. The 35 Alpine Charles Malaysi, 1 minute 21 behind at the line. And that means the 15 BMW is going to come out right behind the 35 Alpine. The Genesis is due in this lap. There it is, in fact, coming into the pit lane. But it's where the 35 Alpine comes out. 35 is around the outside of turn 1. The 15 BMW is coming down the pit exit road. The Alpine goes in front, but the gap is going to be tiny. There's the Alpine. Look to the right-hand side. There's the 15 BMW. That's your lead battle, but it's not necessarily, because the Alpine is on an offset fuel strategy, and that's what's got them that track position. They've still got 3/4 of a tank of energy left, so that offset is getting less, but the gap that the BMW drops to the Alpine is also getting less with every stop. Hour and 46 remaining.
That's black and orange flag. The 27 has now become an investigation and tyre pressure, so I think trouble heading the way of the Heart of Racing team.
Meanwhile, 35 getting held up. We're behind the 15 BMW with James Collado. And don't forget that Dries van Tor had 4 cold tyres on and he's gone off. And Collado will go straight by him in the 51 Ferrari. Collado stopped 3 or 4 laps ago, so he's fully up to temperature. And Van Tor, trying to hold him off, just ran out of grip. A cold slick, Felipe, might as well be made out of solid mahogany.
That's what we think, right, as drivers, and it's so hard, especially now the tire, you know, the track temp has gone down significantly, and that doesn't help us at all. And you're just trying to keep everything you can, you know, to put energy in these tires, and the heart is just like that example you had there, you know, trying to defend your position. You just came out of the pits, and you know you have a car with 3-4 laps on the tires already, so they're gonna have an edge on you. It's just trying to balance it out and trying not to lose so much time. I mean, he definitely went off there in the marbles.
Now look at the energy graphic. Alpine 58%, 57% energy, Ferrari around 75% energy, BMW 100% energy, and almost nobody else has got the same amount of fuel on board as the number 15 BMW. So you sort of feel that it's a quick car, but also they've got more options. They've just stopped, and so they will run longer before they need to stop again on each of the remaining stops, and their last stop should be shorter than anybody else's.
The cars to watch, in addition to James Collado's Ferrari, are the Cadillacs, because they're not a million miles away from that same fuel strategy, and right now they're going very quickly indeed. Just looking at Jack Aitken's lap just completed. First one under 126 I can remember seeing for maybe 2 hours, and he's absolutely lighting up the track right now.
And everybody, the track is rubbering in so well, everybody's going quicker, and that's just adding to the drama here, to the 84,960 fans who have visited this year's event here in Sao Paulo. So again, bringing out the Paulistas in big numbers, and just such a joy to be back in this city. This is a great racing track, it produces great races, and the fans are spectacular. The queues to go into the pit lane for the pit walk and for the autograph session basically went all the way back to Rio de Janeiro. They were so long. I mean, you saw the Felipe, it's great to have the fans out here.
Look, it's fantastic. You and I took part of that pit walk last year, just bumping into fans and chatting to them, reveling in, like you see in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship, the access to the teams, to the cars, and to you guys, the drivers, they're heroes.
This is amazing, you know, that access, and you're able to see the drivers, the cars closely. You get that atmosphere before the race start. It's just phenomenal that endurance racing brings that type of experience to the fans. And like I said, I'm going to say it again, it's a prime time for sports car racing. You know, for drivers, manufacturers, for our spectators. It's just phenomenal what we see now. You know, the battles on the track, and, you know, to see so much support. For us in Brazil, it's pretty special, you know, to have this event happening here. And you can definitely tell the Brazilian vibes are here, and everybody's having a good time.
fantastic.
And it's a great venue, isn't it? You know, watched races so many years from this circuit to be here racing with World Endurance. We know, the drivers know, the team know that we're in a golden era of sports car racing, the same as you do in the IMSA WeatherTech series. We know that this is an absolute high watermark in terms of driver quality, in terms of manufacturer involvement. It's never been like this before, and so everybody is just loving every minute of it. Sometimes you have a great race, sometimes you don't. That's the way motorsport, that's the way all sport is, but everybody knows that they are at the pinnacle here, and that's what it's all about. Number 7 Toyota, the healthy Toyota, still nowhere near a point. And this is a really, it's the other side of the coin, you know. Everybody, if you offer them the opportunity to win Le Mans and the rest of the championship sucks, you're going to take it. Of course, you would love to take a world championship title as well. But Le Mans is the thing. Le Mans is the magic name that everybody knows.
20 seconds added to the next pit stop for that number 27 car from Heart of Racing. Mattia Drudi now at the wheel of that car. That's the next pit stop, that tyre pressure issue. Jack Aitken, another purple first sector in his pursuit. Keep an eye on this time gap to the leader. Now 30.9 seconds. He goes green, the fastest sector for that car in the longer middle sector. He is pushing hard. His next target is his teammate Will Stevens, and Will isn't hanging around. He's previous lap was the low 126s, but they are both quicker than anybody ahead of them.
Somebody's told Jack Aitken this isn't qualifying right. Purple first sector, green second sector, fastest lap of the car for the race, a 126.510.
2 thousandths of a second slower than the fastest lap of the race, which came from the sister car.
A 126, oh no, that's a 125.508. He's done that was 125.510, yeah. Yep. So the Cadillac's fairly even on pace, I think we can safely say, despite the 4 hours and 30 minutes of running.
And while we're talking about pace out there at the moment, another lap popping up in the 25s. It's come from Marco Sorensen, the 009 Aston Martin. He's trying to make up a gap to Robert Kubica, running in 9th place in the Valkyrie, and puts in, I think, what must be the 3rd fastest lap of the race, a 125.655. So the Aston Martins this deep have got some potential there too.
We heard from Peter Dempsey saying he tried to hand over the car to Charlie Eastwood, his teammate, in the best condition, best position. Eastwood has just set the fastest race lap for the 34 Racing Team Turkey Corvette as well. Damage on the left front. It's more than just that, isn't it? Is it the splitter's just a little loose as well? I'm not sure on the 51 Ferrari. Robert Kubica, though, struggling in the 83 Ferrari, losing pace. We saw the splitter was damaged when it was in the pit lane, and he is struggling for grip.
Okay, James, we would like to be more linear on the throttle application. Exit of 6 and 7. We need to be more linear. Exit of 6 and 7 on throttle application.
So a little more progressive rather than mashing the throttle.
Meantime, latest investigation is that moment we saw on screen, Raffaele Marciello overtaking off track with lasting advantage against Ben Tuck in the 77 Mustang.
But see now, lasting advantage. I can understand that if you're passing somebody for position, but if you're lapping an LMGT3 car...
Increase the gap over the car chasing him.
It didn't decrease the gap. So
apologies.
That's avoiding a deficit
the other way around,
rather than gaining an advantage.
You know, they're looking at it. They're looking at it.
Yeah. You know, sometimes you've just got to avoid hitting the car in front if he makes a move that you're not expecting. And again, that's where the driver advisor, Peter Dumbrek, will use his racing experience to say, OK, look, you can see the car in front of him moves and he clearly wasn't expecting it because he has to chink out or whatever.
I entirely trust the measured mind that is Peter Dumbrek. Always have, always will.
Yeah. On board with Paul-Luc Chatin. First time in the car here in Sao Paulo. And took over 3 or 4 laps ago. Number 19, Genesis, just slipping out of the points. The Genesis in the middle of the race, in fact, early in the race, Genesis really seem to have a lot more pace that is sort of evading them at the moment. Again, I wonder whether changing track conditions have played into that a little bit. They seem to be going well when there was a little less grip. So maybe that's just the setup that they decided on for the race itself.
Still quite dark out there, Felipe.
It's still, indeed. Like, if you look at turn 4 all the way, you know, in that back section, you can see there's a lot of clouds. We haven't seen any drops yet, but it's definitely cloudier than it was.
But all of that low cloud that was over the flags there as you come out of turn 14, that's all gone. It's much clearer here now in turn 1 than it was. So whatever it was seems to be moving past us. Now, whether that's all that there is, only time will tell. Time and weather radar.
Well, you can see as well that the lap times have been dropping this last few laps, and you know, the track has rubber up, cool temps. You can see some guys doing, you know, 125s now, which we haven't seen early in the race.
Yeah, it's more rubber on the track, cooler temperatures that are better for your brake cooling, for your engine cooling, and also for the volume of charge that you're getting into the engine itself. That little bit of extra humidity there
absolutely
actually just gives you a richer burn, so that works well. There you are, that's what FIA WEC Plus looks like. You can watch the video, listen to us, and you can expand that timing page. You can actually open it into a separate page. So if you've got double screens, you can pull that onto another screen. You can have a better setup at home than we've got here, essentially.
And by the way, it is better because I'm using it rather than what we've got in the booth, because what does it show us? It shows us the live energy and tyre data.
And the other benefit is you can turn us off. I don't advise that, obviously, but plus.fiawec.com. It is free to sign up. You'll be able to see full access from Le Mans, as lots of our free content is online there. And if you sign up for the rest of the season, then you'll be able to see all of Free Practice 3, qualifying, hyperpole, and the races for the remainder of the season, free and uninterrupted. So whatever device you're watching at the moment, if you're elderly and you're using a television, then you can always go online and use FIA WEC Plus.
We're just seeing notice of an investigation, and I don't recall us seeing car 32, Augusto Farfus, car 38, Jack Aitken, and car 94, Théo Pourchaire, under investigation. Contact in turn 10. Now, I don't recall seeing that.
No, I don't think we did, but obviously the judges of fact and stewards have seen that, and so, or the judges of fact reported it to stewards. And again, the BMW with the Caddy and the Peugeot, so it'll be the two of them sort of tripping over each other as they both try and go by the BMW. It's unlikely to be Augusto ramming the back of two hypercars. Not impossible, I have to say, but it's less likely.
You say that. We did see a BMW run at the back of a hypercar.
Yes.
Was it early in the race?
Yes, as we talked about right from the beginning, Felipe, the minimum speed in some of these corners of the hypercar is lower than the minimum speed of the GT.
It is, especially in Sector 2, where you have those twisty, you know, slow bits. The GT cars have great grip, you know, and they're able to get that cornering minimum speed as good as a prototype. So that's why we see, you know, these misjudgments happening every now and then.
And the other thing the GT drivers will tell you is that the hypercars pull in front of you and stop dead, and you can't.
You can.
So Charles, there's a risk of light rain coming from T1 in about 10 minutes. I will keep you posted. Still P1, 11 seconds ahead of the P2.
They're now
expecting rain.
Yeah, they're now getting deeply into the layer of concern they will have. There's no interruption to progress here.
Yep.
They are doomed to have that longest, that last stop that the others around them do not need.
Light rain is no use. Heavy rain, where there's no option but for everybody to go into the pits for wets, that digs them out of a fuel hole. Of course, then you've got a wet track and yada yada, but that's what
we're hoping for, yeah.
Yeah.
Light rain is of use to them if someone makes a mistake and causes an interruption.
Aha.
Exactly.
Well, that's as with all of this, we're going to know. We've got an hour and 32 minutes to go. We'll know in an hour and 35 how it all worked out.
Yeah.
But I mean, look, we say it every single time. One of the beauties of mixed class racing is anything can happen. The most bizarre things happen, usually in the last 25 minutes, but the most bizarre things happen.
And then you bring Interlagos to that, he can also bring
Absolutely.
an extra weather factor for sure. But that will play well for Milesi if the rain comes. I mean, he's about, what, 38% air energy. So...
yeah, he's at a bigger deficit than anyone else in the hypercar field. Then Colado's at a deficit to Van Tor, and who else was quite high in energy? Yeah, 00719, you know, they're outside the top 10 at the moment, but they will need to stop. If nothing interrupts the flow, they will need to stop for less time at the end of the race.
You know, I say this, it's, you know, Mexico City some years ago, a baseball on the track caused the full course yellow. Bahrain, not that long ago, a black cat on the track in the dead of night.
Well, we don't have kangaroo red flags like they do in Bathurst.
But, you know, I mean, all sorts of things can happen. Then we get into some of the bizarreness that's happening in IMSA racing in the dead of night.
Every now and then there is something.
Oh, we've had easy ups, haven't we, blown from campsites to bring out cautions. All sorts of things can happen, and that's without any of the 35 cars and their drivers. Here we go.
Falling over each other. And they're pressurising slicks there rather than wet, so that's good news still. And again, talk about the things that can and do happen. 94 Peugeot just squirreling up the inside of the BMW with the tiniest little touches. But you saw the BMW driver open the steering because he saw the hypercar.
He saw it coming, right?
So, and that's self-preservation. When you're in a GT car, it's self-preservation. Yes, you're trying to race the other guys. You're desperately trying not to get knocked off by faster and low-flying machinery.
It's almost like you're doing two races in one, right? Because you're doing your own thing, but you also got to look after the prototypes, you know, not to get dive bomb.
I'm questioning those stats. Malte Jakobsen, 0 pole positions.
He's absolutely had a pole position. Pole at Spa this year.
Absolutely. I'm questioning that stat.
It's insulting the Danish nation. We won't have it. The Norwegians, fair enough, but not the Danes.
That's almost like I'm the stat man, just off the top of my head. Anyway, he has had a pole position. Yeah, it's stunning pole positions. But however, the 94 car...
not having his best day.
It's fair to say neither Peugeot nor Toyota have enjoyed much in the way of good luck in this race. Four and a half hours into the Rolex 6 hours of Sao Paulo, and it is the number 35 Alpine that
gap
leads.
with 17 behind is consistent, and we're still planning to go for a double.
Oh, I don't mind a double either.
Oh, that'd be nice.
Very lovely. Possibly later.
90 minutes to go, and still we're seeing sustained pace of these caddies trying to get back in amongst them. Remember I said it was 31, 32 seconds. Jack Aitken, who's in 6th place, with Will Stevens ahead of him, to the leader. That's now down to 27. So they've taken 4-5 seconds out of the lead, let alone what they're doing for the cars that are between the two Cadillacs and the leader, Charles Milesi.
Harry Tinknell in the green Aston Martin Valkyrie, all over the back of the Alpine of Jules Gounon. I want to kind of make a mental note now. Charles Milesi leads with that fuel strategy offset, 10th place currently, at least for the moment, for the Alpine of Jules Gounon, the sister car. Where are they going to end up?
For now, we save tyres and energy for later. We save tyres and energy for later.
So, being told that you're not allowed to really attack, as a driver, Philippe, you've still got to somehow apply pressure. How do you do that?
Yeah, you try to stay within the car ahead for sure. But maybe what they look in here as well is that they are trying to give option and opening up the window if, in case the rain comes, you know, they have more to play, right? They got more fuel in the tank, you know, that they can do something else and try something different here.
The interesting part about this battle, it is the battle for 10th place. It's not the last point scoring opportunity for manufacturers, because the 83, which is a privately entered car, is ahead. At the moment, the 007 car is in a manufacturer point scoring position, but we are into significant places here.
Yeah, hour and a half remaining of the race. They're still in traffic. Junim trying to find a way by the AMG in front. That's a 61 car.
Would say, by the way, and as Felipe helps me towards the inevitable conclusion here, is that he does have a significant energy advantage over the Alpine that's ahead of him.
Yeah, and a monstrous one over the 35 Alpine. But Ticknell is right in the wheel tracks of Junim, and this time he does send it down the inside, and Junim just leaves the door wide open. Felipe, again, you've been in a position like that. If somebody's on the inside of you into turn one, you're risking a crash.
Yeah, and you know, if you don't have the pace to keep them behind you, you know, you're better off focusing on a race. And you know, this, like you said, there's different energy levels here for the Aston, so you got to focus on your own. And you know, it's the hard part, but you got to accept it.
You are, despite the fact you're in a field of 35 cars, you are all running your own race and very slightly trying to ignore everybody else, particularly now that we're into this new era almost of world endurance races where there's all sorts of different fuel strategies going on as well as tyre strategies. So here, for instance, Johnny Edgar, his car dropped from 7th to 11th place in the last stop. Johnny Edgar now back up into the top 10, but Maxime Martin behind him in the 61 Mercedes. So this is the battle for 9th spot.
But in fact, I feel like Interlagos always bring that balance between, you know, tire dag and fuel strategy that it plays out. Everybody has different options to do. So there's some tracks you go and you have almost no dag. It makes it so hard to pull anything different.
Yeah.
Just took a look just a few seconds ago at the times last time around for the top 7 cars, and rather remarkably, 7th was quickest, 6th was the next quickest, and so on, all the way to the leader. So the gap from 7th to the leader is closing.
And it's a similar sort of flux in LMGT3 as well. As we watch Johnny Edgar holding off Maxime Martin by, let's face it, not very much. There are some very small gaps as well. 2nd to 3rd, Ricardo Pera has Dan Harper's BMW under 2 seconds behind him. 3 seconds behind him, and closing is the Racing Team Turkey Corvette, and the 33 car, Johnny Edgar, just holding off Maxime Martin there down in turn 4. The BMW, the Mercedes driver, really looking to get by in a hurry here.
I make no mistake, this is Johnny Edgar, silver-rated driver in this car against a platinum-rated Mercedes-AMG factory driver, Maxime Martin. And the 33, with this kind of strategy, slight offset, has been clawing it back into some real contention to score points. Remember, these are the points leaders in the team's championship, and as we said at the top of the show, the remarkable stat that occurs here is because we didn't have Ben Keating in for the first 2 races, and we've not got Nicky Katzberg in for this race with Nico Verone aboard. The potential is, if things go in a particular way, we could have these drivers 1, 2, 3 in the overall Drivers' Championship.
And both of them supporting Johnny Edgar to become the Drivers' Champion. Well, let's get down into the Manthey Porsche team, find out what's been going on with the 92 car as Maxime Martin lunges the Corvette.
I am down in the Manthey garage next to Richard Leeds. Richard, you've made your way up very discreetly, avoiding the hectic race that everybody is having, and it seems that the Porsche balance is very good. Or is it the tire deck that is good on your car? How do you explain this?
Tire deck definitely was our aim in the practice session to get this under control. The track is really hard to the tires, so it's really important to keep them alive for this 1 hour stint. So far we try to stay out of the trouble and we are getting slowly ahead, but temperature dropped quite hard now, so I think it's going to be easier to keep the tires alive. This will probably help the others a bit more. So at the moment we are happy, but it's not an easy race. We are pushing and we are hoping and need some luck.
And we wish you luck as well. Very well done on a beautiful drive.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, one of the good guys in international sports car racing. There's a lot of good guys, but he's an outstanding talent for a man
phenomenal.
Of what must be 75 years old now, Richard Leeds.
I joke with the same, you know, I told him, I think it was Thursday, we had an event at a local Porsche event here, and I met with Richard. You know, to be winning races and being the class driver he is, you know, like the experience he brings and the way he dictates the team. He's a leader. You can tell he knows, and he's so relaxed, you know. And you see Richard on and off the car, you know, he's the same guy. So again, it takes a lot of credit, you know. He had a brilliant career up to this point, and is for sure bringing a lot of to the Manthey guys here to the
beyond that, he's funny.
He's funny, yeah.
He's one of only 2 drivers in my now lengthy racing industry history to have punched me. And by the way, I enjoyed it.
How did that happen?
I did describe him, I think, in the post-race press conference, which I was leading, because he'd set pole position in GTM as the fastest amateur driver in the field.
Fair enough, you had it coming.
I completely deserved it. But,
the question is, though...
It was a friendly punch.
The question is, when's he going to do some work? Because Ricardo
he's been in. No, he's been in.
Has he been in?
Yes, he has.
All right, okay.
He put the car into that position.
Okay.
Ricky Perrat, by the way, is one of the blinding silvers in this field, has built on the foundation that Ricard certainly laid down, but fantastic stuff from the Ben Manthey car.
Yeah. Richie Leeds, serial Le Mans winner.
Absolutely. She really does need to give other people a chance.
Podium botherer par excellence. Johnny Edgar still holding off Maxime Martin. And again, platinum graded driver, the highest grade there is. And Johnny Edgar still a fast Super Silver. But holding on at the moment to what is 9th position ahead of the AMG Mercedes of Maxime Martin.
Yeah, keep saying about Johnny. 5th generation racer, by the way. Principally in karting, his family.
Wow.
But there's a long, long family history. There we are, 16 degrees air temperature, 24 degrees still for track temperature.
So go and take Bruce a jumper. Do you think he needs a jumper, maybe a balaclava or something?
He'll be fine. He'll be fine.
His next interview, we're going to hear the chattering of teeth, aren't we? Johnny Edgar holding on there. Maxime Martin showing the nose on the inside. And this is applying the pressure, isn't it? You're just constantly moving around in the mirrors and just being awkward.
Just trying all you can, you know, to put that pressure on the car ahead of you. And, you know, with the GT cars, you're kind of able to follow closely here, especially in this section that they're just about to enter here.
And they've got Robin Freins coming through in the 20 BMW and Will Stevens. And this is really important because Freins can't be held up by these guys. So he's just going to be carving through this battle like a knife through butter if he can. And the same for Will Stevens in the Cadillac. He can't afford to lose any time behind Maxime Martin or Johnny Edgar. And Edgar's just going to be in front of him. And so that's going to blunt it. So he's now slower starting the big climb up the hill than the BMW driver. So that gap opens up a fraction. And that's how traffic works here.
Yeah, it didn't quite do what I thought it might. Johnny having to move offline there to allow the safe passage to the hypercar. I thought that might just, give him possible disadvantage against the AMG. But he seems fine with that. Let's listen what's going on with Will Stevens.
Okay, 20 laps to go. Come on, give me your magic turn on, please.
Magic turn on.
It's not the first time Will Stevens has heard that in his life.
You know that low cloud? It's back. It's back at turn 1. It's back at turn 4. We're starting to lose some of Interlagos in the cloud. So we'll wait and see. We were forecast rain.
Here's an interesting moment. Car 77, Ben Tuck, the leader in LMGT3, clearly pushing hard. Warning flag track limits, can do no more of that, Ben.
And again, with the LMGT3 cars, quite often that will be because you've been eased out of the way by a hypercar. Not hit, but just that they've got to the apex as you're trying to use it. And then if you don't make the apex, you're carrying too much speed to stay on the track at the exit of the corner, and so you run out wide. And this is what the drivers have talked about in the driver's briefing.
Ooh, that was a moment there, yeah.
For the BMWs, taking a little bit too much curve. That if you get pushed off, report it immediately, and then you can hopefully get your track limits cancelled. Now, if you're just flying around not paying attention to where the white lines are, then that's a whole different thing. But in a lot of these cases, and particularly for the race leader, Ben Tuck in LMGT3, And he's going to have to be really aware of that, and the team will definitely make him aware. So was that losing the front end for Robin Freins, or did he just take a bit too much of the curve?
Look at the background as well, because closing in now, again, Jack Aitken is just 3 seconds back from this battle too. So it's not going to be one Cadillac that the BMW driver's going to have to think about. It's going to be both of them.
Now, we don't necessarily have to have rain to interrupt the race, because as we know from Fuji, if the clouds roll down far enough, the marshal's posts can't see one to another, then the race director has no option but to red flag the event, at the very least bring out a safety car and gather everybody up safely together. So it may be the density of low cloud. At the moment, I don't think that's an issue, but it is a potential. It doesn't always have to rain. Oh, and by the way, you know that Silverstone's back on the calendar for next year.
I heard.
So all of this weather
That's
chat may well be part of our Silverstone experience. I mean,
because you guys are used, right?
Yeah.
From being from the UK, you know about the clouds, the rain.
We get this a lot, don't we, around the world? So they talk about English weather.
Dude, don't pull all that on us after racing for 2 seasons in British F3. You know all about that
I know
nonsense.
about it, yeah.
Your country's the one with the rainforest.
I know.
Yeah. So all right. Let's reset our field then. Charles Malaysia leads in the 35 Alpine, but not for long. Probably 3 laps left on his energy before he'll be in the pits, and that'll cycle James Collado to the top for a little longer. But still, look at those BMWs. Vantor and Freins 3rd and 4th.
The 15, it's still their race to lose in terms of the battle to be with energy in the tank. At the moment, to give you the live readout, it's 9% for Charles Malaysia right now, 25% for James Collado, 48% for Dries Vantor.
This is a battle for position. This is Paul-Luc Chatin chasing the number 7 Le Mans winning Toyota of Kumu Kobayashi, battling him for 12th position.
Okay, for Lou, no energy management. No energy management. Let's put temperatures in these tires.
Yeah, air temperature dropping. All this cloud cover means there's no sun to keep the track warm, so that's starting to lose temperature into the air.
That's challenging for the drivers, because whenever you're doing fuel saving, oh, that was a moment there.
That was definitely all 4 wheels off track, gaining a lasting advantage. Now, in defense, yeah, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, but the number 7 Toyota might need to give that back.
Yeah, stewards will be looking into it, but again, back to the temperature dropping. You as a driver, if you're used doing the lift and coast, and you're saving that energy, but it's not putting enough energy on the tires at the end of the straight, so
it's all of a sudden looking very, very dark.
Very cloudy now.
Air temperature down to 15 degrees, track temperature only 23.
Okay, can we give back the position we overtook off the track? It's better to give back now and then just overtake again.
Kibumi's going to be thinking, it's easy for you to say, I've been trying to get past him for the last 3/4 of an hour.
Well,
that's a hard call, but it's better to do it, right?
You can see he has given the position back now. Oh no, that's
No,
Collado behind the 51
Well,
car. No, he hasn't yet.
Well, that's the reason why Kibumi's not going to want to do it, because he's going to get lapped.
Well,
it's too far now.
That, as we say in the trade, is tough luck. Now, if he doesn't give it back, and Collado goes by the 19 car, and that's happening right now, then Toyota can't avoid a potential penalty by giving that position back. And that might be 5-second hold in the pit lane or whatever it is. Looking here at Racing Team Turkey's Charlie Eastwood, well, we can still see him again. Actually, it'd be great to see a drone shot now to see just how little visibility there is
Very
around the
foggy
track.
Yeah. By the way, this is 2nd, 3rd, and 4th together in LMGT3, led by the number 92 car of Ricky Perra, then Dan Harper in the BMW, and then the Corvette.
down in the pit lane, Bruce Ioanni. Bruce, what can you see?
I cannot see anything, but I can feel rain.
Now, can you feel rain, or are there spots of water on the apron?
No, I can feel rain. I'm actually standing outside of the garages in the pit lane. It's very few drops, but I can guarantee there is water falling.
All right, Bruce is in the cloud, everybody.
Oh, and the 35 Alpine might be happy with that, right? Because if it starts raining harder, that might help them on that pit stop.
They need something, don't they? Looking there at the 92 Manthey Porsche, Ricardo Pera with Dan Harper's BMW closing in behind. And Charlie Eastwood is right there as well. On the pit lane, Ben Tuck, the race leader, and driver change for the final time.
To be this lap and then pit stop for Sharma Lacey, who's down to under 3% of energy now. Perhaps another 5 beyond that for the chasing Ferrari. It's a purple first sector though for James Collado. The fuel load comes off.
So Ben Tuck handing the Ford over to Sebastian Priaulx, and that car drops out of the top half dozen. And here comes pressure from Charlie Eastwood all over the back of Dan Harper's
Expecting
BMW.
rain very soon. At any time it can start raining. It's already very foggy.
So that's a message for Anchan Juven.
Low rain, but please tell me when you have the first drops as early as possible. Tell me when you have the first drops as early as possible.
Oh, this is a moment with a big yellow GT3 battle underway.
Cadillac trying to get through. Oh, goodness me. So Charlie Eastwood in that red and black Corvette, right behind Dan Harper. Just in front of them is the Porsche, and that is the Proton. Ahead of them, rather, Anchan Juven. Behind them is Alessio Rovera. So the Ben Manthey Porsche, Ricky Pera leads the race from Dan Harper and Charlie Eastwood, and those three are covered by under a second. Into the pit lane, the 35 Alpine. If the rain arrives, it's too late to save them, potentially. However, lots of twists and turns probably still in this race. An hour and 10 minutes to go.
Just to correct you, that is Davide Rigon laps down in that 54 car. Alessio Rovera is behind Anchan Juven, and he's well in the top 10. Work underway here with the 35 Alpine. Pits from 9th place for Sharma Lacey.
Raffaele Marcelli will not be penalised for passing that LMGT3 car off track. We've seen it exactly as something we couldn't avoid. So away they go, and that's, by the way, put James Collado in the 51 Ferrari into the lead. Ferrari has not won a World Endurance race since Le Mans 2025. Is this the day that the drought ends?
Hour and 9 minutes to go, and with the reshuffle of the Alpine, it's 16 seconds to the top 5 now.
I don't really feel amazing, to be honest. I don't know, I think I ate or drank too quick, too much, I don't know, but I don't feel the best.
Dries Van Toor in the number 15 BMW.
Everyone is struggling, you're the quickest car on track. All okay, all under control.
Not feeling well in the car.
Yeah, that wasn't the car, it's him, isn't it? Yeah, he's not feeling well. That's a horrible experience.
Would not be the first driver to be sick in the car, and probably won't be the last. These things are pretty brutal in terms of the G-forces you're experiencing. Here is Charlie Eastwood. Does he stay legal here? Yep. There was chalk dust.
4 seconds is the gap, by the way, James Collado to Dries Van Toor. And we'll keep an eye on that gap to Robin Freins in the sister car behind. Currently 6 seconds. Hopefully he is okay.
That Corvette of Charlie Eastwood, by the way, half a second off the class lead. These are the top 3 in LMGT3. The Porsche, the BMW and the Corvette, that's them, with the Aston Martin trying to carve its way through. And as you pointed out, that Ferrari that's behind them is not in the battle for position. And up the inside goes Charlie Eastwood out of turn 8, goes ahead of the BMW, jumps Dan Harper, so he's now up to 2nd place.
Charlie Eastwood His pace and GT car at the moment is absolutely fantastic. World class, as is Dan Harper, by the way. The fact that Charlie's made his way past Dan just underlines the quality of that we've got with the pro drivers aboard these LMGT3 cars in this phase of the race. This is the battle for third place. Call it what it is, the final podium position, with the final hour approaching in 7 minutes' time. And, it's 17 seconds at the moment, the gap from first to fifth. Fifth being Jack Aitken, and Will Stevens, Robin Frines, Dries van Tor, and the leader, James Collado.
20 BMW, the winners in Spa.
Okay, for Lou, we see a bit of drizzle coming up, a bit of drizzle. It will not be enough to wet the track, so we have to survive on these tires. So push to have tires in the window.
And that is about the heat in the tyres. Felipe, yes?
It's all about the heat now. Track temp's going down, you gotta keep pushing. Even though I think the guys who will be on older tires, it's gonna be harder and harder to do that, because you start losing that rubber on the tire. It's also not helping you to put the energy you need. See how much marble's on the offline.
Huge.
Huge.
Wow.
We've talked about the energy, by the way, in hypercar, and it's certainly advantaged the 15 BMW in that regard, and that's another reason why, if Dries van Tor is feeling unwell, that's why that's particularly bad news. They do have an energy advantage. In terms of the LMGT3 battle, it's advantage to the 34 car, which now leads the race. So the 34 in the hands of Charlie Eastwood, 36%. You've got to go all the way back to Ricky Perra in the 92 car, who's just pitted.
Yep. He's pitted, so has the Manthey DK Engineering Porsche of Chan Juven. So too has Maxime Martin in the 61 Iron Lynx Mercedes.
And the 77 Ford, remember, that led the race, is right there in that same window.
And the 78 Lexus as well. Esteban Masson has just pitted. So there's a little flurry there of cars that have come in and gone.
Would say at the moment, certainly this phase of the race, by the way, the pace that Jack Aitken had early part of his stint just fallen away a little. Will Stevens, the quick with the pair of caddies that's going off to do battle here. He's with Robin Frines. Here comes the other Ford, the number 88 car, pits in the hands of Logan Sargent. It's been a solid stint from him.
Yep, he will stay in, learning his endurance racing licks as Ford prepare to enter the hypercar era, and he will be one of their drivers.
As will Sebastian Priaulx, who's aboard the other car. So both their cars in the top 10 at the moment. They've been in the thick of things, haven't they? Alessio Rivera pits his number 21 Ferrari from fifth place. Charlie Eastwood, plenty of time to go on the tank he's still got.
So look at our energy levels. Third place, Robin Frines in this lap. 50 Ferrari in next lap. And the 36 Alpine Jules Gounon will pit this lap as well. And as everybody ahead of him starts to pile in for fuel, from 11th place, Charles Milesi, who has only recently stopped, will start to climb back up the order.
Other Corvette fans, by the way, update on the 33 car, still with Johnny Edgar aboard that car. And they're, broadly speaking, on the right strategy outside of what's going on with Johnny Edgar. Bit of a drum roll on the bonnet there for the WRT car.
Quite sure what was that? Is that a WRT thing, like the Norwegian rowing?
Charlie Eastwood's on pit lane.
He isn't.
He is.
He isn't. 36 is in pit lane. 21, 32 and 34 are on pit lane.
34 is Charlie Eastwood.
I beg your pardon, yes he is, sorry.
I don't understand why, because that car should have 33% of energy in the car.
It's an hour and 3 to go. Have they back-timed it from the end of the race, and this is when they can make their stop without having to stop again?
Maybe, may well be the case.
And that then gives them the flexibility of not having to stop later, but if somebody else does, then they have the option to jump back over ahead of them. In comes the number 20 BMW, and again, Robin Frines will stay in. He might not want to take a drink, bearing in mind that Dries van Tor seems to think that he drunk either too much or in too much of a hurry before he got into the car, and that's why he's feeling unwell. I think a little bit of dehydration compared to feeling sick because you got too much liquid swilling around inside.
We're going for 4 tires, new tires, no scrap.
Okay, no scrubbed tyres, rather than no scrap tyres.
So closing in just 2 minutes now to the end of the 5th hour. A little bit of a stumble there with the exchange of tyres.
Number 20 BMW wheel spins away from its pit stop, just trying to build a little bit of heat into the tyre and running out a little wide there again. We've seen that pit exit road,
some understeer there, yeah. So cold. And again, it's a challenging part, you know, because you are in the car, you had the hot tires, now you put on brand new tires all around, and that switches completely. So you got to be aware that our lap's going to be hard.
Just about the physics at that point, really.
It's a bit like hitting a patch of ice in a road car, isn't it? You go from grip to no grip at all.
No grip at all. And I'm telling you, it's no grip at all. That first few corners, you got to be very mindful.
Yeah. Okay, slew of final pit stops here. 50 Ferrari is just in. 20 BMW is left. 36 Alpine. You saw the 93 Peugeot in the pit lane as well. And so with an hour and 50 seconds to go, are these the final pit stops? It's going to be tight. There might need to be some fuel save going on to make it through without a splash at the end.
So at this point, last year, with the final hour, we had 3 cars on the lead lap, and this year, 7.
Okay, mate, so the 83 and the Aston, they have less fuel to do, and they do a few more laps on low fuel, so most likely they will end up in front. And we will go for 43 laps on the last stint if it's full green.
Okay, 43 laps on the last stint if it's full green. In comes the 32 BMW, was that 69? 69, the race leader. You just saw Dan Harper coming in. That means Jose Maria Lopez will take the lead in LMGT3 in the 87 Lexus.
James Collado pits from the lead, and that puts Dries van Tor on the tick of the hour into the lead of the race.
So when he stops, do they hand him a drink or a sick bag? I'm not entirely sure. Rear tyres for the 51 Ferrari. So James Collado will stay in. And actually, one of the things that we learned in season 1 of this sort of hypercar experience with no tyre warmers is that the teams have tried to offset the problem of cold tyres by only changing 2 rather than 4. Now that tends to be side to side more often.
And that helps for sure. I mean, it keeps the heat and the energy in one side, and then the driver knows he's got to be careful on the other side of the tire. But again, it's tricky, right? You still got to find out those references yourself as a driver, and again, the conditions are changing. That's why endurance racing is so hard, because the track is already so different to how it started the race, and to now how you follow that. It's the tricky part.
It's time to vote for the driver of the day, the Goodyear Wingfoot Award LMGT3 in the it's not you, Felipe. Not this week.
I tried.
It's FIAWC_official on Instagram, and you can choose from the panel of experts that have been selected for some nominees there, but the decision is yours. In comes the 38 car of Jack Aitken, so go and have a look at the suggested options for driver of the day in LMGT3. The Goodyear Wingfoot Award will be awarded on the podium here at Interlagos.
Pipo Derani squirming away from his pit stand there in the Genesis, just missing the back of the Cadillac crew. Fuel going in. They are stood by, ready to make a tyre change. See, having a good look underneath the car as well.
It's a nice little battle underway here, you know, and it's not one we've really had our eyes on, and that is between the AF Corsa number 83 car, Robert Kubica, who'll be on pit lane shortly, and not long behind him, will be Marco Sorensen in the 009 Aston Martin as through comes sparking away the 35 Alpine. They will pit, I think, 2 laps apart, but they're a second apart at the moment. Right now, it's a battle for third. It won't be that, because obviously the other pit stoppers will wind back into this. But that is an intriguing little battle as we get deeper and deeper into this race, with what we know is a damaged 83 car. We were hearing Robert Kubica not happy, and that was an overtake by the Alpine.
That was for position. So that was Charmelesi going by James Calado's Ferrari. See the Ferrari sparking as it went around the outside of the BMW. And here's the onboard view from Calado. Just over the white line, the track just drops away a little bit there, that runoff area, down to the wall for drainage. Also, good little battle going on at the front of the field between Will Stevens in Hurst Jota Cadillac and Marco Sorensen, trying to close him down. Dries van Tor in front of number 15 BMW, only 4 seconds ahead at the moment. But are the Aston Martins going to turn into a threat for the podium here as well?
The Aston Martin of Marco Sorensen, this lap, depending on where he is, certainly no more than this lap and one more. He'll be next on pit lane from the main contenders. Kamiko Biashu will be in this time around, and he's now down in, where is that, 7th. That will drop him back out of the top 10, but he's pushing hard to get to the points for Tota.
Last set of fresh tyres for Robert Kubica, at the right sides only, and he's down and gone.
Next of the leading runners, by the way, after the Aston Martin and Tota, will be Will Stevens from second place. He's on 8% of energy. Then Harry Tinton in the second Aston Martin. And then our race leader, Dries van Tor. He's got better energy than the 3 cars chasing him at the moment.
Now, the 2 Cadillacs are nose to tail behind the number 15 car. 38, Jack Aitken, is ahead of the number 12 car on the road, but behind it in the overall order. So when you see the 2 Cadillacs, Will Stevens will be the second of them, and he will be stopping in a couple of laps. So here is Dries van Tor, our race leader, hopefully feeling a little less queasy than he was earlier on, although this roller coaster probably not helping much with that. Round 4 of the FIA World Endurance Championship, the 6 hours of Sao Paulo getting underway with a Cadillac lockout of the front row, and the Gold Hurst Jota cars kept their lead into the first corner. In LMGT3, Johannes Zelger getting caught out by the slow-starting blue Aston Martin, and he picked up a penalty for jumping the start as the Aston Martin got swamped by the front runners in the category into the first couple of corners. Hasn't been the best of the races for the 23 car. That's currently running last in LMGT3, having started on pole. Battle for second place in the first stint, and Kevin Magnussen easing his way by Earl Bamber's Cadillac in the number 15 BMW. Ferrari battling with the 2 Genesis cars, one in front, one behind in the 51 car, carving their way through traffic on the straight, battling for position. Close enough. In LMGT3, coming towards the 4 Sally Jolic in the Racing Team Turkey Corvette. Silver drivers starting, whereas all around him were the bronze drivers in the other cars, trying to take advantage of the speed of Jolic against his rivals. Disaster for the race-leading number 12 Cadillac. A slow right front wheel change cost them positions, dropping them half a dozen spots in a closely packed field. And a fuel strategy change for the 35 Alpine has left them cycling in and out of the lead. Cadillac and Peugeot battling midway through the second hour. Peugeot, though, not showing quite the pace as the race continued. Andre Lotter clattering the number 8 car, Brendan Hartley. Toyota having to lose 12 laps, replacing the right front corner. 83. Contact with the 23 car. That would pull a penalty for Phil Hansen and drop the 23 Aston Martin right to the tail of the field. Number 15 BMW battling with the 35 Alpine, racing for position. 36 Alpine as the BMW continued to assert its domination in the field. The Alpine quick, and courtesy of getting themselves into that fuel position. The BMW had passed off track, gave the place back, and would have to earn it once more. Coming out of the pit lane on cold tyres, 51 Ferrari of James Collado hitting the barriers. Collado carrying a piece of that advertising hoarding as a result, but the 51 car still going strongly, little over a minute off the lead of the Hertz Team Jota, of the BMW Team WRT number 15. Number 12 Caddy in second, 007 Aston Martin in third place, ahead of the offset 35 Alpine, and the 51 Ferrari also on a very slightly different strategy to the rest of them. Number 8 Toyota, 13 laps back from the leader, and really just experimenting with different things on that car after it was hit by the Genesis. In LMGT3, it is Racing Team Turkey in front. Proton's Ford in second place, Harter Racing Aston in third, from the 69 BMW, the 92 Porsche, and then the 88 Ford in sixth position. So cycling through the last of the pit stops as Jose Maria Lopez just leaves the pit lane in ninth place in LMGT3, and so far all cars still running with 51 minutes to go, and in is the second place Cadillac. Will Stevens makes his final stop.
And Felipe, you've been taking a look at tyre data. There's an interesting prospect that comes here with the choice that is made or otherwise by Jota. Tell us your theory.
Yeah, I was just watching the difference between the two leaders here. So the 15 and the 12. It looks like Stevens, he opted for all new tires in this in his final stint that he just finished now. Where Driss, he was on a scrub new right-hand side and used left. So I wonder if Driss is going to choose to go all new to the end. And if Stevens only takes the right-hand side, which it looks to me like he's going to do that. So what we might see here now, if Dries takes all for new, he's going to have the disadvantage of the cold tire penalty out lap, right? So we might see a battle for the lead here, but does he going to make use of the 4 tires to the end and maybe put in a fight? We don't know.
As we listen to that, there's an intriguing proposition. It's not with that long before we see Dries van Toor now on 5% of energy. Car 38, the sister Cadillac, gets a 5-second penalty added to the next and last pit stop for that car for contact at turn 10. What was that, an hour ago, the 38 car. Watching now on board a grounding, sparking, angry-looking 007 Aston Martin.
Box this lap. Driver change. Box, box. Driver change.
Spots of water on the camera lens as well from that high camera as Harry Tindall comes down pit lane from second place in the Aston Martin. Everything is up for grabs now, whether weather comes or not. In LMGT3, what are we seeing here? Ferrari on Corvette, and that was for position. No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
Yes, it was.
11th, 10th. That is after the last pit stops. That is the 33, and was that the 54? Must be the 21. It's the 21 of Alessio Rovera.
Yeah, but Rovera is 2 places behind Varone in the order. Nico Varone is 10th, Rovera is only 12th. So it might have been Davide Rigon in the 54 car trying to unlap himself a little bit. Meanwhile, Harry Tingle hands back to Tom Gamble. 2 drivers only in the Aston Martin Valkyrie lineups, both for 007 and 009.
Leader on the pit road now, Dries van Toor, 48 minutes to go. That should be enough for BMW Team WRT. Could it be a second race win for the team this year?
Well, they've certainly earned both of them. And of course, it was the number 20 that won in Spa, supported by the 15 car. This time, it might be the other way around. 15 has looked to be in the frame since the start of the race.
The key, though, is going to be, as you heard from Felipe, what happens in the next 20 seconds. 4 tyres ready.
No new tyres. They're all scrubbed tyres. Do all 4 go on? That's the question. If one team starts on this side and the other starts on the far side, now it's that side only. Are they going to do all 4? Right sides only.
Yep.
Well,
They can't afford to lose the time on pit road.
I think they spotted
Where's
exactly
the
what you
12 right
did.
now?
12 is coming up the hill. That's 35. The Alpine, which may not take the lead this time.
I think it will. I think it's that. Oh, it's going to be tight.
It's going to be tight, and that's maybe also why they went 2 tyres only. 15 is out. 15 retains the lead after that pit stop.
No,
The 35
no,
Alpine.
Yes, no, yes.
No, okay, the tracker. No, it is.
It is.
It is. The 15 BMW retains the lead. The 35 Alpine is in second. Ferrari number 51 is in third.
But remember, he's on cold tires now, huh? Dries is probably, well, he's got the right-hand side cold, but...
Yeah.
Top 4, 12 seconds the gap. 47 minutes ago.
Charles Milesi with the bit between his teeth. Dries Van Toor drifts out a little wide. It's the right-hand side tyres that are cold. And Milesi goes around the outside, follows the Ferrari, but he's boxed in.
Stuck.
He's boxed in, and the BMW locks up. Those cold right-hand side tyres not helping there, and Milesi goes by. That classic cold tyre, hot tyre battle there. Felipe Nassi, you've got to feel sorry for Dries Van Toor, but he's got a job to do still.
Still a long way, right? I mean, can be lazy. I mean, how is he looking there on energy?
61% of energy. He's the least. He's the least energy of the top 5 cars.
I mean, it might be tight. I don't know if he can make it to the end.
Well, the answer is, how much energy has the BMW got? Because they will have fueled him to the end of the race.
Yeah,
81%.
81%.
Milesi does not have energy until the end.
There you go.
Yeah.
So
Now,
that's the answer we wanted.
yeah. And they're going to need to do a splash, and the Ferrari team know that, but the BMW team know that, and that's what they're telling Dries Van Toor. Don't panic. They will need to stop. Your battle is not with the Alpine. Your battle is with this guy.
Yes.
So again, we're looking at energy. This is classic close racing. Milesi with grip gets boxed in, but then a little error from Dries Van Toor just locks up as he crests the rise there, and Milesi scuttles through. Milesi probably thought with the Ferrari right in front of him, he'd lost his chance there, didn't he?
He probably felt like, oh, this is gone, the chance is gone, and then I think he was smart enough just to focus on the traction there and got cleared.
So,
watch Collado. He is chasing hard on this pair. So James Collado just 2 seconds back from Dries Van Toor.
And how's the Ferrari for energy?
Ferrari is absolutely fine for energy, as are the two Cadillacs, which are 4 and a further 7 seconds back respectively. It is 17 seconds covering the top 5 in this race. And remember we said last year, final hour, it was 3 cars on the lead lap. On the lead lap right now, 13 cars.
Yep. And Paulo Chatin stopping from 13th place in the 19 Genesis.
Back on balance when you can.
It's alright. A bit more this year compared to the previous run, but it's alright.
Copy.
They still need a helping hand, the 35 Alpine crew. They're doing everything they can. It's kept them in the battle that they were not in until they made that fuel strategy change. But is it enough?
He's done the only thing he could possibly do. Here's another call, by the way. Get to Instagram now, FIWC_official, to vote for the Goodyear Wingfoot Award Driver of the Day to be awarded on the podium with the options offered to you on the Instagram page for the FI World Endurance Championship. You get to choose.
Quite a long way off track there for Jose Maria Lopez in the 87 Lexus. He's just put in this move on the 79 AMG, the Iron Lynx car of Matteo Cressoni, and that was for 8th place. That was absolutely classic Interlagos pass, wasn't it? Really good to ride on board with that. 33 car, the championship leader, Nico Varone. Right behind, still, Maxime Martin in the 61 Mercedes, and there's the 21 Ferrari, Alessio Rovera, trying to get himself into a points-paying position. Last point spot is the yellow Corvette. The black and yellow Mercedes is in 11th place, and the silver Ferrari is in 12th.
Charles Malaysia doing the one thing he could do to increase his chances here, and that's take the track position. Meantime, still battling away this 33 TF Sport car. Nico Varone back in the car under pressure from Maxime Martin, the final point scoring position. Remember, the TF Sport car is the championship leading car. And that point we were making earlier in the show, Martin, this potential for a 1-2-3 in the Drivers' Championship depends on scoring a point.
Nico Varone and Maxime Martin must be thoroughly fed up of looking at the back view of this Corvette, because that's where he's been. Now, 35. Now they make their final stop. So not leaving it right to the very end, but biting the bullet now and trying to give themselves the maximum opportunity to drop back into the lead group.
Well, they'll feel if they've got the performance, now's the time to do it.
Rear axle only or right sides only?
Well, use what tyres you've got.
Right rear only. A single tyre change, I think that was. It didn't look like that was the entire rear axle. And the right rear is the one that really gets beaten up around this track. It's not only trying to drive through all of these long corners, but it's taking the weight and the load of the car as well. Where are they going to come back out? Now, don't forget, there is a penalty to be served by the number 38 Cadillac for contacting traffic, but they will not make a pit stop, and 33 runs out wide. Finally, Johnny Edgar's defence cracks, and through goes Maxime Martin.
Nico Varone.
Nico Varone, rather. And right behind him, as Maxime Martin moves up into 10th place, right behind the Corvette is the Ferrari of Alessio Rovera. And Rovera will know that the yellow car's got dirt on the tyres and try and capitalise now.
Yeah, this is a gain for position and pushes the Corvette a further position away from a point-scoring opportunity. 40 minutes now to go.
Great pickup by the cameras on that shot. And here's where it started, down into turn one, licked the stamp and sent it late.
Would tell you, by the way, there is only one car ahead of them that is in need, by the look of it, of a pit stop.
The Mercedes pushed me out of the track.
Yeah.
Pushed me out.
There were sparks. Now, whether that was...
Focus forward, we'll report it.
Whether that was the car grounding or whether that was from contact, we saw sparks there as Mercedes lunged down the inside. And don't forget that that Corvette, having won Le Mans and being the championship leader, is carrying 36 kilos of success ballast as well. So that makes it harder to accelerate, harder to slow down than the cars around it.
So hearing that the 35 car had a puncture.
Oh, wow, okay. Down the inside comes the Genesis.
So that was not strategic, it was necessary, but they can now push.
So Pipo Derani clears them. He's been chased by the number 8 Toyota. Or is that number 7? That's number 8 Toyota. That's not for position. The number 8 Toyota is 12 laps behind the Genesis. Genesis, actually, both of their cars. No, one of the cars, Pipo Derani, is on the lead lap. 54 stops from 17th, 18th in LMGT3. Davide Rigon stays in.
Final runner at the 54 at this stage. 38 minutes to go. 35 cars started this race, and 35 cars are still running.
Ferrari right up the back of the Corvette of Nico Varone. Through comes the Alpine. So 35 car and 36 car on the fringes of the top 10 now. The Alpine's 10th and 11th. The Aston Martin's 8th and 9th. And this Corvette in 11th position. They will not score a point from this race if that's the way it ends. Wait and see when the stewards examine that pass by Maxime Martin. Now, all that will be immaterial if Alessio Rovera goes by the yellow car right now or before the end of the race. 20 BMW, yellow, red and white, ahead of Antonio Fuoco in the red and yellow Ferrari, battle for 5th position.
And important, these battles for the Manufacturers' Championship, remember, it's the one that the manufacturers who are the foundation of this hypercar class covet more than anything else. I was talking to senior management at Ferrari earlier this weekend. Make no mistake, they want to win the World Championship again. And
critically, our current points leaders, Toyota, are scoring a big fat 0 out of this race. Kobayashi in 13th, Buemi in 17th. It has not been their race.
Indeed, they had a troubled race and a few penalties here and there, contact, not what they wished for sure.
Yeah. Sometimes luck is on your side, and sometimes it really ain't.
So I confirm everyone pitted, mate. It's P6 at the moment, and the BMW for P5, but they have 4 new tires, so.
Great little view there of the steering wheel, the light coming up, lift now. I'm sure there'll be a little audible tone as well to lift and coast. Why? Because they've got to get to the end on this energy.
You can tell all cars are using it. You know, it's either the lights, you see the LED lights, you know, they show up when the driver has to lift. And they can also add this tone on the earplugs where they're hearing, you know, also a little bit that they can lift the car. And that's just an extra guidance for the drivers to have.
Otherwise, the temptation is just to keep the throttle buried a little longer and not transition onto the brake pedal quite as early. The problem then is that you're drinking too heavily.
But again, you can always freestyle when it comes to traffic, right? You're not following the lights. When you see the traffic, you probably just say, okay, I'm going to get traffic anyway, so I'm going to be saving a little more fuel here and there. So as a driver, you try to maximize that too.
The question for me is, what punch has the Cadillac still got left here?
Just looking at the pit times, 20 BMW has spent less time on the pit lane than anybody else in the top 10 by about 10 seconds. Now, that's a sizable chunk of time that, by one reason or another, the pit crew have been able to garner for that team. And there is the 20 car with the 50 Ferrari behind, battling for 5th place. Now, that's not going to be a lead battle, but the top 4 covered by just 0.6 of a second. I think we can take the 38 car out of that. There will be a post-race penalty coming their way. But does that drop them behind this battle, the 20 and the 50?
No, I don't think it does.
No.
Was there a 5-second penalty? They've got plenty of leeway with that. They sit comfortably, even adding that 5 seconds.
Yep.
In 4th, it is under 7 seconds for the top 3, and then Jack Aitken is a further 6 seconds back from that. This is all about what pace is in that BMW, what pace is in that Ferrari, what pace is in that Cadillac, and we've got 34 minutes to find out. We have got under investigation, by the way, contact into turn 1. We saw the aftermath of it between Nico Ferrone and Maxime Martin. Could that save the point? Well, TF Sport back into the top 10, by the way, with the pit stop for Heart of Racing to 27. That drops Mattia Trudi out of the points there, but he's still under pressure from Alessio Rovera.
Now, Maxime Martin has gone ahead. He's got ahead of the 79 Mercedes. And so Matteo Cressoni, this is for position. Matteo Cressoni is currently 10th, not Maxime Martin. And so the Corvette, if he can pass the slower Mercedes in front of him without losing a position to the Ferrari, that'll put him back into the top 10.
He's already in the top 10. He's already in the top 10 because of the pit stop for the Aston Martin. This would it would be safer with or without a pass from the Ferrari behind.
True.
Meantime, he's going to try and achieve all of that whilst through comes the Cadillac. There he goes.
Yeah, that's a 38 car coming by, the car that is lying in 4th place. Matteo Cressoni, 9th position, as you rightly said, because of that pit stop for Mattia Trudi in the 27 Harter Racing Aston. Those cars have flattered to deceive through the race, haven't they? They've been up in the top 3 or 4 and then right back down outside the top 10, which is sort of where they're going to end their race, I think. Okay, don't forget, choose between the nominees for the Goodyear Wingfoot Award. Easy for me to say, driver of the day at FIAWC_official on Instagram.
Well, you mentioned that. Goodwood Festival of Speed this weekend. The new McLaren going up the hill with Lando Norris and with Laurens van Toor, I gather, as well, putting in shifts there, as is the third car for the Hertz team, Cadillac Hertz team Jota. Yep. A range of other goodies at Goodwood this weekend, including a fabulous recreation of the, keep an eye on this, recreation of the attempt by Ford to stage a 1-2-3 along the line, across the line together, finish in this 1966 Le Mans 24 Hours with the original 3 cars. Yep. And what's going to happen here? Still trying to get by Matteo Grassoni, still trying to defend for Alessio Rivera, still trying to get as many points as possible for the 33, the championship leading coming into today's race. TF Sport Corvette, and it could go anywhere, couldn't it?
Oh, really could. Grassoni is holding them both up, isn't he? But still, Alessio Rovera right on the tail of Nico Varone, and the Argentine driver in the Corvette just can't get by. Now he does, because the Mercedes pulls into the pit lane, so a splash for Matteo Grassoni in that Iron Lynx Mercedes, and the Corvette moves up another space. Now they are into 9th place, Rovera in 10th position. So how much can they gain out of this? 30 minutes to go. Every point might make a championship winning difference at the end of the season. And this is the thing, isn't it, Felipe? If you've got a car that can win, you've got to win. If you haven't, you've got to take any point you can get.
Any points. And that's how you be consistency to get championships, really. You do what you can, and if that day a 3rd place is the best you can, or a 9th place, you take it home, because it's best to bag the points when you can than, you know, try the other way around. But
BMW Ferrari battle trying to work its way through. Antonio Fuoco, look how much ground he's losing to the 20 BMW, just getting stuck behind the Corvette. And again, hard work to get round the outside there. You're going a long way round with basically the same minimum speed in turn 10.
It's all part of the game. Traffic giveth and traffic taketh away, and doesn't it add to the drama here? 50 car away and clear. Robert Kubica, the 83 car, will be the next type of car to deal with this challenge. Here he comes.
Was surprised they didn't change the damage nose on that car. I mean, they must have been looking from the pit wall as it came by, seeing how much that splitter had been bashed by contact. And, you know, it would have cost them a few seconds to put a new nose on during a pit stop. Might have gained them a lot more than that on the track. We don't know, but they would have done. But Kubica certainly said he was struggling with the front end of the car.
Been watching the 15 and the 51 Ferrari there. They've been lapping pretty close times. You see the gap is only 3.5 seconds. So.
Oh. Now, which of the, is that Esteban Masson? I know that's the 7th place, 87 Lexus, and so that actually was the Harter Racing Aston Martins. It wasn't for position. That may well have been Matteo, the 23 car.
Pole position for the Harter Racing team, but they've had a wretched run in the race itself. All sorts of incidents that are not in contention here.
Still watching this battle, Nico Varone and Alessio Rovera.
And here come the 2 Valkyries, by the way, in formation and running 8th and 9th in the race overall.
Yeah.
And how are they looking for the end of this race? They're looking good. They're good to go.
I think everybody should be by now. I think they all sort of fumbled themselves back into an opportunity to make it to the end without drama. Sempre with Dan Harper right behind him. These 2 young British drivers. Prio in the 77 Ford, the blue and white machine, right behind Dan Harper with the Brazilian colours on the 69 BMW.
We believe potentially there's some kind of fuel saving mode at the moment are the 50 in second place. Could that leave the possibility open for the 12 Cadillac to try to grab second place in the end? And the 83, so I can tell you right now, they are on 48%, but that must then mean that Robin Freins and potentially the leader, Dries van Tor, is in similar trouble. So they must be in fuel-safe mode with a little bit more of an edge. A little bit more means 52% as against 49, 47% is the Cadillac, the 12 car. So they've potentially got a little bit more energy to burn here. That might make things interesting in the last few laps.
Charlie Eastwood leading in LMGT3 by 7 seconds from this battle. Sebastian Priaulx versus Dan Harper. Priaulx just keeping his nose in front. We've seen from the battle between Nico Varone and Alessio Rovera and Maxime Martin before him how hard it is to make a pass here in equal machinery. Down in the pit lane, Bruce Juani, what do you know?
I think the leader car, the BMW, is going to be fine for fuel. Apparently no splash, and they don't have to save too much energy.
All right, well, that's good news for the number 15 car, 51 Ferrari, James Collado, just 2.6 behind, and through this GT battle come a Cadillac and a Ferrari, a Toyota. Now, they're not battling for position.
No, they're not.
No, they're
what is this all about?
Well, that's the Toyota getting all racy. Cadillac are 3rd and 4th at the moment. And is that the 12? It is the 12 Cadillac. So that's the 3rd place Cadillac that the number 8 Toyota is trying, number 7 Toyota is trying to unlap itself against.
That's the 2nd place battle for LMGT3, by the way.
Yep.
Sempre trying to fend off Dan Harper.
And
two
Harper's
young
got
Brits.
a lot closer because of that interference of the hypercars coming through, but he gets eased out of the way by the 38 Cadillac, and that gives the Ford of Sebastian Priaulx a little more breathing space. Now, coming up behind Harper is...
Not for position.
No, that's not for position.
That's for the Aston Martins.
Yeah. So again, some of these cars with fresher tyres than Sebastian Priaulx in 2nd and Dan Harper in 3rd. Richie Leitz is 4th place in the 92 Vent Manthey Porsche, but he's 5 seconds back. That's not him there.
But he's a lot quicker.
Not him there either.
He's a lot quicker than this battling pair.
He's in a good pace there right now.
So
25 minutes to go. We saw spots of rain on the high camera. Some drivers now reporting spots of rain on the windscreens. Do not panic, Captain.
That's gonna get spicy, right? Bit of rain. Final, what, 20 plus minutes here at Interlagos. It's always gonna bring a bit of a mix here.
The voice of Felipe Massa, reveling in the fact that he's not having to drive in this and wishing that it goes very wet for somebody else. Priaulx on the inside, Harper goes outside, inside. Is this a change for 2nd place? It is. The BMW finds the traction to go by the Ford, but now he will be the hunted.
I wonder whether or not Sempre may be in a bit of fuel difficulty here. He's on 37% of energy. Everybody around him at least 40.
All right, okay, so maybe he is having to lift and coast, and after all, a podium is better than running out on the last lap. There's a lot of damage on the right side of that car from contact earlier on.
By the way, freed up from that gaggle of GT traffic. They've turned up the wick on both of the the Cadillacs, by the way. Will Stevens chasing James Collado. Now we've got track declared wet lights. Rain lights on low mode, as you'll see the flashing lights on the rear of the cars very soon.
Well, that's predominantly for visibility.
Track is now declared wet. All cars with rain lights on in low mode. All cars with rain lights on in low mode.
Now, we always say that doesn't mean the track is wet, but you're not allowed to use a wet weather tyre until the track is declared wet. So Eduardo has now opened the window, so if it does hose with rain, then cars can go to the pit lane and he won't red flag it for weather. So that then leaves them the option to stay out or to pit if rain arrives in any substantial quantity.
But you're right, I think the principal thing here is visibility.
Yep.
It's not about the rain, it is about the fact that it's getting darker and mistier.
Well, it's also just after 5 o'clock in the evening, so we're edging towards the end of the daylight anyway. Should be getting pretty dark by 6 p.m. We'll be done racing by then. And will Van Sant Vos be chucking his cap in the air as a 2-time race winner this season? Now then, normally you don't see drivers put the wiper on until it's really bucketing with rain, because that just tends to smear oil all over your tear-off windscreens.
Jack Aitken, by the way, is pulling closer and closer and closer to his teammate. Is there going to be a tactic here about getting that car ahead and maybe using that to tow him towards, burn the energy and tow him towards James Gallardo?
Because which car has the penalty that 5 seconds?
The 38.
It's a 38, right? So he might need to open up the gap even more just to be on the safe side. So they might play that strategy there.
Yeah, if he closes in on Will Stevens and then gets waved by, Stevens can use the slipstream. Both of them will go quicker, and that might then bring Will up towards the tail of James Calado, and maybe a place where he could challenge for second. Calado 4.4 behind this car, Dries van Tor the race leader, and we will finish our race as the checkered flag comes out at past the next time the leader comes by at the end of the 6 hours.
Well, the car in that lead for with the least energy is James Gallardo. He's at 37%, 38% for Dries van Tor. The two caddies, 40 for Jack Aitken and 41 for Will Stevens.
All right, so if we assume that they are good to go, then the 2 cars ahead will have to do incrementally more fuel saving. Maybe not a massive amount, but more is better than none.
Absolutely right.
Or none is better than more.
Of the lead group in LMGT3, by the way, by far the best off in terms of available energy is the leader, Racing Team Turkey by TF, and it's a moment to actually say what a great race they've run. By far, frankly, the best race of the season we've seen from Sally Jolic, and he was in that car a long time. Peter Dempsey, I doff my cap. Absolutely extraordinary stuff from him. Charlie Eastwood, since he's got into that car, has been, I'll say it again, world class.
And Dan Harper in second place has now pulled out over 3 seconds on Sebastian Prio's Ford. And Richie Leeds in the 92 Ben Manthey Porsche is only 2 seconds behind him. We're looking at the battle for 7th place between Jose Maria Lopez and multiple Spa 24-hour winner Maxime Martin. The Mercedes driver is absolutely flying at the moment. We saw him go by the 33 Corvette for 10th. He's now challenging for 7th place. There's Rui Andrade. He's the second driver in that car. It was started by Martin Berry.
Yeah, top 10. It's Corvette, BMW, Mustang, Porsche. The second Mustang, the second of the Porsches. They've been stealthily making their way up. The 87 Lexus Ironlynx is 61 AMG, then the second Corvette, and finally in the top 10, the first of the Vista AF Corsa Ferrari. So it's a mixed bag.
Air temperature 15, that's pretty nippy. Track temperature barely 22 degrees. That's by far the lowest track temperature we've had all week here in Interlagos.
61 AMG now, 5 seconds out into the next pit stop. What does that do for their hopes? Maxime Martin, that would at the moment not drop him back behind Nico Verone. But Verone at the moment is quicker, so he'll be chasing that total.
Yeah, well, they'll do what they can do in that 33 Corvette.
Well, 7.1 seconds is the gap. If he can get that down to under 5, he takes a position.
Looking through the mist at the battle, Maxime Martin chasing Jose Maria Lopez. And back with the number 20 BMW versus the 50 Ferrari. This has been going on a long while, hasn't it? Robin Fries with Antonio Fuoco right behind him. And as we've seen so often, Felipe, catching is one thing here. Passing is an entirely different world.
Whole different thing, yeah. Especially here, like you gotta have the right opportunity. It's not an easy place to pass, you know, if you're not close enough here. But let's see, he's been chasing down. Fuoco has been chasing down friends there for quite some time. So he's looking. He's definitely going to keep trying.
Oh, he was nearly close enough there. He didn't even show his nose.
But just looking at where we are with the relative pace, Vanthoor slows in this top 4 this time around, being caught by second and third, but also Jack Aitken in this fight.
The front left temperature is going down. We could use less regen, maybe 80 to help that.
So 4 seconds back for Dries Vanthoor is James Collado, but he's clearly in a fuel save mode, energy save mode, being caught by Will Stevens.
Felipe, why does changing the regen help with the tyre temperature?
Well, basically what are you doing when you change the regen? You're taking away those brakes are brake-by-wire, right? So the electronic brakes on the rear, you're probably taking them away, so you have more usage of the mechanical hydraulic brakes at the front to increase temperature. That's what they're doing there, and that was the request done by the Ferrari guys.
Meantime, bad news for Proton competition of the Mustang. Sebastian Priaulx warning flag track limits, and then under investigation for a 5th track limits infringement, and that generally tends to mean there's a penalty on the way, and that could be the podium position for that Mustang moving away.
Well, I think this is going to move the podium position away. Richie Leitz is no longer catching. He has caught Priaulx's Ford, and the Ford clearly struggling for grip here. So whatever tyre strategy they have used to keep them right in the fray with that 77 car, it's no longer quite enough. The hypercars are helping keep Richie Leitz behind because they keep jumping into the gap, Felipe, but you can see the Porsche is all over the back of the Ford.
Guarantee right now that Seb Priaulx is going to be in blocking mode. Why? Because Logan Sargent is catching Richie Leitz for that position. Ben Tuck it is that will be the driver of the day. That'll be awarded on the podium. Guarantee the majority of the fans here will wait for that.
Yeah. No matter what the weather is doing, getting pretty cold. There's James Costigan, the DK, or his dad, his mum and dad actually, the DK of DK Engineering. That is the 91 car being driven by Chan Juven. This is the 92, the band Manthey Porsche. And you're absolutely right, if Priaulx can back Richie Leitz up enough that Logan Sargent gets there in the 88 Ford, then that changes the balance of power between the two of them.
He's getting there as well. Logan Sargent closing up. 1.1 seconds is the gap. The cars between. Let's have a listen in though. Car 12 and Will Stevens.
Okay, Will, and swap the car, please. Swap the car. This is the car behind. They have a penalty, but they will try to overtake the Ferrari. Swap the car, please.
No, what's the point then? Do they got a penalty, man?
They will let us back at the end. Maybe they have a chance of overtaking the Ferrari.
Yeah, again, you've got to trust your strategist, you've got to trust the pit wall, and we talked about this a little while ago.
Just a few minutes ago, yeah.
We saw the Cadillac going by as we heard that message. We suggested maybe if Jack Aitken had more pace, put him in front of Will, tow him up to the back of the Ferrari, and that gap is only 5 seconds now. And here comes the Ford Porsche. It's gone by the Ford.
But here's the other Ford. This is why he did it. This is why he was just easing him back towards it. Logan Sargent pushing hard now. You watch for where the 88 car comes through, and it's certainly going to.
Now, Priaulx has done his job holding up Richie Leitz. Can he now sidestep and allow the other Ford to go by him? Yes, he does. I don't think he wants to particularly, but actually the team that needs him to let Logan Sargent through, because Sargent has got more pace than Priaulx in the other Ford and than the Porsche in front of them. So this could still be a Ford on the podium.
Oh, that's going to be a lot of marbles there. It's going to be fully covered on the marbles.
Watching this LMGT3 battle, there's another car in the mix here because Yunshin Guven is right there in the mix as well and is catching both these Mustangs.
Here's the 2050 battle, and this time down the inside, Robin Freins just hanging on from Antonio Fuoco. The battle for 5th position.
The switch has been made for the Cadillacs. Jack Aitken it is. 3.5 seconds is the gap to James Collado. So at this point, it's going to be Cadillac basically not caring about the energy. It's all about track position.
And the Caddy was half a second quicker, including that swapperoo on the last lap. So Antonio Fuoco stuck behind. Let's take a look again at this Ford changeover. Sebastian Priaulx on the inside, allowing the racing line to Logan Sargent so that he can try and attack the Ford that's in front, the Porsche that's in front. So BMW number 15 leads by 4.3 seconds now, opening the gap up over James Collado in second. And then Jack Aitken and Will Stevens, third and fourth. Robin Freins ahead of Antonio Fuoco. This is the battle, fifth and sixth. And right behind comes the yellow Ferrari of Robert Kubica. We're back on board with Richie Leitz, third in LMGT3, and Logan Sargent now looking to earn his stripes at his first podium in a World Championship race for the 88 Ford. He's got the pace, he's caught them. Look how far back Sebastian Priaulx has dropped, but Priaulx did his job holding up Leitz to allow Logan Sargent to join battle, and now Sargent has got 12 minutes to get by.
Looks to see as if the Mustang's got the pace.
Pulls out, comes alongside, and Richie Leitz holds the inside line. Will the Peugeot interrupt this battle? At the top of the hill, he can't lunge through. Logan Sargent leaves the door open, the Peugeot's there. He's got to try and get rid of this wretched hypercar so he can attack the Porsche. Look at how compromised this line was there.
Yeah, Richie Leitz more bags, tricks in his bag than Harry Potter, I'm sure. Is how many endurance races.
He's using all his experience there to try and feed a car between them. You can tell that Porsche is good in the braking, but it's just quite not the same speed as the Ford there. And they come at this section here, the uphill section.
Look how long it's taken that Peugeot hypercar to get by the Porsche. Eventually he does on the long straight, but that's held up the Ford. Look at the rate of clothing though. Felipe, if you're in the Ford, you're looking to make the pass there.
Oh yeah, you definitely trying that turn one braking, or turn four is also two spots that you can make it. But, I mean, Richard's not going to leave it easy.
Wow, and down the inside, Antonio Fuoco.
Oh!
Contact between the two of them.
There comes the other Ferrari through to take down both positions.
Wow, that fell nicely for Robert Kubica. He was close enough to capitalise and not so close he got caught up. And just in the foreground there, you saw the Ford was still behind the Porsche. So Richie Leitz still holding off the 88, but here, Fuoco goes deep. Oh.
That was never going to work, right?
Side by side, I mean, where does Freins go in this case?
Up to here was fine. It was just this part here that...
He's going for the apex.
Yeah.
And there
but he was there too, you know? Freins was there, right?
Yeah. You've got to give him room.
And there... Now, the Ford team, I don't know if they were watching that or whether they were watching their own onboard. Let's hear...
He told me, I think he was going.
Yeah, it was obvious.
All right, again, that'll go upstairs to the stewards' room.
That'll be an interesting decision.
Last 10 minutes of the race. Dries Van Tor leads in the 15 BMW. 4 seconds back is James Collado in the 51 Ferrari. Jack Aitken not making an impression on him. He's still 4 seconds back in the 38 Cadillac in third place. And so he will concede that position to Will Stevens. In fact, he won't even need to because he'll have a time penalty.
We are tight in energy, but if you want to cancel once, we can do it. If you need to cancel once, you can do it.
And that's for the Hail Mary pass down the inside into turn one, isn't it? That's the only place that not having that lift and coast is going to make a difference. Now then, back to our MGT3 battle for third. The red, black and yellow Porsche. Richie Leitz still just ahead of the blue and white Ford of Logan Sargent. You're looking at an ex-Grand Prix driver and a man who forgets on a daily basis more about racing Porsches than most people learn in a lifetime.
Richie Leitz, it is all about defending this position for the podium. He's not going to catch down Harper.
Now, right behind is the other Porsche, the 91 car. That is for position as well, and there are more drops of water on the camera lens. Now, is that going to start to make this track just a little greasy? So those three cars with the Aston Martin between them, that is third, fourth and fifth. Chan Juven, factory Porsche driver, is closing in on Logan Sargent for third place. Will Stevens, Jack Aitken has now dropped back behind him. Didn't need to because Aitken's got a penalty coming, so Stevens could have stayed behind. It wouldn't have made any difference, but again...
They're keeping the word, right?
Yep.
They made a deal. He tried, but again, it wasn't enough to catch the car ahead.
And they're 20 seconds ahead of the next car.
So
the
they'll be
83
safe even
Ferrari.
after the penalty, right?
Exactly so. Exactly so.
There's nothing to lose here for Will Stevens by allowing that to happen. And the potential was to gain. Doesn't look like that's going to happen. Seven.
Carving away through traffic in the 38. And you saw there Will Stevens going by on the straight. Always easy to engineer these things. So back with our LMGT3 battle. Still racing Team Turkey by 6 seconds from Dan Harper in the WRT number 69 BMW. And a three-car squabble for third. Porsche, Ford, Porsche. 92, 88 and 91. One of these cars is going to end up on the podium, but all three of them will not. Or not all three of them can, let's say. Right at the moment, looks as though Logan Sargent has been distracted by Chan Juven behind him. The Turkish driver right on the back of the Ford. Ford dropping away a little from Richie Leeds. The Floco Frines investigation will probably conclude post-race. The 20 Ferrari, the 20 BMW and the 50 Ferrari.
That is the potential podium battle that remains between these two classes. Dries Vanthoor leads the race by 4.3 seconds from James Calado, who is, if anybody is, the one in energy trouble. 5 seconds, though, is the gap to now Will Stevens, who's retaken that position. So switch the caddies back with 5.5 minutes to go in LMGT3. This is the...
Yeah, this is the moment. The 50 car of Antonio Fuoco tried to take the apex from the number 20 BMW of Robin Frines.
Worth mentioning, by the way, yes, this is about race position. Remember, these are second and third in the manufacturer's points, BMW and Ferrari.
And Toyota, the manufacturer's points leaders, scoring nothing here. And still Logan Sargent hanging on to fourth place. But it's less about attacking Richie Leeds now, you feel, and more about fending off the other car. Drive-through penalty being awarded to the car 77, and that is Sempre, and that will be converted into a post-race penalty. And through goes Chan Juven. The Porsche makes it through on the Ford. Logan Sargent still there on the inside. Can't get the run up the hill, but it's got great top-end speed, the Ford. Felipe, he's perfectly positioned to try and lunge it into turn one.
Yeah, he's trying to switch back here. Let's see if he tries into turn one. But you can tell the Ford has good speed up the hill. But the Porsche has been very strong at the braking.
Juven holds on to fourth place for the moment. 4 minutes to go in this 6-hour race. They're still squabbling for positions. This is where it happens. Coming down the hill towards Junshao, and a Porsche on the inside. And you saw there Logan Sargent just had to open the steering a little. There's the 91 Porsche team celebrating that move. Wipers going on board the race leader. Not much in terms of rain. After all the forecasts of thunderstorms and heavy rain, it has yet to arrive. 3.5 minutes of the race left. What a good race it has been from the number 15 BMW crew.
There'll be 2 laps at the end of this one to complete the race. It's going to be very tight on energy for the lead 2 cars. Very tight indeed.
11 cars still on our lead lap. Collado having to be careful in traffic. He's trying not to give any time away to Will Stevens. He's still over 4 seconds ahead of Stevens, still 4.5 seconds behind Dries van Tor. They're all lapping at roughly the same lap time.
The only difference is that the Cadillac does have an energy margin, but the Ferrari does not.
Well, he's running out of time to use it.
There's not going to be a performance margin, I think that's the point, but they've got clever brains on the pit wall for Ferrari. They will know where they stand in terms of these laps to come. But what a performance from this group, the 34 Racing Team Turkey trio. Charlie Eastwood extending his advantage over Dan Harper.
Here is Dan Harper in second place in LMGT3. And he is 7 seconds behind that Corvette. But again, a really strong race from the 69 BMW team. 32 car had the pace as well, just not the fortune. And in 92 in third place, Richie Leitz. So BMW second in LMGT3, but leading overall with the number 15 car. But they are in traffic again in the final couple of minutes. So again, can't afford any errors here. You don't want to lose time, but you must not make contact with anything. You can almost feel him being super cautious here. Felipe, if you're in a garage watching this, you're biting your fingernails. Look at it.
I don't know what's harder, to be in the car or to be outside. You know, I always question myself, but being the driver, at least you know at that point, you're like, okay, I'm leading the race. I know what I have to do. I don't need any trouble, right? So I've got to make it trouble-free, got to get through traffic as clean as possible. And, you know, Dries is doing a great job to, you know, bring himself home.
Yeah, he really is. Look at Chan Juven now closing in on the 92 Porsche on the final lap of the race. Our race leader, Dries van Tor, after 6 hours, we are in the final minute of the race. The checkered flag is being unfurled as he heads down to turn 4. In the lead by some 3 seconds. The gap has closed a little. He was super cautious in traffic last time round. So a little gaggle of LMGT3 cars in front of him again. As he catches them between 7 and 8 once more. He will be careful. The Ford will be receiving blue flags. So too will the 2 Porsches in front. That doesn't necessarily make it easy for the hypercar driver. And again, he's being super tentative. You don't want to run offline, risk going onto the marbles and dropping the car off the road on the last lap. That would be like not saving the final penalty. From Jun Chao, climbing the hill for the final time. He will dispose of our LMGT3 runners, and it will be Dries van Tor in the number 15 BMW, taking the checkered flag in Sao Paulo. BMW win their second race of the season, and this time it is the number 15 car that offered such great help in Spa to the number 20. That takes the win. Win number 2 of the season for BMW Team WRT, and now both of their crews have tasted victory. James Collado in second place, Cadillac third and fourth, and Robert Kubica heading to the line in the 83 Ferrari for fifth position. But Dries van Tor feeling unwell at the start of the stint. I think that is probably just going away. Brings the visor down, usually a good sign that there might be a tear in the eye.
Oh my God, finally. Oh my God, unbelievable. Trying so hard, unbelievable. Thank you so much, thank you.
Big relief there from him.
And there is your LMGT3 winner, Racing Team Turkey by TF. A great opening stint by Sally Jolic. Peter Dempsey doing a fantastic job in the middle of the race. And Charlie Eastwood, well, that's the equivalent of pulling a stoppie under the team. They win in LMGT3. WRT's BMW number 69 in second place, and the two Porsches, the number 92 and the number 91, finishing in third and fourth.
So, an example of why you need to listen to your engineers. James Collado not happy, I don't believe, with the instructions he was being given in the last final stint about what needed to be done. He finished that race, though, second place, 0% energy.
Well, Collado made it to the finish, but just behind the BMW.
I've never felt so bad driving a car. My God, Jesus. Stomach pain, and I have to pee like a horse.
Makes it two of us, mate.
The engineer feeling that pain, but Dries van Tor overcame it all and hung on. James Collado just 2.2 seconds back at the flag, but been told by the team to pick up as much debris as possible and to fuel save on the way back in as well. They finished on fumes.
There needs to be enough in the tank to draw the sample.
There you go.
It's gonna do a big ink lap here, fuel saving. Still right.
Well, from feeling sick as a dog, that's a change of emotions for Dries van Tor. And Team WRT BMW win again.
Well, he's gonna be feeling a lot better now, guarantee you.
Yeah, a win overall, and second place in LMGT3 makes it a good day for Team WRT.
And the second car finished in 6th position as well, so another strong points finish for the number 20 car. And now trying to corral the correct cars to head to the podium. 15 BMW is a bit stuck behind the Ford. So Dries will stop to pick up his teammates, I'm sure. I can't remember seeing as foggy a time like this at Interlagos. Felipe, I mean, you've seen a lot of races here, but it is. I mean, this looks like England in autumn.
It's a bonfire night.
It's our winter here, but I mean, the rain did hold up there, and it was great to see a battle. So 3 different manufacturers there in the podium, so that shows how competitive, you know, today the race was.
And exactly the same in LMGT3, Corvette, BMW and Porsche, the 1, 2, 3, BMW, Ferrari and Cadillac, the 1, 2, 3 in hypercar. Well, he didn't stop to pick up his teammates, make them do some work and actually walk to the podium. Dries van Tor celebrates victory. So, Brother Lawrence, busy with McLaren at Goodwood. I am sure he is watching in, because the two of them have a fantastic camaraderie as well as an intense rivalry.
I'm pretty certain that surely must be the first pair of brothers to have both scored an overall win in the F1 World Endurance Championship.
I think it might have been, yeah. Lawrence van Tor not at Goodwood, by the way, is Gregor Sosi and that Norris boy who have been doing the driving. So he will definitely be watching then, if not least so that he's got some ammunition for their weekly podcast in the next episode. Charlie Eastwood brings the racing team Turkey by TF car into Parc Fermé. Everybody else had finished, by the way. We saw the leader passing the 3rd and 4th place Porsches, and so he passed everybody except for the top 2 in LMGT3. They had to do an extra lap.
Excellent result for this group.
Just trying to save Toyota driver run over there, Kabru Kobayashi. That wouldn't have gone down very well. Oh, there you go. Raffaele Marcelli's got there. Kevin Magnussen as well. K-Mag, I have to say, looking happy, but he definitely looked extremely happy when these guys finished second at Spa. This, though, is better. This is the win.
Second place at Spa for the 15. It's their second appearance on the podium. Will feel much, much better. That second place. It is a first podium finish for the 34 crew. Their best finish before today, 6th place at Le Mans.
The Irish-Turkish crew. So So Saliolic starting the car, unusually, but it worked well for them.
Didn't it?
Yeah, kept the pace up, got the car right to the front, and then Peter Dempsey did his job as well. He said, all I wanted to do was hand it over to Charlie in a good position. Well, P1 tends to be a pretty decent position to hand it over, and Eastwood, a safe pair of hands. He is not just a quick driver, but he knows this Corvette inside out.
He'll be absolutely delighted with that. I don't think quite as delighted as Sally Jolic, though. Going to be turning cartwheels.
Saw Sally in the garage right towards the end of the race. They retired in Imola. They finished 9th in Spa. They finished 6th in Le Mans. And now they have their first podium finish of the season on the top step. Bruce Ioani down in Parc Fermé. Let's see if we can catch up with our winning team.
And here we are next to the winner crew. You started the race amazingly, an amazing start. You managed to make up some positions and then pass the car into great conditions and a fantastic execution from BMW.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the car was just amazing. The BMW today was the quickest car, and I think a pleasure to drive. Strategy on points, pit stop, everything was right today. You know, my two teammates did an amazing job. So, just so happy to finally get this victory. It's been a long time coming, but now it's finally there.
It's pretty quick after only a year winning in WEC. So pole position in Formula 1, first victory in WEC. Interlagos is good to you. Raffaele, congratulations, fantastic. You must be delighted for yourself, the crew, and BMW.
Yeah, as Kevin said, it's an amazing feeling. I mean, we started from the bottom 3 years ago, and now this year is going very well for us, for Car 20, for BMW. So we can be very happy. We have to keep pushing. But I think we have an amazing crew. We are very well together. So yeah, we continue to push. But today is an amazing day.
Yeah, you were very quick indeed. Dries, can you please come here? I heard that you were feeling sick at the beginning of your stint. Was it the case, and what happened?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I never really experienced that so far. I just got in and I didn't have a great feeling at all. I was feeling not the best, and I had to dig deep to try and just go to the end. But yeah, like Lelo as well said, super happy. I mean, BMW WT did a great job today. Strategy was amazing, and the car's been phenomenal during the race. So yeah, it's been a long time coming. We've been working really hard, and to get this is so nice. So big thanks to everybody working and behind the scenes in Munich as well. So yeah, thanks a lot.
And looking good for the championship as well, making up some great points today. Congratulations. It's time to go and celebrate and enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Well, congratulations to them, and time to say thank you as well to Felipe Nasser. Felipe, great to see you again, and thank you for coming in and joining us. Thank you for adding your knowledge and your information into this race. I know you've got a plane to catch.
Thank you so much, guys. It's been a pleasure, and what an awesome race here in Interlagos. Thanks, everybody, for watching us, and yeah, maybe see you another time.
Yeah, look forward to it. All right, you'll be back in harness in the IMSA WeatherTech Series next time out. Until then, the Brazilian has to leave in a hurry. So the 6 hours of Sao Paulo, starting with a Cadillac lockout at the front row on damp track. After 3 formation laps, they were released, and the caddies holding on at the front of the field. In LMGT3, a slow start from the pole-sitting Aston Martin. The 79 Mercedes jumping the start and earning a penalty before they even got to turn 1. The Aston being swamped by its close rivals as Lexus and BMW went by. BMW number 15 in the hands of Kevin Magnussen right from the start of the race, challenging for a top spot, going by Earl Bamber's Cadillac to take second. They always looked like they had the speed. So did Genesis early on, battling with the Ferraris. In the end, Genesis's pace faded as track conditions changed, but the racing was close all the way through. In LMGT3, it was Racing Team Turkey's Corvette that started making the early moves. Sally Jolic climbed
flag. Okay, picking up your first time lap. 1 lap to green. Line up on the right side. Pit road is closed. The estimated strength of field is 1,242. A lot of opportunities today. Head down. Pick your battle. Five cars left to grid. Still waiting on 2 cars to grid. One to go, next time by. Catch start 3, car. Catch start 9, car. Catch start 9, car. Three on the left. checkered flag.